Okay, let's get this show on the road. Let's see, what have I got to do today? Well, I guess first let me check the stream, as always. Okay. It's, I don't know if that's just audio on my side or not, but it does sound a little muffly, a little quiet. Not really sure entirely what I can do about that, but let me see. Let's see. Okay, what if I just do, like, this? Okay, let me see if that made a noticeable difference or not. Well, let's say that's fine. I think that's probably good. So we're gonna jump right back in, and of course I'm going to go ahead and mute myself. There we go. Okay. Maybe there. Just at this point I'm just playing around, I guess. I'm just moving my mic this way and that. Like, maybe this will make something better. Anyway, we are barely keeping up with sulfuric acid demand, but we are somewhat keeping up, which is nice to see. The depots are full. Tank's about half full. We have sulfur dioxide coming in to keep us supplied. I think mostly that's due to the fact that we are no longer prioritizing mineral dust into sulfuric acid. I think that's had a pretty big effect. In fact, we're now priority bypassing sulfuric acid, since so many things now need sulfuric acid. Not that that's like the most important aspect of the whole base or anything. This is no longer needed. I found out last stream that mixing ammunition types in the guns apparently makes them not work. So I'm going to go ahead and just clear that away. Resources, not really an issue anymore now that I can just call down the resource asteroids. I didn't really mean to leave map view there. So wherever our current mines are, if anything, if and when they run out, I will likely pull them back much closer to base. May not even have resources brought in by trains at that point. I may just have them mined on site and shipped straight in. Not that I really anticipate needing to do that. The iron patch's got 4 million, nickel is 2.7 million, even though there's a couple miners here that are empty here and there. You know what? You're already nearly perfectly circular. What if I just grabbed a... Oh yeah, I guess I have to actually have you loaded into something. Well, these are conveniently empty here, so what if I just came over this way, grabbed one of the nickel drones and loaded you in? And it'll take a moment for someone to fly all the way from the middle of the base up here, all the way down this way, but it also shouldn't be that long. I guess while that's happening, allow me to look around resources a little bit. So I notice batteries are okay, green circuits are okay, red circuits are holding up. Doesn't look like we have silicon wafers or blue circuits logistics connected for some reason, so let's go ahead and fix that. Okay, so not exactly keeping up with demand, but they exist. Actually, where do they exist? They come out on this red belt. Filter down here. Yeah, do I even store you anywhere? Because it sure doesn't look like it. So I'm not really sure. I guess that must be the boxing area at the main base. I must be making boxes of silicon wafers. That would make sense, because I'm keeping about 50, it looks like. Well, anyway, blue circuits also need to be logistics connected. So before I leave, allow me to do that. And yeah, blue circuits we are solid on, but I believe that's because nothing actually consumes blue circuits yet. Okay, let's see if I have that nickel thing ready here. Yep. Yes, I do. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Okay, so let's just come back this way. And right in the middle here, let's give ourselves a little more nickel. And boom. I guess I'll have to rip these up and replace them. For some reason, it doesn't notice that they've been restocked, even though other miners that I've had before did notice they were, restocked. What if I mark you and then undo? No, you still don't notice. Okay. I guess I'll have to wait for you to actually get picked up, and then undo. Yeah, now you notice. Okay. In fact, I need to replace even more of you, so let's just grab the blueprint here, and make sure you line up, and I can just drag you around. Okay, I do... actually kind of hate the way that worked out. You know what? I'm not gonna stress about it. It's not like I'm ever going to deplete this patch, for exactly the reasons I was just discussing, so why would I stress about getting 100% coverage of it? Well, let it be. Okay, what are you? Oh, you are petroleum. Speaking of which, do I have... Oh no, I remember setting up alerts for when I have coal or petroleum ready to go. I'm also... I think this is hilarious, but over here somewhere... There you are. So this is where I've been firing the coal for the coal deposition. Hold on. Coal is maybe going down? Because I feel like coal was over 7% before. So does it maybe not go down based on how much ore is in the ground, but based on how many ore patches are there? And if I deplete ore patches, does coal go down? Like individual tiles? Because I thought it was the funniest thing that I would get progression for shooting coal into the ground, coal that I could then mine up, make more drones with, and shoot back into the ground. I'll have to keep an eye on that. If this number does go down, that is important, because I don't get as much coal back as it takes to make the patch. Like, whenever I shoot the patch, I get 110,000? 111,000, that is. Like, when I fire a drone into the ground, it produces 111,000 coal. But it takes more than 111,000 coal to make that drone. Significantly more, in fact. So, I'll have to keep an eye on that. Because then it wouldn't be quite so funny. Okay, what goals can I work towards, though? So, uranium's half done. Copper's a good chunk done. Oxygen's getting there. I have no probes, of course, but I only have to launch 10, that is good to know. Trees, fish, arthropods, all 0 because I don't have the research yet. I'm working on it, it's just not there. And then, yeah, just petroleum and coal, okay? And then petroleum, I'm not even waiting on petroleum production, I'm actually waiting on reactor byproducts. So, somewhere in here, I have these fission reactors running, and every time they consume a fuel cell, I reprocess the spent nuclear fuel in this area. Oh no, it's in this area down here. There we go. So I reprocess the spent nuclear fuel, which can maybe be these modules, since I am processing the fuel faster than it can come in, and it has a chance output of, well, this item here. What are you called? Barite. And then barite, I require for the sequestration drones for petroleum. The coal, though, I am just waiting on coal income. And I am keeping, like, a hawk eye out on this number now, because I swear this was over 7% before. But maybe I'm just misremembering. Might also do me good to start trying to shoot coal into a wider area instead of just stacking it on this same area all the time, so that I can have more active drills. The faster I get the coal out of the ground, the faster I can have the next drone on the way. Speaking of drone, is there anything I still need to set up to be ready for... Oh, excuse me, I think I need a drink of water. Just a little tickle in the throat. So, as I was saying, is there anything I need to be ready for the tree drones? Because I will be getting those quite soon. Okay, that's the biter drones. Hold on. Okay, here's fish drones. There is trees. Okay. Oh yeah, they're at the end of the queue already. So as soon as I can make you, I can start on the tree checkpoints. I do really want to get robotics up and going, but honestly, I feel like getting trees going first would be more useful. Especially with how much research is between me and trees, I really can't be springing for robots first. Yeah, I think that's fair. Also, hilariously, this checkpoint is for 50% progress towards oxygen. I think I'm sitting around 80% right now. But anyway. Water, worms, tree seeds, tree progenitor, fertilizer, scout, construction bot. Okay, all of that super easy. Will not be an issue at all. The hardest part of this whole thing, I think, will probably be the fertilizer, but I think I am finally good on fertilizer production. Let me check out my phosphorite patch over here. 265k. And then, did I ever tap the one up this way? I think I did. Yes, so another 250k up there. And then you're just bots, okay. Or, you know, the drones. Okay. Okay. Well, at least I seem to be solid resource-wise. Science is coming along, though it does say 20 minutes before this is done. Unfortunately, I really can't eke out anymore. So much of this base is running like right on the edge of what it can produce, and this bio area in particular seems incredibly fragile for whatever reason. Like, I'm just coming down here, making sure everything is running. Worms and worm eggs are full. That's due to worms being full, it looks like. The reason I'm checking through this is because I know something through here is backed up. So... and not in a positive way. Okay, so biters... our biter progenitors have backed up, which is good. You do like to see it. And biters and arthropods are backed up. Okay. Running on the edge, and it's about to break. I won't say rude things at you. I do want to know why this is oh! I knew this was gonna be a problem. One step closer to the edge and I'm about to break. I am trying to figure out what I can do with this. I might literally on the side here strap on a tiny thing that produces iron ingots, but even then I have to get the iron ingots out somehow. I could produce some cement, I guess? Like, legitimately not sure what to do with this. Interesting steel recipe. Can I can't actually do that with the regular stuff. That's actually only a boxed recipe, which is interesting. Like, hold on, let me look at that. 1 graphite, 11 iron oxide boxes, 1 ferronickel ingot box, compressed hydrogen, and you make steel. A lot of steel. That seems amazing, actually. That seems fantastic. So, okay, what do I need? I need large furnaces for that. I need to import ferronickel boxes. I need like a tiny trickle of graphite. This is certainly not going to be like a primary source of steel or anything, but that actually seems pretty reasonable. What you been up to, by the way, Clarid? How's old Factorio been treating you recently? Ooh, that lines up poorly. I'll just use the green to underground through here. Assuming even a green's long enough for that. Ooh, perfect length. You love to see it. Okay, let's go ahead and get these cliffs out of the way just preemptively. And I might run a little strip of road over this direction. That's actually pretty poorly placed. Let's at least put it... Don't know why they're trying to remove the landfill here, but maybe let's not. Let's put the road down here so that you're a little less in the way. That does make it awkward to put the actual depots, though. So let's see. Belt inserter. 1, 2, 3 for the depot, and then 1 for comfort. So let's try road right there. Restarted my first try of 2.1. All achievements got lap, so should be good for this run. I mean, that is typically the most challenging one unless hands clean is giving you trouble. I would say hands clean is right up there with got lap because it is a struggle. Just finished blue science in C block, very nice. But the green crystal catalyst sludge processing, I cannot read. Green crystal catalyst sludge processing tech appears to be unresearchable in the unofficial 2.0. Well, that sounds problematic. Let's just bring you over here. Okay, what do I need? I need graphite, though there is graphite right up here that I'm literally having to ship out as like a byproduct, so I might steal a little bit of that and just run it down this way. If I do that, I think all I need is hydrogen. I literally think all I need is hydrogen, and I think I might be able to get hydrogen out of one of these gases. Like, let me just search for hydrogen. Compressed automatically, if possible. Let's not look at used in, let's look at sources. Clean Hands is probably going to be fine with this map, so long as they actually did fix the expansions. So 100% on everything in that list is the win. Oh, over on the left, yes. I just got 100% this out, which is not as bad as it looks. I probably have very little more to do for the copper and uranium. I just have to actually go fire those. Trees, fish, and arthropods is mostly just a matter of research. But coal and petroleum, those are gonna be time sinks. I have a feeling those are going to be challenging. I'm hoping I can start making end-game progress on probe. That is your last thing to do before these are finished. Otherwise, I'm gonna be here for a minute. Okay, I can of course just electrolyze steam or something if I wanted to. High pressure steam and graphite, funny enough, gives me hydrogen, but that's not really something I'm interested in right now. Methane and carbon dioxide. That could be interesting. I do have both of those. Benzene and steam would give me hydrogen, but too many byproducts. That produces butadiene, which isn't really interesting. Methane in a furnace produces graphite. And then graphite and steam makes carbon monoxide. Okay, I think I might have looked at that one. Yeah, that's just a boxed version of this recipe. Oh no, you're in a distillery, you're in a furnace. Wait, what? Never mind, you are different. Okay. This recipe produces graphite, you consume graphite. Which is maybe not an awful idea. I do make graphite up above, but it does seem that we are using it. You'd think space wouldn't be an issue in C-Block, but I feel I am running out. I mean, yes, you can kind of infinitely expand in C-Block, but at the same time, expanding in C-Block is painful. And you kind of want to, you know, keep things organized, keep things together, and eventually you can only keep so many things nearby, you know? Until nearby is kind of taken up. It doesn't really seem like there is any clever way to produce compressed hydrogen down here. Not that I think I need it in massive quantities. At least not anything that doesn't produce painful byproduct to deal with. So I think I'll probably just go the old, put down some heating panels, grab some water, and make some steam. And then electrolyze the steam. Do I even need anything in that case? Okay, one more time. I was literally just in here. What else do you need? Ferronickel, that's what I need. Okay, so ferronickel boxes, specifically. I will go ahead and request boxes, just to cut down on the number of trucks that have to come out here. Don't think I'm going to need very many out here, so I can always increase that if need be. Obviously, I don't have any boxes. I will have to go make those. But literally, I don't need anything else out here. And it's going to try and break my landfill. There we go. Okay. That's the main problem. I can barely kill some of the worms because of that. Oh, I missed one. Not 100% sure if the extra classes of biters is intended for C-Block. The artillery is locked behind unresearchable recipe. Yeah, the unresearchable recipes... that doesn't seem intended. That seems like maybe, possibly, a mistake. Just, you know, hear me out there. Let's grab some large furnaces. I don't think I make large furnace 2s. I mean, I guess I can try, but I don't believe I do. Apparently I do. Okay. Also, whenever I'm going to be doing a project like this, I really should try and remember, put down a random storage chest nearby, so that, if I wind up moving stuff around, the bots can just dump them in here. Just going to use the console. Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad idea. Unofficial port, kind of expected that I'd have to do something like that. Also, the sniper rifle takes gunmetal. You cannot make gunmetal. Yeah, that is kind of what you have to expect with things like that. Oh, we've got a coal shell ready to go. Let's see. Here's the coal patch. Let's grab another coal drone and pop it right in. And I guess I will go right in the middle. We've pretty much hollowed out the outsides here. How much is left in here? 87k. Maybe I'll just... So I would like to mine a little faster. So what if I just bring you down a smidge? And then just say, well, okay, you can stay up there in case I do another shell up this direction. And I guess I'll just copy you guys down bit by bit. Oh, I've got another one? Maybe you just haven't caught up to the fact that you don't have one yet. Oh, you do? What? How did I wind up with two? That doesn't make any sense. I mean, I'll take it, but I might have to go check the main base and see if something's broken, because honestly, that shouldn't be possible. Don't know what's taking Kiwi Hawk. These guys did it in less than years. Yeah. /S, obviously, but, yeah, unofficial ports are unofficial ports. I appreciate them. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't want to sell it too hard, but I kind of have history as a unofficial porter myself back in my very early Minecraft days. But, yeah, it can be hit or miss. We are keeping this flowing pretty nicely. Though it does look like these guys could output faster. So maybe I do want another setup like this. Okay, what I can do about that, I will come over here. Any regular coal that winds up in the system will be requested here and just be unloaded back onto the belt. Why would I unload it into a chest? Let's just shove it onto the belt. The reason is, if I wind up with just coal and not boxed coal in the system somewhere, I don't think the system actually has any idea what to do with it. So I'm just going to request it and shove it back on the belt. And that way I can come up here and work on stuff without too much difficulty. So I'm going to just grab this. Let me think about it. Oh, I've got a uranium drone as well. And I think I'm going to just snip the output here for a second. Allow this to drain out. And then reorganize a smidge. So let's see. If I flip you here, then I can have... Yeah, okay, I guess I can do one there. In that case, I'll just bring you up a little bit. And then I'll do one there. And one there. Okay. Both of these are backwards now. Do I care? Not at all. And then just take these belts in up into there. Oh yeah, and reconnect everything. And yeah, there was definitely some brought into here. Not a lot, but some. Okay, that's in. That's in. Let's see if that makes things any better. I realize now I'm feeding 2 green belts from 2 blue belts. That doesn't seem very useful. So I might go ahead... and just upgrade all of this to green instead. I don't really think I need to, but I don't think it's gonna hurt either. Yeah. Well, I mean, we're definitely handling it faster, at least, especially once these belt upgrades go down. Let's see. It looks like coal hardly ever reaches the end of the belt here. And when it does, it's pretty much immediately snapped up. So I think we are keeping up with 2 full green belts. Which, you know, that's fine by me. Like, we almost have a blue belt of boxed coal coming in from the mine. That's pretty silly. I also forgot to check numbers. We're currently at 10.26. So let me just lock that number in my brain and make sure it never goes down, because if it does, I need to know. I guess I can fire off a uranium drone. Let's go ahead and grab it, find our uranium area, and just add another little spot. You can go here. See, you're gonna fire it? Yeah, way down there. I don't think I need to watch you come in. Yeah, so you just haven't noticed. There you go. Okay. Oh yeah, I did want to check the coal drones and make sure there's nothing weird going on up here, because we did get 2 coal drones back to back, which as far as I know should be borderline impossible, because we should be coal constrained. And we are coal constrained, okay. How strange. Oh, there goes another satellite at least. And another 2 are on the way. Oh, you all have satellite from you. Okay, you are all building. I just am not making satellites that quickly. Fair enough, I suppose. These top 3 on each side are beaconed, though the bottom isn't. I don't think I really care that much. That's just astronomy science, and I have plenty of astronomy science. The ones on the left are reserved for the asteroid drones. Thought those were made right here. There we go. So you're stuck on excavation drones again. Why are excavation drones stuck? Okay, we're not stuck on demolition drones. Okay, finally, we have a better recipe for a couple of the bio recipes. I'll go check on that in a moment. We're missing missile 2s, which I'm sure is the backup on you. Yes. So we are missing missile 2s. I can only assume that's going to be titanium then. I did notice we were missing titanium earlier. I will check sensor 2s. I mean, okay, it's not like we have... excuse me, it's not like we have an enormous number of sensor 2s. They are coming in. Like, they are being produced. I could technically mirror you on this side also. I think I could. Let me try. Let me see. So it would involve putting pipe like that, which is fine. You can connect in here. The problem is mostly this pipe on top. But I mean, hey, if nothing else, I just go like that. And who cares? Two upgrades on you will probably reach this guy, which I could just put another power pole up here, but that seems more fun. Let's do... hold on. Something like that, and then drop to the left. And just copy your requester chest over there. And of course, you have no power still. Okay, I guess I will need a power pole. Unless I can make it work up here somehow, which I definitely can. Okay, you're just gonna go like right there, insert her there, pick up from below. And there we go, that's everything you need, and now I have 50% more sensor 2s coming in. As long as my supplies hold up, that shouldn't be an issue. Okay, anyway, titanium. Let's go look at titanium. Titanium sheets, you are being a problem. Titanium boxes, yeah, titanium plate just not coming in quickly enough, but that's not an input issue, that is just a machine issue. Okay, I mean, you're pretty easily expandable, so let's just expand you. So, grab all that. You fit there, yes, just had to make sure I wasn't breaking anything, but that does work. This does need to continue, though. So let's make sure that gets connected, as well as the sludge here, which is somewhat of an issue. You can just connect across the bottom. That's actually perfectly fine. That's all you need. Okay, no problems at all. You do need power. You do need power. Okay. Substation. Substation? Why is there a substation 1 here? Let's just put a substation 2 over here, and then once those are in, I'll get rid of this substation 1 here, and down here. In fact, let's just put a substation down here. And are you needed? No! You would cover over here fine, but you're not needed over this way. Okay, so that can go now. And then once these, or at least just you are in, then this can go. I would go ahead and just pick you up now, but you're covering the titanium sheets, which is exactly what I'm trying to produce right now. That seems a bit counterproductive. Okay, so this much is definitely going to consume more titanium ingots than I'm producing right now. Which is going to consume more graphite than I'm providing right now. Interesting. Okay, I wasn't expecting a graphite shortage. That's definitely what I'm faced with. Okay. Interesting. So this is a fluid output, importantly. You do take rutile as your input. So there is an argument to be made that I could just make another furnace set up below. You are already the highest tier furnace. And if I did make another furnace set up below, you might be thinking, well, you already don't have enough input, why would you make more furnaces? But if I made more furnaces, I could get rid of the speed modules and replace them with more productivity. Let's see, where is this coming from? Is this my main graphite production area? Yes, it is. So I think the primary issue is that you just flow past too many other things that are hungry for graphite. So you get a, you don't get like a guaranteed flow, basically. Like if other things are hungry, then you get starved because you're at the end of the line. Okay, interesting. Do I still have a surplus of graphite anywhere? That's going to be graphene, so that can be ignored. Graphite boxing request. Let's see. Okay, you're on channel 4, but you're still getting graphite, and that should be impossible. I've just learned to roll with it. It's fine. What I think I might do, you are priority 50. Let's bring you down to priority like 20. And I'm gonna go put these exact same things over by titanium. That's copper. Titanium's here. Okay, so here's your input. Let's go ahead and upgrade these belts through here. Not that I think this is really gonna help, but everything leading up to this area is green anyway. So you might as well be green. Yeah, up to right here, everything is already green, so I might as well make the last little stretch green. And then you're going to feed into at least a blue splitter. Well, you might as well be a green splitter if you're being fed from a green belt. Each one of you consumes 3.6 gravel. So there's 4 of you, that is about 15, so that should be exactly half a red belt. So as long as I can get a full red belt in here, you guys should be happy. Like right now, it looks like we have a full green belt coming in. I think the problem is that we're slowing down to a red here. Yes, so even if we could supply this one, then this one would get started. That was probably a major issue. Okay, so now, with this full input coming in, I think everyone was happy. But as this starts drying out like it is right now, I think we go back to what we were seeing before. So honestly, maybe with just that upgrade, things might be better. Okay, you are still starved for graphite, so I will continue doing with what I was saying before. So I think I'll just put graphite request here and here. Let's leave a little space. That way I can request just standard graphite here. And then this one can be graphite boxes. Full stacks. Channel 4, priority like 60. Drone request, like 10. And we'll see how that does. If I have any real issues, I can just change it, of course. Connect that in. I'll even prioritize these, I think. So input priority from the right. That way we're drawing from the main graphite supply as little as possible, and these should only be like byproduct graphites. Let's see. So if I have inserters feed here. Oh, you should be green. Then that comes out and in. And then I can have inserters feed from you as well. But you go into a boxer, so actually you don't start until like here. Okay. I think that all makes sense. Let's get a boxer up and going right there. Do you have a boxed recipe by any chance? Huh. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. That's why you're confusing. Okay, so you do have a boxed recipe. But again, that's going the other direction. That's if I need more throughput. I need more items. I need more input, not more output. Down, down. Up and up. And then I'll go ahead and just copy you and throw you over here. Oh, and you need power. So, substation. Which doesn't reach, of course. Because why would it? No power poles anywhere around. Okay, I'll just put a substation there. And there. That's fine. Let's hope these get supplied soon enough with fuel and trucks and everything. Well, I guess you have your trucks, you're just waiting on fuel. Because then I get to see if you actually go anywhere. Okay, you have steam. You were delivered to. Okay, I guess you had like a main base, or, you know, main depot trucks come to you, I guess. Fine, okay. Well, that should help titanium be a little more consistent now. I hope, at least. I mean, these are running pretty consistently now. I don't see any... Well, you're stopped. Okay, so you were still waiting for titanium. How long's the recipe? Decently long recipe. But you aren't waiting long, so that should be better. You're still Foundry 2s up here, so let's go ahead and upgrade you and get more modules into you. Because I do need more titanium rods, it looks like. Slacking on those as well. Somehow it says I have so many titanium boxes and titanium plates, and that is worrying me because I don't know why I would have that many. So let me go make sure I'm not doing something silly in an unboxing area or something. I'm bringing titanium boxes in and unboxing them. Yes, that is correct. How about you? That's correct. That's correct. Are you coming in depots, perhaps? No, I don't see them. Let me look for titanium. Request titanium plate box. Okay, so I do request them up here, and I do have a huge amount of titanium. Yes, okay. That's what I was worried about. So I do have a huge number of titanium rods and plates. Very cool. It's just the sheets that I do not have. Okay. Because I saw these down here were like pretty much empty, and I was a little worried. But okay, we are totally cool. If anything, it may be worthwhile to get a relay down here so that I can get a wire and read from the logistics system. Read contents, yes. So set output priority side. So let me grab boxes of titanium plate. Okay, that's the right side. So let's start with right side. If I want to prioritize right side, that's going to be if boxes are less than, like, 50 or something. I really don't need boxes often. And I want to prioritize the left if plates are more than, like, 1k. So if this is set up correctly, I should be right prioritized, which I am. So I should stop sending titanium plates to the main base as long as I have, like, a decent surplus over there. So all of these plates should come down and go into here. And honestly, I might do the same back this way. Read logistics contents here. Let's just copy your condition, but change you from plate to rod. There we go. So, and you're reversed. That's fine. So you become less than 50 and more than 1,000. Actually, let's... rods, huh? Let's say more than 500, because these are boxes. 500 boxes is still 2,500 rods, and that's quite a few. Though that does mean I will never have more than 500 boxes of rods. I think that's fine. I don't need boxes of rods, really. So I am perfectly happy to just prioritize down this way. Maybe I'll increase it a little. We'll split the difference. We'll say 750. There we go. So now all of the ingots coming in should come down the plates, and all of the plates coming in should come down and be made into sheet. And since we're producing 0.14 sheets per machine up here, and only consuming 0.13 plates down here, in theory we should be producing twice as many plates as we need, but that's assuming these machines stay fed, which it seems they're not. Because we still need more titanium tetrachloride, which is still graphite limited. Yeah, we could deal with a little more graphite. Also, I did notice this coal come in. So let's pop you, like, over here somewhere. Maybe right there. Kaboom! That was actually a little lopsided. I kind of wish I'd done that a little more carefully now. Because that just means I have to put down more miners over here. Not that that's a huge hassle or anything, but it is something I wish that hadn't happened. There we go. Okay, where does that get me? What am I doing? Coal did just go down. It did go down. Okay, so maybe I should not be mining the coal then. Maybe that is a problem. Maybe that is not going to give me a, as much of a benefit as I thought. Hopefully, you still get to fill up, actually. Okay, it does look like you should. These chests are always very lopsided with the way that I design these stations. They're not the best. Yeah, let's just get all that cleaned up. We do have another oil and another uranium drone, however, so let's go over that way and get those taken care of. I never was pumping the oil out, so oil at least I'm safe on. I've been making Magic Petroleum Island over here. I don't know why this one doesn't give me a reticule, but let's pop you up this way. So from 13.75 to 1775. Okay, so about 4%. And now we have uranium. So let's go throw another uranium down as well. And just throw you over there. The uranium and the copper, fortunately, are quite simple. They are just this number of drones. So resource counts don't matter for them. It's just launch this many drones and you're cool. And I'm perfectly happy to do that. Okay, so did that help titanium at all? Okay, now you're low on sodium. It looks like I probably burned through a backlog of sodium back at sodium production. Yeah, we're not keeping up with the sodium demand. Granted, that looks like we're just not keeping up with the salt demand, maybe? Oh, we have another oil drone. Not complaining. That is surprising. Let's put you, like, there. So we go from 1775 to 2106. Okay, that was only like 3 1/4 for some reason, but oh well, let's just say there's a little RNG in there, I guess. I think it's time for a sip of coffee. Oh wow, have I really been going on that long? Oh yeah, it's an hour, okay. That's how I tell how long I've been going, I guess, is how cold's my coffee by the time I take my first sip. I am doing my best not to just sit here and wait. That is kind of what I feel compelled to do at the moment, though, but allow me to try and find something I can work towards. Like the titanium. I feel like that was a meaningful upgrade. And yeah, we do have plates just sitting on the belt now. So even though I anticipate they will spend a large amount of time idle, let me just build these out here. Make sure the lubricant's connected. And yeah, you should be cool to go. Yeah, you don't get very much graphite down there, but that's fine. I was working on something down this way. I distinctly remember at the beginning of the stream coming down here and working on something. Something that involved large furnaces, actually. I do remember that much. Beyond that, no clue. Okay, it was under this area, I remember, because I was looking at these boxes of coal. Actually, it wasn't even this area, because it wasn't coal, it was graphite. Okay, it was under this area. And there they are, okay. So what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was working on iron oxide. Okay. So I do still have to put ferronickel in boxes, that is true. Don't know why you'd ever do that. Let's see, steel. That's the one I want. Copy you over there. Might as well. Cannot be flipped. Sure. Fine, why not? Funny enough, you output sludge. I literally have sludge handling right above you. I can't underground to your right, so I was gonna say I'll just run you left. How many boxes do you handle? 0.36. So with two of you, that's just over 0.7. That's 3.5 items per second. Over here, each of you produces 0.1, so unless I have 350 of these running, I think I'll be fine. So yeah, even just two of these will be plenty enough for any amount of production over there. So let's just go ahead and make a bespoke setup down here. If it needs to be expanded, I guess we just have a gap. I think I'm okay with that. Also, you are way up there. So what if I just go ahead and raise you up this way? I know I'm feeding a blue from a green, but we are already blue over here. In fact, the belt feeding you initially is only blue, so we're only green here for underground length. Interesting. You have more solid inputs. Two other solid inputs, in fact. Though they're both pretty minuscule. So maybe I'll have fun. Maybe I'll do this in a fun way. Okay, hold on. I'll put you here. You go on the corners. And then let's just say in front of the hydrogen inputs here, I'll have a belt that feeds inputs up here. That actually works out great with this depot. And you'll pick up here and then just drop two further down. Yeah, I mean, that works. Why is there, like, ferronickel wire inserter 1s and rail signals in here? Like, what are the bots doing, man? Also, let's get a little bit of power down this way. That's gonna grab a beacon. It's not gonna stay. That's just the easiest way to get power down here. Oh yeah, I still need to get the, I want to say helium. It's not helium. Hydrogen! I still need to get the hydrogen in here somehow. Which does mean, perhaps, you get the underground there, because that's the only way I can see getting access to this pipe. And that's where I got distracted before, actually. I was trying to figure out a good source of compressed hydrogen, and I think I came up with the conclusion that I just wanted to make steam and boil it. I don't think there's any need to get any more complicated than that. So I can make high-pressure steam from wastewater. The problem is that a heat exchanger 3 requires the temperature of a reactor. That's why I have a goofy little reactor set up somewhere. In other words, this recipe here cannot be made with just the heat from like a solar heat panel or something like that. I could, of course, also run a boiler, but that's just goofy. On the other hand, this is wastewater created from sludge handling, and the idea of turning sludge into wastewater back into sludge is pretty funny. I do have to respect the comedic aspect there, and I do have to have one boiler somewhere in the base. I've said that like 3 times now and then just immediately noped out. But, like, come on, I've got to have one boiler somewhere. And this would be a pretty funny place to put it, all things considered. I literally don't even know where the boilers are. Like, not a bit, doing my best. There they are. Okay, so it does have to be a boiler 2 specifically. I don't even think I craft these anywhere. Like, if I just put you over there... Yeah, I don't even make boiler 2s. So I'd have to make, like, a bespoke area of boiler 2s for this. Which, honestly, just, again, kind of adds to it. So I'd have to bring the wastewater down, or maybe I just put you over here. I think that's fine. Let's say you underground at, like, this level here. This boiler is gonna need its own substation. And again, I think that just kind of adds to it. I think that's just kind of funny. Okay. So you're going to boil wastewater. Which means I do need a pump on you. Make you overflow. And then, let's see. You connect in here, which works out well enough, I suppose. Make sure to connect the pipes in, and now I should have high pressure steam. And I should have a supply of sludge coming in once everything else starts running properly. I would assume. Okay. Hilariously, there's even a way here to turn an overflow of effluent into wastewater and sludge. Oh, we got a copper drone ready to go. I do overflow effluent somewhere. Let me go find that real quick. I legitimately do not remember where that is. Okay, so there you are. Let's overflow at 90% instead. Just to be absolutely sure we only void this if I need to. Because you are used in worms and stuff like that. And what I think would be really funny is to come over this way, put another one of these guys down, like, right here. So here's the effluent recipe. You also take fresh water, which is not a problem. Let's just flip you around. So there's effluent right there. Let's go ahead and connect in the fresh water. And let's get a small pump. Put you right there. And then you're going to be an overflow at, say, 70% or something like that. And then, of course, wastewater can just come down and in. And then sludge will come up and over somewhere. Let's see, sludge can go right there. And in. But also, once again, we are only producing this for the sludge. Oh no. We're producing it for the wastewater, but we don't want to back up on sludge. Yeah, we can void as much wastewater as we need. And genuinely getting rid of the effluent is not a bad thing. But I do not want to jam up the sludge. That is something to be careful of. Let's make sure you're a top up and put you on like 30 or something. Once you get placed, of course. And then I'll go deal with that copper drone that's blinking at me, and then I'll go craft the boiler. Well, okay, while I'm waiting for that to get placed, I guess I can go ahead and run pipe. Actually, I guess I can just go ahead and electrolyze you immediately. Oh, and we've got a new research. So I think an electrolyzer 2 is going to be more than enough for this. And there we go. So the oxygen, I should be able to just vent immediately. I might even... Yeah, there's no reason not to. Try and pass the oxygen on this way. Maybe it's just a top-up or something. So let's throw you in there. Top up. I'll have to lower that number in a second. But did you get placed? Yes, you did. Let's go ahead and make you a top up to like 40% to make sure. Something to make sure we don't overfill the sludge line. And then I'll do the same for oxygen down here. I'll grab a closed turbine to decompress the compressed oxygen. Where does that line up? Right there. Oh, I can just move you, that's no big deal. Literally just 1 square forward. Okay. And then we overflow this way and just vent the excess oxygen, which is where most of it is going to wind up. Like, let's just be real, most of it's coming down this way. And that's fine. I mean, the only reason we're doing any of this is because we wanted the hydrogen to begin with. So let's not forget to make a connection there and connect you in. You can produce 375, and you consume 8. Yeah, and that's assuming these are both running full uptime, which they will not be. So this is plenty enough. Okay, I do still need to steal some of the graphite from up here. So where could I get a belt like that? Okay, I think I actually like the idea of intercepting you somewhere like in here. One more. One more. Perfect length. Okay. You probably just need to be a blue. Perfect. Okay. So you come out this way, come down, come in, and down. This is, of course, boxed graphite. So once I get to here, go ahead and do something like that. And then inserter with a boxing machine in the middle. Let's just have you output to the inside of the belt. And then this can output to the outside of the belt. And these guys need basically none of these. You take 0.03 each of graphite and the boxed ferronickel. So basically none. Then you just output steel and sludge. Easy peasy. We've got another coal ready to go as well. I swear the coal goal is lower than it was just a minute ago. It's at 9.11. And I have not been mining that coal anymore, so I do not know why the number would have gone down. Well, all the same, let's just put some coal in the ground and see if it ever goes down again. Now we're up to 1271. Also, I remember the copper, so let's get more copper in over here. Just fill in the gap, I guess. We also have a uranium, so let's get some uranium on the go. Again, just fill in the gap, I guess. And since I'm back in map view, let's come up to where ferronickel is produced. Thought that was empty for a second and was kind of panicking. Ferronickel, here you are. So we make ferronickel here, and you do get loaded into a supply depot. We do have a full supply depot of ferronickel ingots. Just trying to figure out like where I could squeeze this. I guess I could put this here. I could also put it here. I don't really like putting it here, even though that lines up better with this belt. So let me put it here. And then I just have to figure out how I'm gonna feed you. I guess this can move backwards. And then I can put you here. And that's not super awful. Oh, you need to be a boxer. In which case... yeah, you actually need to be more like there. There we go. And of course, you have no power. So let's bring a power pole down and get that all set up. Okay, I think it's time for another sip of cold coffee now. And I might go ahead and set a somewhat reasonable limit on you. I don't need that much ferronickel boxed, so no real reason to keep a whole bunch of it. Might as well make you logistics connected as well. And I did notice that copper drone, so I will go ahead and just shoot another one over this way. So now with the ferronickel in order, I lost it. I have no idea where that was. I think it was down here somewhere. There we go. Okay, so we do have 4 trucks now bringing ferronickel in. That's gonna be plenty of trucks. We do not need more trucks than that. Also, this is just regular oxide, not boxed oxide. That's gonna be an issue. Okay, time to have fun. You can have a boxer. You can have a boxer. You pick up from 2 tiles in front of you, as do you. And, let's see. You pick up from below. And that would put you kind of there. Yeah, because I can't mirror these, right. Okay, well, you can just go there. And I'll extend the underground one further, I guess. Have fun. But yeah, as soon as this gets placed, and this gets placed, that should give you boxes of iron oxide. This is showing up pretty soon. That'll give us boxes of ferronickel. And that should be all we need for the steel. We're still waiting on the compressed hydrogen. Oh, that's just because we don't have the boiler. Alright, I have so many little dots, apparently. Oh, including you, which is interesting. I do actually need to make night vision 3. Do I need to make armor plates? Eventually. Not immediately. The boxed recipes can all go. Let's make sure I get rid of all of these. And the unboxing recipes, of course. That one I actually want to keep. Those, I believe I want to keep. What are you? You can go away, that's fine. Okay, so those I do want to keep. Boiler, you take a boiler 1, a medium furnace, and a heat exchanger 3. So, I'm gonna be so funny. I'm not going to automate this. I'm just going to come down here somewhere. I'm gonna request the part. So you take one of these. You take a medium furnace 3, I think it was. And a boiler 1. Which I also don't make. You take transformer heat exchanger 1, medium furnace 2. So transformer, medium. Was it medium furnace 1? I could have swore the image looked like a medium furnace 2. You know what? I'm just gonna request both. It'll be one of them. It was a medium furnace 2, okay. And ceramic powder. So let's get ceramic powder. Guess that can go away then. Okay, it says ceramic powder is on the way. While they're bringing that, I guess I'll go fire the next copper drone. Let's see. Here's the copper area. Just pop it over there. And yeah, that's what I thought. It looks like they're bringing ceramic powder in from really far away, because I think I put the request in before I checked the request from buffers chest. So they might be a second. A little hard to tell. Oh, sulfuric acid is full. That's always good to see. Okay, so that is everything I need. Let's pick that up. Oh, and a heat exchanger 1. I didn't get a heat exchanger 1, huh? Still have another copper drone, I guess. Let's go fire off another copper drone, I suppose. Oh, and uranium just came in. Let's get a uranium out here. And there we go. Now I should be able to make you. Yes, I can. Let's go. So, why is my generator empty? You're full of empty canisters. And there we go. Boiler 2. Have at it, bots. Just getting rid of some random junk I happen to have on me for some reason. Haven't looked in here in a while. Oh, okay, they're bringing the logic dies back. I guess I request those. That's fine, I guess. And another copper, okay. Hold on, where is copper? Over here, there we go. Got lost in my own mess. Okay, let's just keep the ore blob expanding. And there we go, perfect timing. Okay, that's producing the compressed hydrogen we need, and that's gonna make us a little bit of steel. So this is certainly not our primary source of steel or anything, but it is gonna make some all the same. I guess I'll ship it out from down here. We already have another copper ready to go. Not that that's a bad thing, I'm just surprised. Okay, looking good, and let's remember to load those as well. And it probably doesn't do me any good to leave you as boxes, does it? I guess I can leave you as boxes, and I might as well get some productivity in here. Free steel is free steel. And let's go request steel somewhere up this way. Maybe a little trickier than I thought it would be. Okay, so you can request steel. Okay, not too bad, not too bad. So steel can come in here and we can actually input priority from this side. This power pole, of course, is one tile off, so let's just upgrade it. Let's get a boxer in here. You unload into there, and then blues out. So up and up, down and down. And properly offset. And that should unload steel onto this belt. Might even go ahead and make you a green. I don't think we're ever going to have that much steel, but you know, might as well have the option to. Okay, I think that's all I needed to do over here. You should get your trucks relatively quickly, because we're right up near the top of the base. Yeah, there you go. Do I really have more copper? I do already have another copper. Okay, well that's going very quickly for some reason. Let's go ahead and pop you off. It's going to bring us up to about 75%. Let's see. So now that we're pulling the iron oxide out, is that helping biters at all? A little bit. Your belt's still pretty full, but you're full on eggs mostly at this point. I could probably do something about the eggs. It would just be a little tricky. Let me go ahead. You are already egg overflow. Okay. I'm just a little confused what you're stuck on then. Okay, it does look like the iron oxide is still what you're stuck on. Interesting. Also, we already have several boxes of steel ingots, actually. That's kind of surprising. Power is being an issue, as always. Power stores are low. Wind is pretty much dead. We do at least have the backup turbine, or the backup reactor, that should be helping up a little bit. Yeah, you each consume about 1. Well, let's just say 1.5, a little more than 1.5 iron oxide a second. And these guys only produce 0.1. So each one of these should do 15 of these. Which is actually a much lower number than I got before. I think somehow, last time I did that math, I was off by a factor of 10. I like moved a decimal point somehow. If it's 1 to 15, I actually do need more furnaces. Even if only barely. Okay, well, granted, we're only 2 off from perfect, and we do send some out this way. So maybe I'm okay. Because in theory, as long as we are getting pickups over here, we should only need to do half the machine capacity. Yeah, it does look like we're no longer backed up on the stuff, which is a good sign. It does mean these should be running. It does seem that they are. Okay, so this is up and running again. Very good, love to see it. All of these machines are running now. Again, very good, love to see it. This is running good. Okay. I mean, yeah, can't really ask for much more than that. So let's make sure everything else is running okay. How are fish? Fish is backed up, okay. I mean, that is the main product, so that's fine. That's good. What about fish production? That's backed up on oil. What can I do about that? So you are used in making paraffin. Paraffin is full, though. I could add a tank, perhaps. Wouldn't be an awful idea. Okay, let me think about that. I don't want to get rid of this connection here. So instead, what if I just did a big old tank over this way? But I leave enough room that I can get some pipes and some pumps and stuff in here. So one pump that way, one pump that way, and then I guess you can come in one square that way. So you're going to be top up, you're going to be overflow, and I don't even care about the paraffin really all that much. I just want to be able to convert it into, or convert the oil into paraffin, just to get rid of the oil. Because I don't think there's all that much I can do with the oil that would be more useful. Like, I can convert you into fatty acids and glycerol, but I don't think I'm having trouble with those. In fact, fatty acids... well, maybe I could use a little more fatty acids. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Well, I'm waiting for these to get placed either way. So, top up, only if we drop below like 30%. And then overflow 80 seems reasonable. That just allows these machines to run again. So let's see, in a chemical plant, I can make fatty acids and glycerol, but I don't think I have a glycerol pipe. Yeah, I don't have a glycerol pipe. See, I do have oil this way, though. Okay, so what if I set up shop like right around in here or something? Grabbed a couple chemical plants at about this level here. Okay, that produces oil. That is the opposite of what I want, and that could have very easily been the recipe I was looking at. No, okay, you're just in a distillery. The other way. Okay, other way around, my bad. Let me actually find where I make you with the expensive recipe. That would be a good place to do cracking. At least thematically appropriate. Yeah, so here's where we produce oil. What if on the other side? Over here. Then I crack oil back into those ingredients if they are needed. So let's not be in the way of the underground pipes, and I'll just throw like 4 machines over this way. Probably overkill. Don't really care. You're right up against that roboport. Let's bring you guys down a smidge. And maybe over 1 or 2 more, since those pipes are right there. Also, we have no bacteria. That's probably something I should look into very soon. Okay, where's the recipe that I'm looking for? There you are. So you do need a source of steam. That's not a big deal. Then that makes fatty acids and glycerol. So we have glycerol up here. So I'll probably just throw you into a big old tank somewhere. Just make sure that I have a pump facing this way so that I don't get any of this glycerol flowing backwards into the tank. That seems pretty wasteful. Okay, so here's my underground. Let's have the oil be the 1 tall. That can just be pipe, that's fine. And then let's get these underground connections linked in. And then same for steam. So steam gets to be the 2 tall. We just completely botch that. There we go. And underground them into place. And I'll figure out a source of steam in a second. So fatty acid. Okay, so that's over here. Okay, let's just make you pipe. There's no reason you can't just be pipe. Yeah, no good connections, really. Best I can do is, like, here. And that makes connecting to glycerol interesting as well. So let's bring you back at least to, like, here. And then I'll connect the glycerol up this direction. Maybe even move you back a smidge and put the pump right there, just so I definitely do not forget the pump. That seems reasonable. Okay, so you get to be the 1 tall. Let's connect you in with undergrounds. And up that way. And might as well make you take as little room as I can. Okay, all cool. And then let's get the 2 tall in here. Along with your undergrounds. Hold on. You are not correct. Okay. I can still fix this. I put you here, and then all of this moves there. Okay, problem solved. Now we have a glycerol connection. Still have to figure out your tank and everything, but at the very least I have an output for you now. Also, it might be cool to make you a top-up. That way I use this glycerol first, rather than pulling glycerol from elsewhere in the base. Okay, and now you can just come up and into here. Oh, and that's a perfect length. Look at that. Like it was planned. It certainly wasn't, but it sure is like it. You should also have a pump on you, actually. To make sure I don't accidentally stuff this too full, I'm gonna make you a top up to like 40% or something like that. I think the expensive recipe up here is a 30%. Yes, it is. Which is why this up here is locked to 30% right now, because currently the expensive recipe is where my fatty acid is mostly coming from. And I've lost the area I was just working in. Whoops. Well, let's do this and look for oil. There we go. And maybe, wouldn't be an awful idea to get a little holographic screen in here. Maybe I'll even give you a circuit readout with a tiny tank, just like I did for some of the other materials that I produce up above. Actually, that works pretty much perfectly right there. You have a capacity of 20k. I do need a comparator in the middle, otherwise things won't make very much sense. So, arithmetic. So, I would take the input, divide by 20k to give me a percentage, but then I'd need to multiply by 100 to give me a integer representation of that percentage, because Factorio doesn't do floating points, of course. So I actually want to divide not by 20k, but by 200. Also, my input and output here is going to be oil. Or not. This is fatty acid. Well, that breaks pipe extents anyway, so... oh well. I actually wanted to do this for oil anyway. Yeah, pipe extent here is 300. But you know... where do you go up here? Okay, so you do have an input up that direction. What if I did just put a pump like right here, though? Pipe extent 170. So close, yet so far. I can just bring you back 2 places and put a pump right there. Now 55, yeah. If I need to, I could even put a pump on the side, but we are now perfectly fine. So once more, small tank. Let's put you... gotta be a little careful because we will actually connect to the above line there. So let's just put you like right here. This doesn't have to be an underground yet, but now you do. And then let's see. So the 200's still in there, but let's make sure oil goes in. And then your output goes into the holographic sign, of which we need oil again. Read circuit signal, read oil, and you are just oil. You can do it, guys. I believe in you. There we go. I forgot to put a percent in there. There we go. So now I can see at a glance oil's at 40%. Your top up 40%? That makes sense. These machines will continue running to fill up this pipe back here and to fill up their own internal buffers, but as you can see, their buffers are filling, so they are not outputting into this pipe. And then you. See, you are fatty acids. Top up 80 is probably too high since we make fatty acids at the fish area, but I will top you up to like 40%. That way we will drain the fatty acids from in here before we use the expensive recipe up there. I might even get a couple large tanks involved in here. Like, what if I just pop you guys right in there? You're separated by pumps anyway. Like, that does just make sense. And then I need a source of steam. Just checking to see if I have steam up here. Doesn't look like anything up here makes steam. Nothing this way makes steam. You make steam down here, actually. But not enough. You rely on your turbines to recirculate the water here, so I won't steal from you. You're fine. At least I think. Maybe you're not as dependent on water recirculation as I'm thinking. Like, it looks like only half of your hydro plants run. Well, that's because you're supplying water. Never mind. You aren't even running. We aren't even burning wood chips right now. Which is kind of curious. Honestly, I have no idea what I'm using wood chips in, even. You're being used to make biters. Interesting. Right now, we aren't even producing anything because wood is backed up. Okay, you're not producing because sugar's backed up, and you aren't producing because tree seeds are backed up. That is a problem, actually. A problem that I really should deal with. Okay. It's actually that trees themselves are backed up. Wow, okay. So, I'm not producing wood chips because I have too much wood. No, okay, wood is actually completely empty, never mind. I actually need wood. Okay, weird. So you are backed up on trees. The tree belt is full. But you have trees in you. You are usually a consumer of trees, but you can't output because logs are full inside you. But that's only because you can't output. You can't output because you're full on tree seeds, but tree seeds are full because you're full on trees. Wild. I can turn tree seeds into cellulose and oil. Not exactly a prospect I enjoy. Don't even know where I would do that. But it does seem like it needs to be done. Okay, so if I go here, then I can underground this primary belt. Get rid of you. All the way up there, so you just connect. Okay, wonderful, awesome. You don't need tree seeds or anything, so this whole thing can just go away. Okay. A good start. Good so far. I did not want to do the splitter over here because I do think I'm going to need to loop around to the right somehow. That's what I'm anticipating. I could also feed backwards. That is the thing I could do. This is so awful. This is so bad. I hate this so much. Okay, idea time. What does this output again? Oh, I can use tree seed, sodium hydroxide, and sulfuric acid to make chelating agent. And that would actually be kind of nice because I think at the moment I'm spending phosphorus to make chelating agent. Okay, yeah, let's just make the big, ugly, awful belt snake, I guess. And I'll have a row of crushers starting here. So let's just get the spacing correct. You can just run this way, I guess. Yeah, I don't see a better way of doing this. I'm just undergrounding you on principle. Pull you up, take you over. You come just kind of arbitrarily this way. Chelating agent does take sulfuric acid, which I actually have literally right here, bizarrely enough. So I can just bring that down. Yeah, okay, let's bring the machines down one. And I definitely don't need that many. Definitely not. So let's just change you now to regular tree seed destruction, wherever that is, this one right here. Yeah, in fact, let's just do that. We're good. So I do want to make sure I grab all the tree seeds that I can. So drop two, and then any of them make it past, make it to this last one. Let's see, you also need sodium hydroxide. Let's just keep a chest full of sodium hydroxide, I guess. What are you? You are sugar. It's a really far distance to get sodium hydroxide, so I'm thinking about being a little funny. Just a little funny. Just a little funny. I'm putting a buffer depot here for sodium hydroxide. And then bots can just carry you that distance instead. Yeah, you need 1-to-1 sodium hydroxide with the tree seeds. So if this is ever actually like really going, you're gonna need a lot. In fact, let's just make all of you green, I guess. And then pick up from the side. Request from buffer. I'm not even gonna put the request in until this gets built, because I don't need you yet. And there we go. Okay, so I know it's going to take time for this to fill with sodium hydroxide. I might just bite the bullet and accept that the bots are going to have to do a big load here for the very initial run, but then if tree seeds are actually coming up here, then they have a closer place to grab some from. I don't know though, that's a little silly. Let's go ahead and get the tree seeds worked in. And I guess while I'm waiting, I can go ahead and get the effluent work done, along with the output. So, one of you makes cellulose, one of you makes cellulose and chelating agent. Both at 10 per second. So I think I will do this. Filter this one to cellulose. Might as well do the same here. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to have you drop here. And you guys are going to output into a boxer machine. And let's go ahead and make you green inserters. And then cellulose has gotta be in here somewhere. Okay, come on. Is this the only part of the entire biofactory that doesn't have cellulose? There's a belt of cellulose. Do I ever do anything with this belt of cellulose? Barely. You get turned into biters, but the biters take up 0.01 per second. Not exactly like 20 per second. Okay, maybe I'll just have another provider down here somewhere, I guess. Maybe? I'm kind of out of room. Can't really move the pipes again. That's not super cool. Yeah, okay, just provider over that way. I can't say that I care that much. I'm going to use 2 inserters just to put the items on both sides of the belt. And you can come out this way. Yeah, how am I supposed to get a belt through this? Okay, perfect length. I mean, I'm not going to argue with that. It's like it was planned. Sure wasn't. But it is like it. And in you go. In fact, I could just move you, I guess. Actually, there. No, I had you right the first time. There we go. Oh, you are ugly now, though. You know what? You go up there, whatever, who cares? Who cares? In you go. Oh yeah, effluent oil. Oh, you are not the same. You look identical, but you are different. Okay. Also, you don't take sulfuric acid. Okay. I wasn't prepared for that one, actually. I wasn't prepared for that one at all. Well, I can underground effluent this way. In you go, and then I can underground oil this way. I just don't have anywhere for that oil to connect to. Like, at all? Absolutely nowhere at all. I can't even underground you down or anything. Okay, let's just send you down this way. And I guess from there you can go over. And then you can intercept oil. Let's go ahead and get a pump in you, just so I don't take up your whole pipe extent here. I mean, it's only like 30 or something, but still, it's just good practice. It also indicates that this is a one-way flow. I should probably do the same with this oil connection. Not that I really can. I guess I can from here. Hold on. So you are a producer, so this is strictly producing. Okay. I guess I can throw you in there. Okay, so this produces chelating agent as soon as you have sodium hydroxide. This now has sodium hydroxide inside. So you hit E there. Pick up from the right. Oh, and filter. You're going to be strictly chelating agent, otherwise you will pick up cellulose. There we go. Also, I decided long ago I was going to pronounce this chelating agent despite having absolutely no idea how it's actually pronounced. It could be chelating agent, could be chelating agent, for all I know. I'm just going to call it chelating until otherwise corrected. There also seems to be tree seeds in the network, and I guess this is a perfectly fair place to avoid any tree seeds that do wind up in the network. And let's go ahead and raise your priority, just so this never clogs, but not super high. Not super high. I do know I have another uranium down there. I will get to it momentarily, game. Let's see. You're fine. You're fine. This is only to deal with the excess tree seeds, but I will go ahead and add a little productivity to this, I guess. Because, I mean, this does consume sulfuric acid. This is consuming sodium hydroxide. Even though I'm trying to avoid the tree seeds, I'm getting something useful out of it. And then this one truly just voids the tree seeds, if need be. Trying to see if there is anything else I need to do, or if this is just good, but I think we are just good. Okay, so that does give me a new source for the trees. The trees are going. This one is still stuck on sugar. I did mean to go look at bacteria production. I remember bacteria production was stopped. So let's go find bacteria. What's up with you? Bacteria is full up here. Oh, we have a pipe disconnection. Yeah, there's something built in the way. Oh, no, you are supposed to be bacteria. I just didn't build you correctly. There you go. That's been broken a long time. Whoops. Oopsie daisy. Let's get that corrected. And I guess while I'm waiting on that, I will go do the uranium. There you go. Fire away. Okay, you fired, and it looks like I still have another one. So let's get you to fire over there. Do I have more, perhaps? Okay, let me just set a couple targets. Nope. Okay, there we go. So I had 3. Well, 3 still quite a few. Especially when I struggled so hard to get the first one. RNG was not my friend at the beginning there. Oh, and of course there's a copper. Like it was waiting. Oh, uranium complete. Okay, there we go. So I can come down this way somewhere. So here's the copper one. I can get rid of the alarm on the uranium one, because I no longer need to be alerted of when uranium is ready to go. I feel like I haven't had copper or oil in a long time, so let me go look at my drone production area. Should be up this way somewhere. Also, let me go ahead and finish off my coffee. It's 2 hours old at this point, so, you know. Yeah, age was not doing that any favors. Couple more satellites on the go. But what about you? Oh, rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is my holdup now. Well, okay, never mind. That's for the miners, at least. Now, that's still a problem, don't get me wrong. I do need to go look at that, but I wanted to look at these guys. Okay, you are oil limited at this point. That is a surprise. You are coal. Okay, so none of the other stuff is a problem. You are still normal. You're not getting any coal in at the moment, however, which is a little strange. You, likewise, are not getting any petroleum in at the moment, which is also a little weird. Yeah, no oil coming in. 1 box of coal coming in. Maybe the bacteria stuff I broke had also broken petroleum? Carbon dioxide is full. Carbon monoxide is full. Carbon dioxide is full. You know, fair enough. Let me see. Which part of this is lossy? Okay, so you're the one who takes carbon dioxide and does something with it. But then you produce a byproduct that's sent down here, which then produces more carbon dioxide. So this part right here should be top up only. Okay, fair enough. So, top up. And then I can just go ahead and clear this, and everything else should begin running again. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't think there should be any problems now. Just making sure this pipe doesn't edge too far above 80%. I might even go ahead and reduce this a bit, give myself a little more headroom here. Just because when these machines run, they do directly output onto this pipe. These machines output directly onto this pipe. But that shouldn't be a problem. That should be well within the capacity of this machine to deal with. I think the only problem is that both these and these were running, which filled up both this pipe and this pipe. And that became an issue. But yeah, now it looks like we are doing just fine. Yeah, all the buffers have emptied. Yeah, you still can't quite keep running. You are definitely always full. But we are letting some through now, because we are like hovering right at that 60% mark, which tells me this pump is keeping it there. A little hard to tell, but I think that number is going down. Maybe, maybe not. Possibly. It might be different all the way at the back. Yeah, that number is lower. So we are emptying, even if it is slowly but surely we are. Why are you a single purple inserter? How does that make any sense? Let's go down and down, up and up. Okay, so we are keeping up with iron oxide down this way, so biters should be able to run pretty much as fast as they like now. Let's see. Back this way. Yes, so we are making progress here. Very good. Okay. So everything up this way seems just fine. The bacteria area, let me go double check on that, wherever that is. Okay, so something in here was broken in terms of the bacteria pipe. It was you right here. Okay, so bacteria is able to flow down now. We are all cool. Everything down this way should have bacteria again. Does look to be so. And now this over here will turn bacteria and sugar boxes into methanol, carbon dioxide, and wastewater. Carbon dioxide's just shoved onto the main carbon dioxide pipe. The wastewater is voided. And the methanol is also just shoved back onto the main pipe. Okay, I mean, that seems cool to me. It's a small cost in bacteria, but mostly this area up here is actually here to get rid of sugar boxes, which is so funny because sugar used to be so expensive, but now I'm actually spending some bacteria in order to get rid of sugar. These are distillery 2s. Let's go ahead and upgrade those. Also, you have yield modules. Is that really what I want? I don't think that's what I want at all. That doesn't make any sense. Okay, I will increase this number so that you only run when I really truly have a surplus of bacteria. I'll also enable and disable these inserters based on how many boxes of sugar I have in logistics, I guess. But right now I have 13k. Let's make sure I keep at least 8k. Or, so, greater than. Okay. And then let's swap these out for speed modules. There we go. Oh, you're a well 1. You're actually not going to be fast enough, so let's upgrade you. Also, for whatever reason, power is still struggling. So, while it's only struggling a little bit, I think I will go ahead and get another power tile going up this way. There we go. Get that up and running. And kind of as is tradition at this point, I will also grab a whole section of Tier 2 stuff this way. And bring it up a line. I just have to zoom far enough out that I can actually get you up there. And hope I don't just massively break everything. So you should all be marked for upgrade. Indeed, and then all of this is going to get broken and replaced. There's all this Tier 1 stuff up here that isn't really helping anything, but it's also not hurting anything, so I might as well just leave it be. I could, of course, also come over to one of these volcanic gas areas if I really wanted to and set up another volcanic power area. Honestly, that's just annoying, and I don't feel like it right now. Much easier to just copy and paste a little more power up that way. Getting ready to set up beacons and modules and C-block. Ah, very nice. Angel Bob's beacons, like that's always a big one, because, I don't know, I feel like I especially do not transition into beacons and modules as quickly as most people do. That's not usually a priority for me. But at the same time, Bob's modules, they're pretty good. They're pretty nice. Oh, yeah, there was something to do with modules that had to do with bio stuff. I don't remember how that was. I put off bio stuff until like the very end of my playthrough. So I had all of the bio stuff available all at once, and it just blurs together in my memory. But at the same time, I do remember that being like a big deal. Yeah, the bio stuff is, it looks scarier than it is, but at the same time, it's one of those things that I usually don't deal with until I am forced to deal with it. Okay, so I do have petroleum. We're low on fatty acids. Didn't I set something up recently that produced fatty acids? Like, I'm pretty much certain of that. Fatty acids from oil, yes. I doubt I ever finished that, actually. I think they still needed steam, and I got distracted. Yes, okay, so let's get these guys some steam while I'm here. How much steam do you need? 1,000. Okay, well, I'm not gonna be needing to crack that much heavy oil. Let's just go ahead and give you another large tank up this way. And then, okay, so this can be steam input, I guess. Heat exchanger 2s. Okay. And you're gonna boil just Fresh water, I don't want to deal with the byproducts. And fresh water is pretty easy to make. Especially with multi-step circuit recipes. I mean, everything in Bob's and especially Angel's is multi-step, so that doesn't narrow it down too much. But I do get what you mean. Like, you're already dealing with so much complexity, you might as well get the most out of it. Go heat pipe 2. Connect these all together. I will go ahead and get a thermal tank just shoved on the side. And then we'll get some solar collectors in here. That, of course, are only horizontal, so... Cool. You know, I guess I can continue up that way. Do you like 4 wide? Because you do get neighbor bonuses. And so actually the more sides you are surrounded, the more efficient you are. I will also you down, maybe? How many panels is it per? Might as well do one more just to get the most out of my middle panels. Max consumption 8.5 megawatt. And I need at least 3 of these running. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about exact ratios or anything too much. I'm just going to throw some solar panels on here and call it a day. There we go. You know what? Other side, you can also have a thermal tank. Have fun. Still need to step up biters for Module 2 and 3, along with black circuits. Let me think. Oh, the microprocessors. That's the one you're talking about, right? The little ones. I think microprocessors is what they were called. Been a minute, though. Wonder, is there any better way to get this yet? Just out of curiosity. Nah, not really. Actually, I just remembered I have a source of clean water on the bus over this way. You do take a good bit of water though, so maybe I do want to give you a bespoke system rather than just siphoning off from the main pipe there. Like if I do put you here, you clean fresh water to how much? 340. Each one of you takes 275. If I upgrade you, now you're 680. So 550 apiece. So that's 1100. I think I can get to 1100 with speed modules, but I'd honestly just rather have a second plant. And you go, you get to be too tall, but you also just immediately void. And yeah, you can handle 160 absolutely no problem. Each one of you takes 2 tier 2 wells, which if I could flip you, would be no problem, but since I can't, is only very mildly annoying. Indigo. And you do, I believe, all have power. Except this guy right on the edge. So you know what? You all come in 1 square. Have fun. Oh, hey, how you doing? I'm gonna call you Radagast. The circuits above blue circuits. Circuits above blue circuits. Bobs and angels. Yeah, I can't remember what those look like. I mean, high-tier circuits. I get the concept, even if I don't remember exactly which ones they were. The final circuit. Okay, so definitely up there then. Which, I mean, I would assume, given you were talking about how they require the biters, which are kind of the end of the line for the biological products as well. As well, fill all this in. Okay, there we go. Why are the bots having such a hard time building? Oh, well, because they're building the power stamp. I forgot. The power stamp is always a little demanding on them. My bad, guys. Podcast is fine. YouTube added the random stuff somehow, and I can't fix it. You're all good, man. Hope you're having a good one. In my case, I'm trying to set up something to void some of this excess oil and just turn it back into the products of what I was using to originally make it, because other things are stopped up now. And I think this should be fine. I'm just a little shy on construction bots at the moment, because they're building a new strip on the power area. So they're somewhat busy, understandably. They're they're kind of filling in an ocean and building on top of the new land as they go. First time you caught me live. Oh, well. Thank you for making the time. Solution, more bots. I'm not that far away from tier 4 bots, actually. I'm just trying to beeline for the placement drones. Trees first, then next is fish, and then biters down here, so that I can finally start making progress on them. I imagine I still have quite a lot of gameplay once I have the drones to place new arthropods and fish and such. So I'm trying to get those going first, and then go for tier 4 bots, even though tier 4 bots would be very nice. Speaking of which, how is science doing? 3.5 hours. That can't be right. At that rate, like, we're already 80% of the way done. If that estimate was correct, it would take me days to have done this research. Science per minute 10. Yeah, what's going on? Yeah, all the labs are dead, except for these two. So, what you got? Purple's dead. It sure is. Battery 2s. Okay, battery 2s, what are you doing? Ah, geode washing. How is, let's see, geode washing, so that's going to take sulfuric acid? Well, it's different acids for the different colors, but I believe it was primarily sulfuric acid. I was just running it back through my head, because I had a decently large geode washing area, I think. There we go, finally, battery 2s. Okay, I have so many battery 2s, what are you on about? I can upgrade your modules, though, to make you cheaper. Let's go ahead and give you beacons to compensate as well. I can actually cover all of you in a single large beacon. Can I double beacon you? Maybe, but I don't want to build you on top of the road, but it does look like that just barely works. If it doesn't, well, oh well. Chronically short of titanium, iron, and everything. I know the feeling. This pack has little trucks. Oh yeah, I have, what are they even called? If I mouse over them. Transport drones, but specifically transport drones continued. It is a specific compatibility mod for Nullius as well. That doesn't come stock with Nullius, like if you just grab the Nullius mod pack, but that is something that is available, and I have elected to add myself. They are very nice. They've been an integral part of my entire factory, just pretty much from the moment I unlocked them. They're slower than logistics bots by a decent margin, but they have much larger capacities. And of course, they require the road as well, but I actually really like the road because it helps me, like, cordon things off. It helps me think about where certain areas are gonna be. I don't know, I've grown to really like the road as I've been playing. And let's change you to be the ore readout. Much better. You are double tier yield. Yes, you are. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I love the trucks. The trucks are great. In C block, it's just sulfuric acid. Okay. Okay. Maybe I'm mistaken then. I kind of thought maybe the different colored geodes, there might be one or two that took different acids, but I guess not. We do have more oil ready to go. Let's pop you down in the little wing this direction this time. I feel like it's been a while since I've had a petroleum one. And there we go, we're up, making blazing progress, all the way up to 23.8. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's pretty painful. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a hard time making heat pipe 2, because we're making so much heat pipe 3. I did kinda forget about that as well. Well, at least, your max temp is 400, your max temp's 500, so we're okay there. And you take 150 to run. So that does give me quite a bit of headway, at least, in terms of storing heat and running temperature and everything. Next is to deal with crystal splitters and chunks. It's leaching that requires different acids. Ah, okay. I remembered some part of that process, because then leaching is the one that provides the geodes, so that makes sense. Yeah, so this is going to be a while before this ever kicks on, but that's fine. It looks like oil's down to 40% again. Anyway, I guess it was something that was dead because Factorio was broken accidentally that was causing oil to build up. Fish seems to be running again. And I can only hope biters are running. Yes, they are. Okay. Is this building up? It is full, but we do have more capacity. So nothing's backed up and broken yet. How are wood chips? Bizarre thing to possibly be running low on, but I did notice we didn't have quite enough earlier. Does look like it's running again, at least. Sugar is still backed up. So we are running the less efficient recipe. So honestly, you give me more wood chips per tree, so maybe not all bad. Flotation of crushed ore. Flotation, hold on. Okay, I remember what it is. The flotation generates the geodes, but it also gives you the wastewater that you make the acids from. There we go. Okay. See, it's in my head. I've played Bobs and Angels a couple times. It's just every time I play it, as soon as I'm done, all of that knowledge just flies away. Okay, methane is full now. What can I do about methane? I can turn you into graphite and hydrogen. And that looks to be about the only thing. I can compress methane, and then compressed methane can be made into compressed hydrogen. I do need compressed hydrogen literally right here, and I also need graphite. So it's not like... it's not totally absurd. I'm not sure where I would put it. What if I leave myself some room? So, in case that needs to expand, I'll allow it to double. I'll throw you, like, way out this way or something. Let's just, fill some of this marshy nonsense in. Okay, there's a lot of marshy nonsense to fill in, but that's fine. Good enough. Okay. Methane is this pipe here. Can I get a better, cleaner connection? I don't really think so. Looks like the best I'm gonna get is right here. Maybe I'll even drop down this way. Leave enough for a pump, so I don't take up the whole pipe extents going this way. And that also allows me to do overflow only, which I did want to do. Okay, and you're going to turn methane into graphite, I think. Yes, so that one is just better. I do need to compress you, so let's get a compressor in here. Just hook you straight in. Compress methane. And yeah, that works perfectly fine. Oh, I didn't say please. Sorry, game. Please allow me to place the pipe. Okay, so that's going to give me the hydrogen I need. Let's get a pipe over this way. And you will also give me boxes of graphite. That I might send all the way up here, just to bring all the way back down. That way, they also have the ability to be sent off if needed. It's just gonna be kind of ugly. But at the same time, there's not a lot I can do about that. Just is what it is. Let's aim here, perhaps. Oh, that's like perfect, okay. Can I go one belt to the right? Yes, I can. And then you just go straight in there, okay. And then you come this way, and straight up. Oh, forgot to say please. And out. Now, while this is not really gonna matter, I am going to output to both sides. And as such, I'll use 2 purples, specifically because they're slower, and have a smaller hand size, and as such will more evenly output onto this belt, since this will not run very often. At least I don't think it will. I might also give you a speed module to more closely match the speed of this compressor down here. You output 320, you consume 250, so a little less than 50% should get you up there. And this is 20, so maybe I'll actually give you like a 40% speed boost and just see how that goes. Okay, both of these are running. I can only assume that means you're full. Yes, you are. Okay, so this is running. That is going to help us get rid of some of this compressed methane. Or just, you know, regular methane. And it is capable of consuming 1.200, so 1200 per second. Which is well within the range of a pump 1. What do these produce? Because you are full on methane. Only 21, so yeah, I can more than make up for the production of methane up here with this single compressor and furnace down this way. Also, you're literally 349 to 320, so we are a-okay right there. Plenty of hydrogen over here. In fact, since I have an alternative source of hydrogen over there, I'll change you to be pop-up. Waiting for prod and beacons before any pure ore sorting and refining in the new base. I mean, prod's always great. You can never complain about just free stuff. I mean, just about everything I have that can take prod, I have shoved prod into. Even this thing right here that is just waste handling for iron oxide still gets prod because it gives me just a little free steel. You know, I'm going to do something... I can't. You can't put yield modules in beacons, unfortunately. I was going to say I'm going to do something really funny. What I was going to do is I wanted to read the logistics signal of graphite boxes and then dynamically change the module down here to give me more productivity when I was low on graphite. But alas, I cannot. It would have been funny. Okay, let's fill in this little bit right here. Is there anything else that I need to do? You are full on compressed hydrogen. You got placed finally, so let's bring you back to like 40%. And yeah, you only consume like 8 compressed hydrogen, so hardly any. Petroleum is not full because we're missing fatty acids. Didn't I make something that produces fatty acids recently? Oil cracking, yes, I did. But it can't be finished because I am missing parts because I'm expanding power. The things I do for power. As for C-Block, I will technically be trying to build a mega base of 1000 SPM due to 1 million science requirement. Yeah, I mean, 1000 SPM is like, it sounds like so much, and usually it is. But when you consider how expensive some of the sciences are, it starts to seem a little more reasonable. Let's get some more of this perfectly good coal down the drain. And what else was in there? Copper. Let's get another copper popping off. You can go over there somewhere. Both of those should disappear. Why did the copper fire first? Okay, there we go. It didn't fire first, it just took a second for it to recognize that it had fired the coal. Why are you guys blinking? What is blinking in here? Ah, heat pipe 2. Okay, fair enough. It'll be a minute. Wonder how power production is doing now. Like, did wind ever recover? Didn't mean to alt-click you, that was just habit. Yeah, wind is kind of right in the middle right now. Which, I mean, is fine. It allows us to charge the accumulators. We're charging all of our nitrogen batteries and such right now, so about as good as can be expected. Science is still completely dead. That's going to be battery 2 still. No, we have battery 2s. So why are you dead? I legitimately have no idea. I mean, we don't have... Oh, do you not request boxes? I bet you just don't request boxes. Okay, hold on. Yeah, you just don't request boxes. At some point I changed you, and I didn't change you up here. Okay, you... Okay, so you pick up from the right, and you output to the left. Because these guys are still expecting just regular battery 2s. Little concerned that this hasn't updated to go and pick up any, but maybe it just sent, like, main depot trucks out or something? Oh no, it just had to restock you on fuel for some reason. No? No, that's still not why. How curious. Well, it does look like it just picked up a whole bunch. Like, this whole stretch of belt right here is empty when it had been completely backed up. There are some trucks, too. But you still say 0. But they're definitely coming for you, so... You know, who knows? I guess it's fine. We're getting purple science again, that's what matters. What did I need blues for? You're used in antimatter traps, which I don't really want. You're used in levitation fields, robot frames. Okay, so only stuff that will be made in the bot base. Just had to double check. We are so close and yet so far from making any of this start to work. What a shame. I am a little anxious about science and do wish they would just come and make a battery drop off already. Okay, perfect timing. Nope. Okay, they're going somewhere else. No. Okay, there we go. So we do have purple science coming in again. Lovely. So it's not very fast, but keep in mind that this recipe does make 50 purple science. So, you know, it's decent enough. Could also speed it up if I needed to. So usually purple science is not lagging behind. The only reason it's empty right now is because we were missing the ingredient. If anything, I probably need more labs. I'm just a bit out of room for labs. I kind of threw stuff underneath where the labs were going to go. Plenty of these resource drones. I think it's time for a sip of water. And look at that, we have purples coming in. I'm just kind of watching the labs here and looking at the numbers and waiting to see what the numbers even out to once all the labs start lighting up. Okay, we should be fine. It's dropping pretty quickly. Yeah, we don't even have enough to get all the labs to turn on, but even still, we're down under half an hour, so shouldn't be too bad. Memory circuits seem to be an issue. I wonder if I could get a small beacon in here. I could get 2 of you beacon. Have to move that power pole, not exactly a big deal. I mean, yeah, there's literally no downside. Let's move you there and upgrade you. And then you'll power all of those guys. Except the beacon also needs power. Can I upgrade you again? Yes, I can. Everyone else seems fast enough, but for some reason the memory circuits specifically are a little slow. So let's see if that doesn't help. Also, I think I get a better recipe for you at some point. Never mind, I've hallucinated. I know I get a better recipe for you. You know, you don't show up here. What if it's only the boxed one? I do get a better recipe for you. I have a better recipe for you. Interesting. Okay. Okay. You might be better. That one I'm not as sure on. 111 to 1. You are 111 to 1. Okay, so you are exactly the same. But there is a better recipe for you at least. It's 2, 3, 4. Whereas this one here is 2, 3, 5. Okay, so I get 1 for free for 1 argon. That seems like a perfectly fair trade. I just have to change you out to nanofabs, which are significantly bigger. Forgot that I finally have requester chests in a bot network. Man, believe me, could not be me. Whenever I get requester chests, like, my whole gameplay changes. If anything, I kind of drag the whole game leading up to requester chests, and once I have them, it's like a breath of fresh air. Like, finally I can breathe. It's time to start playing Factorio. But yeah, better recipes. Especially in Nullius, you unlock new recipes for existing items all the time. And a lot of the times it's actually a real pain to go and set them up, and sometimes it's not even worth it. Like, even in this case, I don't think I will, because I would have to convert all of this to boxed recipes. I would have to completely rip this out and remake it because the machines are larger. And what I get is 25% free memory circuit. Oh, and I have to get a new liquid in here. So, like, yes, objectively, like 25% productivity, pretty good. But that's a lot of effort to go through. Bless the savior of my sanity, synthesis gas. Once again, I think I could not be more different because my experience working with fluids in Bobs and Angels is borderline torture. My fluid area was the stuff of nightmares. Okay, so these are still able to output. I was just checking now that they have the extra speed on them. Even if it is only 45% efficient, they are getting about a 25% speed boost, which is, 25% more. If anything, I probably no longer have the logic circuits to support that, but it is what it is. I think what I might do, blue circuits are the final circuit. There are no circuits after them. And I think what I might do is come down to this area below rocket fuel, even though this is really far away, so maybe that's a horrible location. Maybe I'll do it below battery 2s in this area in here. And then just start fresh. Make new logic circuits. If I come in here, look at your boxed recipe and the better boxed recipe specifically. I don't have you unlocked yet. You're locked behind a checkpoint? Okay. Consume blue circuits. Can I even do that? I don't even think I have anything that does that. I guess I can make modules. I don't have robotics 4. Yeah, you're also unlocked by robotics 4. Can't make you. The only thing I could make are haste 4 modules. And I really don't know if I want to do that. Okay, I do eventually need you. You are used in logistics bots and stabilizers and other stuff. Like I know productivity module 3s are used in something. Bizarre, but okay. Yeah. Okay, maybe it wouldn't be an awful idea to go ahead and start producing these then. So where's the recipe? Okay, so boxed purple science, boxed speed module 3s, boxed taste module 3s, so just all of this stuff boxed, which I can just box at the main base, that's no problem. The stuff that isn't already boxed, that is. And you're made in medium assemblers. Might as well go get a head start. Any open spots? Don't see any. So let's just start a new spot. Right down here. Where'd you go? Oh no, where are you? Oh, I guess you're a boxed recipe, so that makes sense. So this is the final haste module. I don't have access to them yet, but I'll go ahead and set up the other recipes as well. So I don't know if I have you. Well, let's just do this. And do you take anything? You take purples, that's fine. You take yield 2s, speed 3s. I don't actually make speed 3s, I don't think. So let's see how that goes. I'm gonna wait for them to build all this, and then see what's missing from the ingredients. Because I probably still have the box stuff. Also, definitely want to upgrade the modules in you. Last time I tried AB, I had a fluid bus basically for the oil processing chain, but that was honestly years ago. It enables me to not have to deal with multi-phase oil, which takes sulfuric wastewater. I'm trying to remember so hard. I think, funny enough, and of course, there is going to be a difference between the C block and just Bobs and Angels here also, and I'm not entirely sure where that line is drawn, but I believe my entire petrochem area was multi-phase oil. Like, I think I barely ever touched natural gas. I think I pretty much only used multi-phase oil. Not that I'd recommend it, but, like, that sure is what I did. Also, these are not the actual items, these are the recipes. Let's make sure to swap that over. And keep, like, 2 stacks of you, maybe. Well, I'm gonna need these for bots. Expensive as you are. That's just where we are right now, so I'll keep 100 of each. And I do have to come in and make sure you are the item and not the recipe. Okay. Apparently I have nothing for you. And nothing for you. How shocking. Maybe I'll just go down the line. And rather than boxing the modules I already have, what if I just make even more modules? So that's Haste 3, Speed 3, and Efficiency 3. So just all the 3s. Haste 3, Speed 3, Efficiency 3, and I might as well do another Yield 3 as well. I know it will be needed. And once again, I'll just sit here and wait and watch and see what comes in. I will come down to... well, I was going to say I'll go down to Purple Science, but it should just be in this area. No need to break standard. Gonna be in here, grab you. Don't want to keep too many since you are a science pack. And then only keep like 50 in here. Don't know why we don't have any. Definitely should. We are finally working on ecology, which is going to be ecology 4 rather, which is going to allow me to start planting trees. Been a long time coming. Also, you apparently need help. So, up and up, down and down, and maybe I'll upgrade the belts just to help the packs come in that much faster. Even though you only output 0.4 a second, on average. There you go. That's definitely a little better. Yeah, okay. That's fine. You are all running. Yes? Yes, you are. Okay. So, genuinely no idea if any of those came up and got boxed or not. Well, looks like some did. So, some of those will make their way down here. Let's see if we're missing anything. Looks like we're missing a couple things. Up here, we're only missing Haste 2. Efficiency 2. Okay. So let's just go down the line. So next haste, next speed, Next, efficiency. I don't remember if I did efficiency 2 dot or 3 dot. One move. Okay, so next would be 2 dot efficiency and 1 dot yield. And then right next to them, let's go with the 0 dot haste, the 0 dot speed, the 1 dot efficiency, because there is no 0 dot efficiency for whatever reason, and the 0 dot yield. There we go. Synthesis gas, with the help of some catalysts, can make any oil product from just hydrogen, carbon monoxide, oxygen, chlorine, and nitrogen, more or less. That's funny, you mentioned chlorine and immediately, like, blood pressure spike, because chlorine is such a nuisance in Nullius. It's so painful to deal with. Anytime chlorine comes up in something, it's just like this, ugh. Okay, so you just need boxed green wire, which I do definitely make. I just don't have any at the moment, it seems. Might go make more of that. But yeah, boxed green wire is all I'm missing over there. Just looking for any other products that I'm missing. So, transformer, power switch, green wire. Okay, I'll just make more. I know I already make those, but let's just make more. So, transformer, power switch. Let's just search for that. And then green wire, which takes red wire. I mean, you can never have too many modules, which is all that I'm banking on right now. Like, all of this will get used, so there's no reason not to just make a little more. Also, these have the wrong module in them, so let's make sure they get updated because they're expensive. Okay, we need... Okay, let's go box iron products, magnets, and steel product. Not sure the best way to do that, though. Like, I could just swap to the boxed recipes here, of course. Like, I could do that, but again, it's so inconvenient. And then all the things that are already requesting iron sheets, just for example, then I have to go hunt them down, change them to use the boxed iron sheets. Kind of a pain. I think I might just throw them into the great boxing wall. In which case I should be a little more specific. So you need iron and heat pipe 1. So iron plate. Oh, iron plate. Iron plate. There we go. So, iron plate, and then you're going to be heat pipe. And heat pipe. Shouldn't it be the great boxing ring? Only one will prevail. Okay, I do have boxed magnets coming in from somewhere. I thought that was something I was gonna need. Okay, so iron rod and steel sheets are still needed. So let's get you down again. Why are you so far out? And then, unfortunately, the blueprint does not have that checked on the blue chests, but I've just been doing that manually every time, and it's not too inconvenient. So anyway, I believe next was iron rod. Are you not iron rod? You are steel rod. Fair enough. And then steel sheet, I think? If not, I probably don't have steel sheets, and I might as well have them. There we are. And let's see, what did you need? You're good. Steel sheets, yes, that was what you wanted. Oh, and you're probably all broken. Oh, joy. Okay. I have to go through each one of these. Problem is... So... This first square is fine. The problem is, when I blueprint them down, and it tries to automatically set the item here, it sets the recipe and not the item for the boxed one. Just some quirk of how it works. I don't know. But let's go through and reset that. So there you are. Keep 100 of them, I guess. There's you. Keep some. Like, if I hover over it, notice there's no, like, maximum stack size or anything like that. And it says Efficiency Module 1 Boxed, whereas the item itself is Efficiency Module 1 Boxed. No parentheses or anything like that. If I bring it down, now you have a max stack size, and yeah. Just one of those things you have to be careful about. It's gotten me a couple times so far. So let's see. You need to change. Which means you need to change. And so on. Down the line. I think there's one more row. Yes, there is. Okay. Almost there. Nope, that's not what I wanted at all. Here we go. What happened to that one guy who entered the Great Boxing Ring? Oh, I don't know. Please enlighten me. Or are you not running? He was destroyed. Gotta love the Minecraft joke book. I need a soundboard. Okay, so that's all finished. That should be good. Why are you not running? Because I don't have the 0 dot. Because it's very slow. That's perfectly acceptable. I don't need them fast, I just need them to exist. Okay, so they are running now. This is running. You are running. You will be running because I can make the 1 dots. Because I can make the 0 dots, they will show up. Which means all of these should eventually run. Eventually kind of being the operative keyword here. Yeah, I can't put anything more to the bottom, so a beacon here is fine. And that covers all of the high tier modules, which are going to be the slow ones. That works just fine for me. Yeah, these are still going to be pretty slow, but oh well. I don't want to take up the last of my comfortable crafting room up here. Hopefully you're running. You show an hour and a half. Okay, my labs are running for you. That just actually is how long it's going to take with this many labs. Okay. What if I grab these guys? How far do you reach? Okay, that is the edge of your range. If I put you over here, you do work. Okay. Okay. That works. I can live with that. So straight across right there is fine. Just on the other side. Okay, you're on the inside here. Inside here, yes. Okay. Perfect. Wonderful. Awesome. The whole point of that, of course, being so that I can take this, horizontally flip you, and have more right here. And in fact, most of you can probably even get another lab. Right there. Let's get rid of those inserters. And that one, because they don't fit, but these should fit just fine. In fact, could I not just do that again? Okay, we lose even more, but you know what? We're doing our best. Yep, okay. I mean, that's more than I had, and honestly, more than I can support, but at least while I build up a buffer between researches, that will allow me to burn through that buffer, I suppose. Yeah, these are all running, even if they do only supply 0.01 science per second each. They are at least running. Interestingly, it seems I didn't have enough biolabs to put them down. I guess I keep a very small supply of biolabs, but understandably so. I think biolabs are actually decently expensive, and I didn't need more than like 5 of them initially, so I guess that makes sense. 0.01, yep. I don't know if you saw that or not, but all the way down here, production speed 0.01 science per building. It is a 200-second crafting time recipe. Then each one of these yield modules reduces the speed by 25%. But that's fine, because if you notice, the input belt is completely bare. Yeah, exactly. They are not the fastest. A lot of the bio stuff in Nullius, very, very slow. In fact, since we are just kind of waiting, let me find a fun one. Here's a fun processing line right here. I don't really need it much anymore. You can see the tank is mostly full. Nucleotides is a fluid. It produces 0.1 of the fluid per second. Yep. that is a 24-second crafting recipe to produce 2 fluid. It was a little painful in the beginning. Here's another example of just a giant fluid crafting area. The second half, I should point out, I swapped over to the compressed recipe that takes compressed hydrogen and compressed carbon dioxide, and compressed gases are 4 times compressed, so this whole last half right here is actually twice what this area over here is. I also have another copper drone ready to go. Let's get that filled in over there. I'm kind of just looking for weak points at this point. Like, zoology research, it's not like I have a lot, but at least I have some. Not for the faint of heart. Yeah. Sometimes you just have to look at a building, see that it produces like 0.01 a second and go, I'm just gonna have to be okay with that. That's what I did up here. I originally wanted to make, because I had no idea how much I was gonna need, I wanted to make a red belt of this intermediate product, lithium. I knew I was going to use the boxed recipe, so red belt of this item would be red belt equivalent. In other words, 5 boxes per second. This is how many electrolyzers I needed to meet that goal. Not that bad, all things considered. This, I think, is the proper ratio of hydro plants to meet that ratio of electrolyzers. That's a lot of hydro plants, but I can do it. You know, it wasn't too bad. I can do it. To meet this many hydro plants would have required 1,000 distillery 2s. When I got to that point, I was like, you know what? Maybe I don't need this much lithium. So, rather than 1,000, I built 100 and decided if I needed more lithium, I would just double it or something. Good times. Yeah, this science, really is not coming along that fast, but I am still waiting on more labs to come in still. How are these guys doing? Did anything ever run up here? Products finished 0. Still waiting on haste 3. We are producing haste 3. 0.01 a second, consumes 0.02 a second, so yeah. I'm not going to worry about ratios up here. They'll get done, and if I need more, I'll make more. Why is there just graphite on the ground up here? Couldn't tell you. Wonder how long that's been there. Let me take a sip of water real quick. Ooh, okay. Where are the biolabs being made? Are they having trouble? I noticed lab 2s aren't being made. Okay, we did finally. For the longest time, it was hilarious. Lab 2s are required for satellites. I had all of these late game techs. I had the grid battery 2s, I had the solar panels, I had the rocket fuel, I had everything up here. But I was missing labs, and it made me laugh every time I checked. But finally, finally we have a surplus of lab 2s. So in that case, let me find the biolabs. They are running. They're just incredibly slow. I think what I might do, even if it's only temporary, is just give you a couple beacons. There we are. And power you up. C-Block is my favorite mod pack so far, space included, as it plays like one. And I can feel some space exploration and inspiration in Space Age. Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna say names. I think I know his name, but I don't want to be mistaken. That feels more disrespectful than saying nothing at all. But I believe the developer of space exploration was specifically hired to work on Space Age. Oh, physically larger beacons. Yes, the large beacons are kind of space exploration style, actually, since we're talking about it, where the large beacons cannot overlap with each other, and if they overlap with a small beacon, they actually greatly reduce its efficiency, but even still, it's not like they're doing nothing. So, since I just want short-term speed on this machine, I figured it was worth it. Just crank out a few extra biolabs. Okay, that's who I thought. I just, wasn't entirely sure, and I didn't want to say the wrong name. Yeah, I'm gonna keep 10 of these in stock. Maybe I'll go ahead and bump that to like 20 in case I ever need more biolabs, though. Again, I believe I now have more lab consumption than I do science production. It's Arendelle, or Arendelle, or however you may pronounce the name, but yes, that is who I was thinking of. It's a name I've only ever seen written, so I may be mispronouncing it. Look at all these barrels. That's a lot of barrels. I do unpackage barrels, I assume. I'm not seeing barrel unpackaging, but there are a lot of things in here, granted. What if I just search barrel and zoom out a tad? It doesn't look like I unpackage barrels. Okay, fair enough. Oh, are you not? Okay, you unpackage barrels right here. Never mind. Never mind, never mind. Okay, why am I still producing barrels down here? I mean, fair enough, I guess. You just fill up this buffer here. Though, I think at this point I can probably pretty safely disable you. Like, at the very least, if I have more than, like, 1.5k barrels, I don't need more barrels. I believe I make barrels in here. Yes. So you are an even less efficient recipe for barrels. You're disabled unless we go below 100. You know what? Sure, you get to live there forever. Okay, did I ever make one of you yet? You are incorrect still, somehow. I thought I corrected all of these. Now I'm paranoid. Okay. Okay, you seem to be correct. Let's hope that you are. Okay, most of the labs are in place now. You know, 60% or so. So what effect has that had? Okay, that has brought it down to only about half an hour. That's still longer than I'd like, but it sure is faster than it was. Let's see. Zoology research not going down that quickly. I kind of thought we would run this dry really fast, but we seem to be doing okay. I do think I have the very most recent research that I finished was a bio research, and I think I have better recipes for some of the stuff in here now. The trinity of large overhauls are space exploration, C-Block, and Nullius. I mean, those are, I think, the big players. I don't think that's missing any. Like, I'm kind of digging through my brain right now, trying to think if there's any others. Like, there are certainly other overhaul mods, but those I think are the three most popular, yes. Crestorio. Yeah, Crestorio's in there. It's just, it's not as big as something like C-Block, but Crestorio is definitely a very fun mod, and it is definitely an overhaul as well. Especially if you want to, do like a K2SE run, Crestorio 2 and Space Exploration. Good times. Doesn't play nice with others. Well, other than space exploration. They're a good pair. Unfortunately, and I will get around to this at some point, I have not actually done a K2SC run. Even though I've run a community map of K2SC before, I wasn't able to actually participate during that time. But someday I will. Oh yeah, K2SE has been a thing for quite a while. That's a pretty common combination. Unless somehow something in my brain is just wildly misremembering, but I'm pretty sure it's K2SE. There we go. Okay, I'm literally just messing around right now while I wait for things to finish. I'm really not sure how to continue pushing forward without the science. Like, everything is running decently smoothly, even though it's all very slow. And of course, slow in Factorio usually just means, well, go make more. Problem is, I'm limited on so many things, and if I start building out one thing, then I just need everything else before it. Like, take for example, coal. Let me find the coal area. Coal is running. And I could add more, I guess. Let me make sure I have enough graphite in here. Running pretty low. I am getting deliveries. Let me go ahead and give you more trucks, even though you don't really need them. Also, we seemingly have no boxed rubber. That is a problem. Why am I so low on rubber? I mean, I can make more. That doesn't seem to be an issue. Let's see, butadiene and acrylonitrile. Acrylonitrile I make down here, don't I? Yes, I do. So we have plenty of acrylonitrile. How's butadiene? You take ethylene. Okay, you make 75 apiece. These consume 5. Okay, we should be more than fine. Leave map running and take a nap. Believe me, on my 24-hour streams, that is a appealing prospect, but not terribly fun to watch, I would imagine. I might just double this whole setup in here and hope it doesn't yell at me about pipe extents. Though, saying that out loud, it would also make sense to start upgrading some of these pipes. Just, preemptively. These are Chem Plant 3s. You do have the most productivity in you that I can jam in there. You do need power, so let me get you power this way. I swear you look like you droop, but okay. You do seem to be even. Bob's Angels and Crestorio are medium size. Yeah, I'd say it's hard to compare for me Crestorio and Bob's and Angels. I don't know why. They feel like, yeah, I'm not sure how those two square up. Bob's and Angels is a decent size. Interesting mechanic to make pipe network area larger with upgrades. Yes, higher tier pipes get larger. You can see on the side there, pipeline extents go up to 672 with tier 4 pipes. That is the highest tier. Whereas, if I can find it, these are tier 2 pipes, and they only go to 144. Tier 1 pipes are like 64 pipe length long, and if you connect it to a tank, it's only 32 pipe length long, and let me tell you, that was painful early game. That was tough. Yeah, you can see here, even though this is tier 4, the pipeline extent is still only 144. That's going to be because somewhere further down the line, it reverts back to tier 2 pipe. If I follow it, yeah, see? We connect into this tier 2 here, so this whole pipeline, this whole extent here, is still limited to 144. As the official C-block require not just a rocket to be launched, but a full FTP spaceship. I mean... Hold on, I'm trying to... What do you mean it requires a full spaceship? As the relative complexity of Factorio is quite a bit less than C-block. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, I was trying to think it through. Factorio is not as complicated as Angel Bob's, but it is, like, in length, I would put it relatively the same, but it is not as complex as Angel Bob's. At the same time, once again, I have very little experience with Factorio itself, so anything I say about it is kind of a grain of salt. I'm going off mostly of vibes and other people's experiences they've relayed to me. Okay, so that should be a good bit more rubber coming in now. Might go ahead and upgrade the belt here. Not that it really needs it, it just, why have yellow belt at this point in the game? Factorio does a lot of, you must wiggle before you can crawl, before you can walk, before you can jog. Yeah, it's... I wouldn't say it's too dissimilar from Nullius in that way, where you kind of have to do a little bit of one thing in order to do a little bit of another thing, and then, you know, it's got very, very incremental-like progression. Yeah, Pianodons is kind of in a league of its own, which is another one that I swear, someday I will do Pi. But man, that is a more intimidating beast, I can't lie. That one's a bit more of a commitment. You know, out of curiosity, since I would say the closest thing to Pi that I have ever done is a Greg Tech pack. Any of you happen to have ever played a Greg Tech Minecraft pack? Okay, I think... Oh yeah, that looks like a much more solid rubber supply now. A lot of it got yoinked there, but that's probably just refilling buffers in different places. Where are you even going? Oh, I guess I do have stuff out here. I always forget that I have this green science out here. And that it takes calcium chloride, because of course it takes calcium chloride, why wouldn't it? I'm mostly hanging out in this area to make sure that the increased rubber demand doesn't bleed something else in the chemical area dry. But it does look like, after however many iterations this has been, we're no longer backed up on butadiene, and it does look like we're struggling on steam just a little bit. But for the most part, everything seems okay. Acrylonitrile is still good. Epoxy's backed up. Do we even use epoxy? We use solvent. Solvent. And we request solvent, so I don't actually know where that's made, but I'm gonna assume we're fine. Let's see. Technically, you take around 700 steam. You output less than that. You output just over 500. Nothing a little copy and paste can't fix. In fact, let's just double it, because why not? There we go. And in you go. And in you go. Where do you get water? You pull water from the main water source, so you should be fine on water. Should be fine on heat once that all comes in. Should be good. Want to do Pandodons as multiple people with me included or others. That's a difficult one. Like it's not like I would be vehemently opposed to it. That's just always a something that would make me a little anxious is having to stream with others, I guess. But at the same time, you guys are cool. I would be happy to do that. Again, it's not like I'm ready to make any commitments to playing Pi with or without anyone else. It's just one of those things that I've always wanted to do. Like that's the big one. That's the Everest of Factorio mod packs, and I would like to tackle it at some point. But that is such a massive commitment that I have no idea when I could ever do that. It goes up there, like I was saying a second ago. Closest I can relate it to is something like a Greg Tech pack. And I would love at some point to play like the truly massive Greg Tech packs, like a New Horizons or something like that. But that's a many thousands of hour commitment, and I have no idea when in my life I would ever be able to do that. Oh yeah, I'm sure playing with other people would make it more fun. Just cleaning up some of these little lakey bits right here. Come on, ecology, 10 minutes still. Okay, we're down to 10 minutes actually. 10 minutes actually is not that bad at all. The labs must be in and running. Yes, they are. Science, actually science production is somehow keeping up. We are no longer producing arthropod fast enough to keep up with science, because we need fish. Somehow, something always breaks. We are out of worms. Worms are full. What are you talking about? Worms are full because worm eggs are full because nucleotides are full. That used to be something expensive that had to be produced on purpose, and now we're backed up on it and it's stopping production. Hilarious. Okay, can I do anything with nucleotide? I can turn you into amino acids. I think I'm actually low on amino acids. I believe this is amino acids right here. Yes, it is. That is amino acid, yes. Interesting, interesting. Okay. So bacteria and nucleotides make amino acids and sugar. It does make sugar. That's actually a problem. I would love to have more amino acids. I would not love to have more sugar. I might just turn you into effluent. I believe I can do that. Yes, I can just crush you, turn you into effluent, and be done with you. Yeah, I produce so many of my other processes are already backed up on sugar. I don't want to do something that's going to result in more sugar. I think I will just crush you. Worms need effluent anyway. If this process down here has backed up, that just seems fair. Would also like to do Pianodons properly at some point in my life. Exactly. Like, it's just one of those things where it's like, yeah, not today. Certainly not today. But someday. Definitely someday. Let's just continue this way. That way, these guys have, first dibs at any excess worm eggs. But then I will have crushers set up. Something like that. And in you go. Honestly. There. And then worm eggs. Right there. So effluent is this pipe here. So let's just make a little connection in ourselves. Give you a pipe right there. And let's see where you hook in. Looks good to me. And there we go. So since I don't need more worm drones, also I can go ahead and set this to output priority to the left. So this is overflow only from this point on. C block is on my bucket list to beat and definitely doable this year and next. Yeah. C block is definitely a big commitment, but it's still not as big as Pi. Pi is the big one. Though I will say, of course, not to downplay C block. C block is definitely one of those that I also would like to do at some point. You can see the way that this goes and why I start to question whether I would ever have the ability to do all these things, because every time a new mod comes up, I'm like, yeah, I'd love to be able to do that. Just trying to see if there's anything else in here that I could help out somehow, upgrade, do something with. But now that the worm eggs are being taken care of, also, I think I might want to do a top-up just so I don't accidentally ever fill this pipe, because I believe filling this pipe is bad. I will do you to 90%, and I will do less than or equal. The reason being, I do have an overflow somewhere that takes it off-site to be voided, and that overflow kicks in at 90%. So, I do want to output if you're 90%, because that means you're still being voided. But if you go over 90%, then, you know, things aren't looking so good. Let's stop there. I do finally have another oil ready to go. Let's pop you over this way somewhere. No coal, which is not super cool. Also, I saw zeros. What's zero over here? Wires are 0. Wire 0. I have no insulated wire. Why would I not have insulated wire? I know I have boxed insulated wire. I could swap over to that. A little tight though. A little difficult. Yeah, why is my normal insulated wire dead? That's at aluminum, I believe, so let me find aluminum. Okay, aluminum wire comes down this way. Why do I feel so blind? Aluminum wire, yes, that is definitely aluminum wire. Come down. You make arithmetics. Down this way, you make logic circuits. Okay. Maybe I'm just wrong. Okay, you're just above aluminum. Never mind. Yeah, I mean, I'm making aluminum. I'm just not making it fast enough, I guess. Okay, motor 2s. What if I swap you over to use boxed aluminum? Or, boxed aluminum. Insulated. Boxed insulated wires. So box, get rid of those. The main difference with C-Block and Pianodons is how many years to beat, and do you need to treat it as a full-time job? Exactly. That's exactly how I feel about the GregTech packs as well. Like, I've played Nomi. Nomi is, like, undefeated champion. Like, without doubt in my heart whatsoever. My favorite Minecraft mod pack. Just all time. Love Nomi. Good times. But I'm not gonna lie, it took me like a year to get through Nomi, and I played that every day. Maybe not for 12 hours, like I'm playing Nullius, let me not skew things too far in one direction, but I did play that every day for probably more than a year before I ever beat it. Granted, it's not like every single day of that was nothing but constant, relentless progress, but you know. A day did not go by without me doing something. Anyway, I've changed over to the box recipe to try and take pressure off the insulated wire production up here. And let me see if there's somewhere else. Okay, so there's you. Oh, is that literally it? I mean, okay. Also, you stop at 600 for some reason. Or, you stop at 100, even though we have, like, 600. What if I keep you up to, like, 800? You stack to 200, that's still only 4 stacks of you. It's not like you're gonna even crowd this chest if all 800 wind up in here. I think that's totally fine. Okay, well, we'll, see if that does anything. Honestly, don't even remember what was the problem. Oh, it was up here. Okay, well you definitely have more insulated wire coming in, at least. Each one of you is 1 a second. There's 12 of you, there's no way 2 purples is going to do 12 a second. So let's at least upgrade you to 2 blues. Maybe give you another truck. Yeah, everything else seems fine. Everything else seems fine. It's just the insulated wire. Oh, finally! Oh, and I immediately did the oxygen checkpoint, of course, but we finally have trees. Let's go set up the tree drones. Okay, where do I want to do this? So here's the tree genitors. Also, do I not have a better recipe for you? Not yet. Okay. So it's earlier stuff? I do have a better recipe for the genome. Nope, never mind, I lied. Is it even earlier then? Like, let me go up this way. So I know the first 3 I do. Upgrade the progenitor 2. Okay, see? See, that's exactly the kind of thing I'm talking about. So what do I need to upgrade you to progenitor 2? Okay, I do also have tree genome. Genome 2, that's what it is. Let's get rid of these. Well, you can stay. But those random outputs, let's get rid of those. Okay, so amino acids is hooked up. That'll come in. I need algae spores and algae now. And I no longer need cellulose. So this whole requester here, just bringing in cellulose for you, can now go away. You have so much cellulose in you. Right. You know what? It's provider time. You're gonna reach... Oh. First things first, get rid of the recipe on you so you stop requesting things. You reach up and drop left. You reach left and drop down. And then you pick up, right, and drop way down. You pick up here and drop way down. Beautiful. And now I can reverse these belts. And get all that shoved in here. Logistics bots, why not? Have fun. No idea if anything even requests just plain cellulose instead of box cellulose, but I'm going to gather it all up first, and if I need to box it, then I will. Oh, hello character with construction drones. That was a surprise. Okay, so this belt here needs algae and algae spores now. That's actually somewhat difficult. I guess that's fine, that can stay. So algae and algae spore. Algae and algae spore. Okay, I do not need this anymore. This can go away. And that frees up room for a splitter. But I can't put a splitter where this underground is. So you have to go, like, here, I guess. Which is fine. Not a problem. Okay, I do need you to be a green underground. Which then starts to run into the sugar. What an interesting problem. Okay, also, let's go ahead and... Ooh. Okay, can I merge the genome onto the sugar belt? Yes, easily. So let's break this. You go here and connect into the sugar belt. Very easy. Let's just bring you up a belt though. You go there. Connect there. And then come down. And get rid of that misplaced bit. And there we go. Make sure there's nothing on the inside down this way. No, okay, we are cool. I do need to pick up this entire stretch of belt down here. That's not a big deal. Okay, so I have algae coming up, but I also need the algae spore. Prod and speed beacons probably going to be necessary to maintain UPS. It depends on how big you're building, but yeah. That's definitely something that starts coming into consideration once you get larger and larger bases. Okay, I believe bots have picked all of this up. Nope, they still got a little bit ways to go, he says. All the construction bots should be on the way to finish that off, though. As soon as they are, I would like to just hit undo and put it all back, but honestly, let's just continue building and I'll just rebuild them. So, do I have a clean line? Well, not really, because I'd love to either be one to the left or one to the right, and neither one's really gonna work. But I believe I can do this line right here. Which actually works out surprisingly well. Because I can just split here, add a green belt there, and then green underground right here. Which is not too bad. I just have to figure out how to merge these. Okay, here's an idea. Unfortunately, this is not going to be side balanced. I'm doing my best, racking my brain, trying to come up with a way to do this side balanced. But, yeah, I got nothing. So, let's do this. Make sure progenitors are on half a belt. Well, okay, hold on. It's still not side balanced, but it doesn't have to be that bad. You, on the other hand, you must be on half a belt. Unfortunately, that's going to load you onto the inside of the belt, and I really need you on the outside of the belt. As I'm running this base on a potato, aka my laptop. Yeah, I mean, you work with what you got, and if what you got is a potato, well, sometimes you just got a big potato. Can I move you to the right? It's convoluted, but I can. Ooh, it's real convoluted. Okay, I just have to underground this. Then it's not so bad. Actually, does that just solve my problem? Yeah, okay, I just put you there. And then you can come up here. And now I can combine them. And bring it in the whole way. Okay, that's gonna try and box the genome. Let's not do that. So, you need to be filtered to sugar. You also need to be filtered to sugar. And then I have to carry that down the whole way, but then you also need another inserter that brings in genome. Ooh, this is convoluted. This is more convoluted than I was bargaining for. I could underground the pipe here, or I could just throw inserters here. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so I actually can't just throw inserters here because the furthest they can reach is right here. Reach the top belt, that is. So, okay, undergrounding the pipe it is. And then you only have to reach up 3. I mean, that's not too bad, I guess. Yeah. So let's go ahead and get that worked in. The problem is that does mean replacing all the pipes. Let me get a nice tileable one over here. Or I guess I can just do that instead. There we go. Yes, that's all that needs to change. Then break all the pipe all the way down. And then come all the way back over here. And just start pasting them down. And I might go ahead and grab a larger wipe now. And make sure all the fluid connections are correct so that I don't break anything. There we go, and then change the recipe one more time. I did not know you could do that. Hold on, I'll show you what I just did in a second. I just want to make sure I get those recipes in first. I've always wondered how you scroll the menu over on the right, because there's occasionally a scroll bar over there with more information. I was trying to move and zoom out at the same time, but I was also trying to copy a recipe. If you just hold shift and scroll, that scrolls the menu on the side. So there's my Factorio career-long question answered. Okay, so none of these are outputting because we already have progenitors in them. We also have some stuff like cellulose and all in there. That's somewhat problematic. Yeah, any of you that already had cellulose inside, that's going to be an issue. Oh, I also never connected you. Probably would help. I'm going to move this down. I'm going to put a splitter here, make sure you are filtered on the left to algae progenitors. And then I'll have just a little length of belt over this way for any other garbage. That way, as these run, if anything happens to come along, it will at least get stuck over here and not stuck in machines somewhere way on down the line somewhere else. I will take the cellulose out as I notice it, but it's not like I'm going to get all of it. Okay, the recipe is running. That's all I wanted to be sure of. So this is the correct recipe. You have all of your input items. You are good to go. Algae genome should already be algae genome 2. It is. Let's see. Grass genome 2. Yes, you are. Where is the next genome? Worm genome. You are worm genome 1. Let's go ahead and get you changed over to worm genome 2. So you are identical, save for the fact that you also take astronomy research. But for adding that astronomy research, you're a little bit cheaper and give 2 worm genomes instead of 1. I'd say that's quite worth. Yeah, just get rid of the one that outputs to the inside of the belt here. Hey, how's it going? You been up to any interesting Factorio, exploits, expeditions, anything interesting lately? Where would this be? Okay, I believe I can request the unboxed stuff. If I can't, that would be a shame, but I believe I can. Oh, I meant to... You know what? I still will. There we go. Then I can just redo you. Easier than trying to redo the undergrounds and the belts and everything. And you can just output normal now. I guess while I'm here, I'll remember to output to the inside. Okay, bots, come on, you got this. Is that all you need? You are otherwise exactly the same. Yes, you are. Okay, let's give you trucks, full stacks, and then we'll just carry on to the next genome on the assumption that that is going to work. Next up is tree. You take red, grass, and nucleotides. Red, grass, nucleotides, and astronomy. Okay. It's amazing how well this game runs on a potato. Yeah, Factorio is just, like, coming from, again, kind of a modded Minecraft experience. One thing modded Minecraft does not do is run. Like, especially older mod packs, which is where the majority of my experience was. It just, you know, no comparison. Sometimes you would go to launch the game, and you could just walk away for 15 minutes while it loaded, and then once it did load, you would get, you know, casual 22 frames a second or something. Okay, how can I get one more input into you? Oh, you're the progenitor anyway. Whoops. You're the one I'm meant to be looking at. Got distracted. Grass genome really should be the one that gets side belted. Wow, there's nowhere to fit you that's good. Huh. I'd love to fit you here. Can I just move this pipe? Yes, I can. Okay, and then a belt can come in right this way. In fact, let's just underground you immediately into here. And in you go. Might as well upgrade you. And I will go ahead and break and replace this belt here. We're gonna have so many random genomes in storage. Yeah. Okay, let's just request them over here. So, grass genome, and you go. And there we go. Oh, we are out of storage. That's not something I was expecting. Okay. No, we're not. We're definitely not out of storage. That is definitely not the case, bots. Don't know what you're on about. A big issue with Minecraft mods is also the mod authors. Since there's actual code going on versus Lua, writing good mod code is more important, and many authors are only use my mod type of people. I mean, that's fair enough to some extent. There are definitely some mods that are better made than others, but I'd say most of the major mods are generally pretty well made. Like, you're rarely gonna have trouble just because you're running, like, thermal expansion or something, you know? Why is Greg Tech in Terraria? the kind of questions I find myself asking the Steam page at 2 a.m. I have no answers for you. I fully trust that this is likely something you've seen, but I don't know. Terraria is an interesting game to me regardless, because I can play a game like this that's, you know, however complicated, with nesting, research trees, and recipes and whatever, and I'm totally fine. If anything, I enjoy it, and I do it on purpose. You give me something like Terraria that's almost entirely impossible to play without a wiki window open, suddenly I lose all interest. Just can't be bothered. Terraria is a game I couldn't get into no matter how much. Yeah, like, it's not even that I hold some sort of deep-seated dislike or anything for Terraria. It's just one of those games that, I don't know, there are so many other games that would be on my priority list before I would ever get down to Terraria. A better with friends kind of game. I can get that. Like, I feel like Terraria, I don't know, it's one of those where once it clicks for you, I can see how it would be a lot of fun. Like, again, it's not like I'm trying to disparage it or anything. I've played my fair share of just weird esoteric Flash games and different stuff before. At the same time, it's just like there's an endless number of games I would like to play. I've spent probably half an hour today just talking about all the Factorio mods alone I would love to be able to play at some point, and how I have no time to get to them. I mean, that's without even touching all the other games I would love to play. Did I get you connected? I did. I'm just not getting anything in here. Let me see if worm genomes ever came to life. Okay, you are running, so you are getting astronomy research, which means I do have the ability to ship just the research packs and not the box stuff, which is wonderful news. Because as much as it sucks to have to buffer like 40 satellites worth of research in a single building for a single request, it would be way worse if I was buffering 200 satellites worth of science, so I'll take what I can get. Every Steam sale I go, do I need a new game? I just bought Off, because it was on sale actually, and I don't regret that purchase in the least. I've wanted to play Off for a very long time, but at the same time, I can't deny going through my head is, but when am I gonna find the time? Off is not exactly a very long game, I don't believe, so it shouldn't be too bad. I would love for someone to bring astronomy science in here. But at the same time, I don't think I'm gonna just sit around and wait for it. Though, I might do the same request thing that I did down there up here. Throw you in. And algae genome, right there. Just in case some wind up in the logistics system, I don't store algae genome or anything. That would be pretty weird, but I am gonna check. Yeah, just had to check, okay. These are the progenitors, where's the genome? I do store algae genome. Let's not do that anymore. Bacteria genome there's also plenty of, and I also store for some reason. Let's not do that. And I'll do the same up here. So you request bacteria genome to get it out of the system, because otherwise it's just wasted. Oh, and I did upgrade to the second recipe, so that is finished. Okay, I did worms, I did trees, did I do grass? Did I just skip over grass, perhaps? Grass genome 2, worm, There's trees. Do I have fish genome? Put you over here. Fish genome 2. Yes, I do. What do you take? Unchanged, I assume, just like the others? Yes, completely unchanged. You just now also take... black. I almost said military science. Once again, since this is inevitably going to throw random byproducts out, let's throw a filter on here. Filter you to fish genomes. And then this belt down here is just in case. It just holds any random little byproducts that come down. Okay. I don't know what this is all about. Clearly, this would have been important whenever you were built. But for now, I'm just confused. But okay. I guess it's fine. Anyway, you are already half a belt. How convenient. Regrettably, I would love to be able to output you from the bottom, but I put the genomes on the bottom of the belt. Well, you know what? Let's just have fun. I'll have the inserter here. You output a Knight's Move above, and make sure you output to the top of the belt. Should work like a charm. Once again, I must wait for this to be placed so that I can actually request trucks into you. And I believe this is the last one, because I don't have another one for biters. And that is the only remaining genome. There we go. Have some trucks, full stacks only. Good to go. And that will actually reduce the cost of all of my genomes, which will reduce the cost of my entire biology science setup pretty considerably. Like, that's at least 50% at each step along the way, and that compounds each step along the way, because, you know, step 5 consumes step 4, which consumes step 3, and so on. So getting 50% extra, you know, doubling, basically, at each step, that's pretty big. That is, that's a pretty big, change there. Okay, so this whole area is still running. You are missing biters. Biters seem to be running, but are missing fish. Again, fish seem to be running. Fish are running the whole way down. Okay. You're also already beaconed. I think I make large beacon 2s. I do. Okay, I'll also soon be making another tier of speed module, so I can go up to the final tier of speed, which will take me from 30 to 40%. Also, I'm assuming when it says distribution efficiency, that means per module, so this should be distributing both modules, and not like a combined one efficiency, because otherwise you're no better than a large beacon 1. We'll have to see. Also, this is going to be crazy expensive in terms of power, but the biology area needs it. Okay, so you did get placed. And let's see. Minus 45 the whole way down. Okay, so that should give me a whole extra bonus speed 3. So a whole nother 30% faster. Which does mean everything else needs to be faster as well. Before I take care of that, let's go take care of coal. Just so it'll stop blinking at me. There we go. Yeah, not even 20% on the coal. That's rough, man. Okay, so these are coming in, it seems. Slowly but surely. Let's just work our way up. So the next one's gonna be worms. Let's go find worms. Worms. Let's see, you're the one covering them. So let's just go down the line. There we go. And then grass. Where's grass production? Up here. Now, I have no illusion about the fact that this is going to break other things. But, you know, one thing at a time. Let's at least get the primary product up and running. There is a lot of algae machines. Yeah, we're already at the rails. That's algae. I guess bacteria, if it's beaconed, probably also will need this. If I can find bacteria. Well, you know what? Who cares? if it starts slacking, I'll notice. Might as well give this to the biters then. Here we go. Even though you are input constrained, rather than machine constrained. But it does look like fish is making it all the way to the back now, so it clearly is making a difference. We'll see how much of a difference before too terribly long, though. We're making progress on Robotics 4. Oh yeah, I came down here originally to do, free drones. And then I got distracted making the better genome recipes, which, don't get me wrong, definitely worth it. Should definitely do those first, especially since the drones are going to take the progenitors and everything, but, let's not forget the reason I came down here. So let's see. Gonna be a large assembler. Here are the progenitors. They're coming this way, so I'll likely have to build you somewhere around in here. Let's try and be around this area. Dodge most of the pipes. And arboriculture drone. Let's go. You take anything interesting? You take water barrels. Worms. Hey, at least you don't take bacteria barrels. That's a bonus. Tree seeds, worms, fertilizer. You take a lot of stuff I wish you didn't. A lot of stuff I wish you didn't. Because it's just kind of annoying to work with. Okay, so there's worms. Just over there for now. Fertilizer. Go there, I guess. Again, split. Turn, and underground. Tree progenitors and tree seeds. A lot of tree seeds, but it's not like these need to run full time necessarily. We don't actually really have many tree seeds, unfortunately. So that would be because I'm voiding them. Or at least I was trying to. You turn into oil, and oil is currently full. Well, that's not super cool. Oh, also, I forgot to priority output you. Whoopsie. Well, fortunately, these guys are full, but the trees are full at least. Yeah, I've been just sending half of the tree seeds in to be turned into chelating agent or just turned into oil, which is not exactly what I intended to do. Oh well. Okay, so you come down this way. You split? These need to be turned into blue, I guess. I have to break them in order to get updated visualization guides. But otherwise, it works fine. You turn this way, and come out that way. Okay, that's tree seeds. Now, progenitors. Oh, well, this one right here are progenitors already. So what if I actually bring you up this way? And then we split here, bring that in. In which case, bring you down one. And then out like that. You actually need a huge number of tree seeds now that I remember, so maybe not do that. Yeah, let's just put that back, and then you can also just underground this way. Okay. I believe that's everything I need. Probably, maybe, hopefully. Let's see. So we've got fertilizer, tree progenitor, we've got tree seeds. Do I have worm? Fertilizer, worms. Tree seeds. And progenitors? Yes. Okay. Then just stuff I need to bring in with Bob. Awesome. Okay. So tree seeds need to be first in line. And then I guess progenitors can be on the back. And then fertilizer and worms are also nicely arranged. So fertilizer this way, and worms this way. Okay. And then the robot inputs will be 3 talls. And then outputs. Let's put the outputs over here. I mean, the 1 tall inputs over here, and then the outputs can be here. And you can be 3 away, and 3 away, and over 1. That way you can go into a single red chest right there. Oh yeah, you actually need the blue chests in order to pull from them. So Scout Drone 2 and Construction Bot 1. Not a big deal. Then copy it over. And then water barrels. Ish. So funny enough, I'm probably going to be making water barrels on site, but there's no way I can really build them in here, so I guess I will also just bot water barrels over. That doesn't seem like too big of a deal. I've got water right here. I just need to bring in barrels, and I actually even buffer barrels right up here somewhere. So let's grab a barreling pump. And you can just go right there. Oh yeah, have to pick a recipe for you. Let's just mark all these away. Because they're a little annoying. And all of these as well. For the same reason. Okay, there we go. Now we're just looking for water barreling. So pick up from the right and throw into a provider. And then you only run if the number of water barrels is less than 20. Okay, everything seems reasonable to me. These guys are on the way. Water barrels are not. That's because we don't have any. And that's the only things you're missing. Everything else did come in just fine. Oh yeah, you should have my highest productivity. Because you're sort of expensive. You're not even that expensive, honestly. I just want productivity out of you. Just noticed this one random chimney up here connected to the main oxygen line. That's fun. No idea why it's like this either, when it could just be right here, but okay, sure. I guess that's fine. Yep, all we need now are the water barrels. We have barrels on the way. And then that's going to give us the arboriculture drone. Okay, while that's coming in, I can assume it's working. Let me go check on coal. Oh, I'm at petroleum. Guess I'll go look at that. We're missing fatty acids. Coal, how's it go? Everyone's running. Okay, I guess I just need more. Yeah, diesel has been more than keeping up, it seems. Where is that coming from? Okay, so that's coming from you up here. So this wouldn't be too bad to expand out if I needed more compressed hydrogen. Or, compressed nitrogen. So let's just see how many's here. We've got 35. So if I did just straight up double, it'd bring me to 70. But it's not that easy because trying to grab a slice of you also grabs the substations and everything. So let me see. You end on nitrogen to the right. Or at least that's the building I want to start with. Nitrogen to the right. So I'd grab a little bit of this one just to help me tile. And yeah, the best I can do is right there, because to get the full building here, I would have to grab the substation and the roboport, and I don't want to do that. So that's the best slice I can do right there. So again, the little bit hanging off the right just helps me line it up. And then I can copy and paste a few more in. And we finally have the first arboriculture at 226 hours. Okay, and that is as far as I can go. We are completely out of room at this point. Let's get the substations worked in. Also, it doesn't look like I have beacons on these guys. I guess that would be one thing I could do. These are the Tier 2s, of course. Ooh, I can't really put you there. I can put you up here, I guess. Yeah, that's fine. Hopefully I have the graphite and rubber production to keep up with that, but if not, I guess that just gives me something else to go work on for a little while. Speaking of which, petroleum was backed up on a lack of fatty acids, right? Yes. And then fatty acids is something I can make from oil. Yes. Again, I have, like, oil's literally backed up. Okay, I do produce oil further down, so this does need to be a two-directional pump here. So, let's see, how do I do that? You're gonna be top up and you're gonna be overflow, I guess? Because this is the expensive area. This is where I do not want to be making oil. So you only keep this area topped up, and then oil only flows this way if I produce too much. So granted, this is where the worm progenitors get oil, but oh well. I guess if I don't have enough oil to keep this area supplied, then what does it matter? Fatty acids we cooking? Oh, you know it. Sounds like we're making tacos. Or maybe I just want tacos. Who's to say? I don't know why you're flickering like crazy. You should be fine. Those both trigger at 80%. You might get some weird flickering. It's never a bad time to want tacos, exactly. And yeah, if they're both set at 80, then they fight each other, and it's not pretty. That's why I always try and keep them offset from each other. In fact, if I know there's other pumps on the line also set to 80 or whatever, I try to change them around. Since 80 is the default, that happens more often than you'd think. But I think 80 is a reasonable amount in this scenario. Nah, it's fine. Like, this is an expensive recipe for oil. In fact, literally what this process over here is doing is undoing this. In fact, I'm trying to figure out why this tank is empty, but these are still running. Okay, you're a top-up, but you are missing your overflow somehow, actually. Hold on. That's why things are weird. You are meant to be an overflow. Yeah, if oil from down here, I might even go ahead and decrease that a smidge. Bring it down to like 60 or something, because as long as I have enough down below, I do want it to flow up here so that we can make worms with it. And then if we still have enough for everything down below, then it can come in here and be turned into fatty acid, because I do need a little more. Something else I need is for the bots to hurry up. There we go. Okay, wonderful. So now, this little stretch of pipe through here, we will only output from the expensive recipe if it's less than 40% full, but it should be filled from below, as long as we have enough for below. And then if we keep trying to pump into here, we can't consume it all, then it comes into here and gets turned into glycerol and fatty acid. Okay, very cool. Very cool, very cool. So coming back to petroleum, I have plenty of fatty acids. Okay, very nice. Coal, now that you've been expanded, you are missing graphite boxes. Okay, all 12 of your trucks are coming in. Maybe that means you need more trucks. I also have quite a lot of coal just sitting in here, which is surprising. Coal requests at the main base. Oh, I think you're up in the corner. Maybe even more in the corner? Nope. Nope, I'm just crazy. There you are. Let's go ahead. Excuse me. Let's go ahead and increase you as well. Since you're made literally right there, why am I requesting the coal down here? That makes no sense. Like, let's at least bring it up to here or something, you know? There we go, full stacks, allow logistics. And then this one, let's just get rid of your recipe. Set you to 0 trucks. Hopefully they just leave on their own. I don't believe you have any remaining items in you. And yes, there go the trucks. And then tell the bots to pick you up. Okay, much more reasonable. Now they only have to take the coal from there to there. Look at it go. I guess you need to keep a larger store of barrels inside. Let's see, you have 20 slots, barrels stacked to 20, so that's 400. Well, might as well say 400 then. Okay, at least they are able to keep it filled with barrels, that's nice. you're running constantly, but you aren't. No idea how that works. Well, I guess you're picking up smaller loads, whereas this one's only going... Yeah, okay, in that case, what if I did give you speed modules? Does that help anything? Like, it says you're doing 11 per second right now. Okay, now you're running faster. Oh yeah, now we have no barrels. So what I might do... let's increase you to a larger requester chest. And then I really will increase you to 800. I don't think it took because they replaced the chest while I was messing with it. There we go. Oh, you don't double. You only go up to 600. Okay. 600 is still more, I guess. That's fine. And I should be able to pull barrels from right here. Let me make sure this is properly disabled. Yeah, you are properly disabled. How many barrels do you contain? You contain 1.6k barrels. So over here, let's actually decrease you to like 1200 or something. Just to make sure we are definitely clearing out these barrels, because I don't want these boxed barrels to build up. Okay, Tier 4 robots has been researched. Wonderful. Let's go ahead and get started on fish. The actual robots for Tier 4 robots are cool. I guess we can research you. Throw you on the end. And we'll just see where that gets me. So I do have the first tree drone somewhere. Oh, I have several. Okay. Trees. Plant trees near worms and away from fumaroles using arboriculture drones. Okay. So no volcanic vents. I might want to try and destroy some volcanic vents and get a nice area going down here. I think that's reasonable. Let's grab the cannon blueprint. And try and remember which one of these does that. Everything but resources. Clears rocks, cliffs, water, and debris, but not resources. Okay, so is the only way to clear resources then by turning it into water? Yeah, all of these just say debris. Okay. I guess what I have to do then is use an excavation drone and then a paving drone. Or terraforming, rather. Anything else that I need? I'm trying to remember what all these do. So I know you place ground, like ground landfill. You turn things into shallow water. Yeah, you're all just paving, that's fine. I have trees in range already. Yeah, okay. I did want to see you do resource patches. Destroy everything in a wide radius, leaving a crater lake. Okay, you do, but you also make a lake, so not exactly super helpful. I guess I'll go take care of some of these things building up now. Like, I've got oil. I guess I don't need to do the uranium anymore. Pop you in. Petroleum is going to be over 30% after this shot, which is not too bad considering where we started earlier today. Coal, though. Coal's a little rough. Okay. Did they get placed? They're still waiting on deliveries, but they did at least get placed. Might also put some of those up this direction so that I can also destroy stuff and do whatever up here if need be. So I guess while I'm thinking about it, I believe I already have a terraforming one up this way, one that does excavation, and honestly, one that does deep water as well as shallow water is probably useful. Let's also get trees up here, because I doubt I have trees up this way. And I definitely have landfill. Probably, maybe. Yeah, let's say that's fine. So trees, deep water, and shallow water. Okay, that's gonna be deliveries right there on their way. So let's see if I just happen to have them yet. Also, I requested the shallow drone, but I don't have a deep, and a deep is actually going to be useful because I'm probably going to be putting biters down this way. So let's also go ahead and request a deep down here, even though I want to start with a shallow. And get rid of some of these fumaroles down this way. And then terraform on top of them. I guess also put grass down. Grass would be cool. Just making sure the terraform shots hit first. There's little islands with worms. Ah, the shallow did not get rid of resources. Well, those were wasted shots. Okay. I'll have to retry with the deep again. It is going to take a moment for the deeps to get placed. Of course, they only just came into existence. Also, for whatever reason, it seems like I don't have any. It makes me want to scream. Okay, why do I not have... Why do I not have you? You... Baby titanium? Let's see. Missile 2s. Missile 1s. That's somewhat concerning. Missile 1s are full. I bet I don't unbox them. I do request the boxed ones. I just bet I don't box them. Yes, there is no unboxing recipe. So let's just do that. Oh, nope, need the boxed ones. Let's just search for missile. And regular missile. There we go. I'm surprised I've gone that long on just the tier 2 missiles that I happen to have buffered, I guess. 200 apparently goes a long way. Who'd have thought? Well, now that I'm making tier 2 missiles again, that should... Let's see. That should start getting me excavation drones. I don't know why I cannot speak today. On the way... 2. Good. I mean, okay. That's a start. Unfortunately, now that you've been made, that means only now has a logistics bot been dispatched to go pick it up and take it where it belongs. Working beautifully, exactly as intended. Okay. Accumulators charging? Yes, only barely, but they are. Okay, good. Just checking on how power was doing. Very surprised that right now we're doing a bioscience. Science per minute 6. Okay. I'm gonna assume that's okay. We're doing a bioscience, as I was saying, and we still have a growing number of zoology research coming in. That's surprising to me. If anything, that's confusing. I don't know how that's possible. But, I mean, I'll certainly take it. I'm not complaining. Okay, we still do not have the deep one in yet. I would like to, we just do not. They are on the way, however. I'm gonna go ahead and put a holographic sign over this area, because I keep looking for it, and it keeps evading me. Not like I really have too much to do until this drone shows up in here anyway, so I can just wait for them to place it, and while I'm waiting, I think I will take a sip of water. Oh, somehow this got here first. I guess that's fine. Launchers! There we go. Surely one of these bots is coming down to supply this. Oh, looks like it's you. Yep, I can see blue on there. It's a little hard to tell, but you do look blue. Okay, so deep this time? Does this make any difference? Or was I just completely misled and misunderstood something I read a while ago about how to clear the fumaroles? As I could have sworn something said clearing fumaroles raised your, oh, the goal's gone. Raised your terraforming goal. And since trees don't like fumaroles, yeah, there we go. Okay, I figured this would be a nice way to make your tree locations. It's now right in the middle. And once it's launched, grass in the middle. And then I'll go repeat that over this way. So get rid of you. And then brown landfill. And then for that, assuming you've had time to launch the grass. Okay, there's the second grass coming in. Beautiful. Let's actually go ahead. Excuse me, wow. Let's go ahead and clean up a little more of this area down here. There we are. Maybe even one more grass down there. And actually, now that I look at it, this area could also use maybe a couple things of terraforming. And then same for grass. Okay, I think that's fair enough, probably. And then this is going to come in, and I guess I'll get rid of these fumaroles as well. So, remove you. And then brown landfill. And after a second, grass. Could be, oh cool, we just have to wait for the shells to actually land somewhere, and I can see how all of this shakes out. Speaking of, I should grab a deep excavation and make sure to blow a hole in this land right here. And over here. And that doesn't look connected. I wonder if I have a scout drone. I do. We just send a scout drone over there. They are so far away that it does take quite a while for anything to get wherever I'm trying to get it to. But at the same time, it is a really cool mechanic to repurpose the artillery shells this way. Like, I do really enjoy this. Especially the scout drones. I do really like the idea of the scout drones. Why is a train lost? I'll deal with you in a minute, friend. So let's see. It does kind of look like they might be able to get across the shallow ocean here, assuming that is shallow ocean. So I might, just out of an abundance of caution, kind of target like right there with a deep ocean shell. So I don't think that should be a problem. Like, yeah, shallow ocean that you can walk across is more this color. So that shouldn't be any issue. Should be fine. If not, I'll find out awfully quickly once things start populating in. Let's see. So, trees. Trees near worms and away from fumaroles. Yes, okay. I have no idea what the range on the trees is. So I'm going to just start dotting them around places. And since they do like to be near worms, these new grassy areas that I made will also get a little worm dusting. So a lot of these shells coming in are worms, of course. But at least some of them should be trees. Like, that was a worm. Oh yeah, there's trees. Okay, they cover a pretty wide area. I'd say that's a pretty big area. I definitely had already completed the worm objective at some point. I don't know how I wound up going backwards on the worm objective, but I guess I'm glad to have completed it again. Okay, at least it's decently easy to tell where I have trees. The worms were always a little challenging to tell where you had wormed and where you hadn't. So let's just start throwing these all over the place. I am mostly trying to get them down in this area because I would like to plan this out as my kind of primary biter area as well. Oh yeah, they're landing and the game's unhappy. Okay, it's not taken me too long to hit 10%, so it shouldn't be too bad. In general, the bio, like, shells, the seeding stuff, hasn't been that awful. It's the producing the excavation drones, which is a prerequisite for them. Like an ingredient item, that's pretty painful. That's given me, you know, trouble on several occasions. But once I actually have the drones, getting them around, usually not too bad. Yeah, we're nearly 20% done with trees already. Yeah, we're not going to be able to place those over there, but oh well. Okay, why are my trains confused? Go to Nickel, it looked like? No stops with this name exist. Oh! Huh. Well then. Right. I see. Wow, okay. I did notice also there's this thing for brown landfill, which is a duplicate, so I guess I can start by getting rid of that. Let's grab a rail. This is a loading station. Yeah, it was like one tile over. So you're gonna be nickel. There we are. And get the belts in. And get the belts in. I guess that's why my trains were confused. That's reasonable enough, guys. Okay, that can go away. Those can go away. No reason to waste those shells inside of the mecha. Regrettably, the cannon on the mecha was not nearly as cool as I wanted it to be. I thought it was going to be awesome. It was kind of a letdown. It was great for terraforming, like short term. I might expand Oil Island. Speaking of terraforming, give me a little more land to work with. Wonder if I have more trees yet. Well, I did just take a whole bunch of trees out of that guy, so I should. Let's get worms down here first, since trees like being near worms. Just a whole bunch. Dot them all over the place, in case there's not enough. Worm, worm, worm. And then just start dotting trees around as well. Yep, out of trees. Kind of what I thought, though. Let's see, we'll make trees here. Where are the tree drones? Tree drones are waiting on a water barrel. Waiting on actual barrel. Well, clearly, 20 is not nearly enough. Just kind of waiting on barrels to show up, I guess. Barrels should be up in this area somewhere. Is it here? No, not that one. There's a little buffer area somewhere in here. I swear there is. I just don't remember where. There you are. Yep, that should be keeping the bot supplied nicely. So, let's see, do I have more trees? Yes, I do. Put one over there, why not? Oh, and that's it. Already exhausted. Well, unless I have more this way. No, okay. Just checking. So let's see. Coal's over 20%. Petroleum's just over a third. How is my drone production area? If I can zoom in on it properly. Okay, I'm looking for rocket silos. There we go. Let's go ahead and give you a screen as well. Satellite, world marker, counts logistics, satellite, and silos. So 0 satellites at the silos, even though they're full. Okay, we're for some reason waiting on Tier 3 construction bot. How confusing. Tier 2 construction bots. Robot frame Tier 2s, which are producing. We just don't have enough of them. Okay. Oh, I guess they're not actually called Tier 2s. Yeah, they're just Robot Frame 2s. Yeah, I only have one assembler making regular Frame 2s, though I do have an assembler making the boxed Frame 2s, which is actually maxed out. Let me go ahead and increase the limit on these. These as well. These as well. And you're never gonna guess what I'm gonna say here. I'll leave it to your imagination. Yeah, let's go ahead and double the reserve on the bots themselves. Even though this is a lot of little menus and micro-clicking to do and such, I think it is worthwhile. There. Also, what are these missing? Tier 4, large cargo pods. What are you missing? Levitation field and night vision. Ooh, I remember night vision 3 required some weird fluid thing. Not quite ready to tackle that at this moment. I will before the day's over, just not feeling it right this instant. Okay, so I was missing tier 3 bots, I believe because my only consistent construction of them is in boxed form. I have plenty of them in boxed form. So what if I unbox them, maybe? I could also just make more robot... Like, I have the empties. What if I just make more tier 2 robot frames? Let me see. 5 seconds, 6 seconds. So it should be mostly 1-to-1, but I do have another construction robot frame 1 assembler, but at the same time you're used as a ingredient in other things as well. So let's start with another one of you. And then we'll have another tier 2. And then we'll have a tier 3. Oh, yeah, I need robot frames. That was kind of the whole deal. Whoops. Okay, well, I made more bots anyway. I guess that's fine. Wait, are robot frames not in a small assembler? Is that why I got confused? No, robot frames are in a small assembler. Oh, they're an intermediate. They're not in the bot tab. Or just whatever reason. I mean, yes, they're an intermediate, but so are the bots themselves. There we go. Hopefully that helps things out. I'm looking for where the other ones are. There you are. So you are set to 200. Okay, just making sure you had a reasonable limit on you. Oh yeah, you need better modules. Let's make sure you get upgraded. I didn't have to fly very far. Okay, so at least it is running. Also, you should be 200. Go ahead and set you to 200 as well. Just why not? Why are you 150? What? No idea. No idea. Okay. Night Vision 3. I guess I should look at what this takes. Amino acids. Phosphorus and graphene. I think amino acids is the one fluid that I'm low on. Yes, you are consistently 0. Interesting. Because I believe I do have something that produces amino acids. Whereas just normal biters. Yes, so harvesting arthropods does yield amino acid. Interesting. Oh, you also yield amino acids. Okay, you're just stuck on nucleotides. I guess that's fine. So the problem is that I don't even make enough right now for science, let alone to just squeeze amino acids out of. Still missing more fish. Could I reasonably make more fish? I'm missing algae for fish. How is it that I'm able to do basically this exact same thing like 80 times every time I play? I have no idea. Okay, and I still need more algae. Even though you now have a tier 2 large beacon on you. And one of your modules swapped out for the faster productivity module. Just making sure you can output. Yes, you can. Okay. How many machines are here? 62. Each one produces 2 per second, it looks like. Yep, no real variance. So, 62 machines. Producing 2 items a second. And yet the belt is nowhere near full. How does that make sense? That should be roughly time and a half the capacity of a green belt. What gives? Ah, okay, so I do loop you around. I do have a second belt of algae. Which is full. Okay, just trying to make sure I understand what's going on here. So I do have 2 belts coming down this way. Both of you are algae. Why do you end 1 belt early? You know what? That bothers me. Come down. I mean, I guess that's fine. Okay, you do get eaten by fertilizer. Like, a lot of you gets consumed by fertilizer. How do I want to deal with that? Okay, maybe I actually want to raise both of you then. And then have a splitter here. And then a splitter here. Get rid of that. Okay. Yeah, problem is that I would love to be able to get both belts down there, but that's just not happening. But I can at least do this, so either belt has the opportunity to go down this way, even though I do believe your output... Hold on, what's over this way? Bacteria culture. Okay, so you are important, never mind. I thought you were output prioritized down this way because that was like some sort of voiding recipe or something, but no. We're fine. I do want to prioritize you into science, please. Science is probably good. And then the rest can come down this way. Hardly any comes down this belt anymore. That is interesting. Wait, is that algae on a red belt? Why would you be on a red belt? Yes, it is. Even if it's a little silly, I would like to keep it on a green belt. Through this area, at least. Yeah, you're red down here. That's just weird. Yeah, if there was another split, I would not continue it as green. But we just keep not splitting, and then this is the final area, so... Yeah, I guess that's fine. In you go, have fun. And then this is red belt anyway. Let's upgrade it to at least blue. Might as well. See if that does anything by the time the bots decide to get down here and replace it. Big old wave of construction bots coming in though. Okay, next ecology. I believe that's fish coming up. Yeah, there's a little tiny fish. I'm sure that's completely indiscernible on YouTube, but that is a little tiny fish right there. So that's going to be fish drones up next, which is all the more reason to be hard focused on fish right now. Oh, got another oil alert. Let's go send off some oil. So let's see, now that we should have better algae throughput, does algae make its way further down the line? It does look like it is. Like it's filling buffers and all as it comes, but it doesn't look like it's letting up, and it is making it further and further. And there we go, it's building up at the end of the line. Okay. So, at the very least, at our current production rates of algae, we are sustaining fish production. Even if only barely. But I mean, we are. If anything, worms seem to be slowing down now. I mean, they're making their way down, yeah. It looks like we only had a backlog of worms because worms were at least faster than algae, and that is no longer the case. So, As always, now that we've sped up one thing, let's see if we can speed up the other. You need effluent. Wild. No idea how that's possible. Did I, like, break the line somewhere or something? Well, there's definitely effluent in here. Okay, why are you marked overflow? Oh, priority out this way. I don't want to be turning fish into effluent if I don't need to. Well, okay, that was originally... That is true. If I need effluent. Like, fish require worms, worms require effluent. So you could say effluent is an ingredient in fish, and if I am less than 10% on effluent, it's not absurd to make effluent from fish, because it is a positive process. You generate more effluent than you put in to make them. So, I don't really know why this is overflow, unless something down this way consumes it. Okay, and we do have the fish drones. Okay, technically something does consume it down this way. It's not exactly one that I care about, but you know, technically it does. Let me reduce this to like 30%. Let's see, that's 405. Yeah, I think the big problem is this pump is just misplaced. Let's move you down to, like, here. And then you need to just connect. Also, I put you in the wrong place. Let's bring you there. And then connect in. And actually, that pump still doesn't really work. Actually, it does if I reverse it, because then you only overflow down this way if I need it, but then, yeah, that's still messy. Because then I have to do the whole double-sided pump thing, which is just annoying. So, overflow up, pop up down. Do I have a top up over here? Yes, I do. Okay, that way I don't have to wait for him to place it. I can just go ahead and get it in. That does still look really cool. I love the big red smoke there. Okay, I think that makes more sense now. So now worms which need effluent will be able to draw from fish which generates effluent, but only if we really need it. I'm just making sure I haven't inadvertently broken anything, like all this is coming back to life, which is great. That means we're generating fish again, but at the same time, sometimes that means you're breaking something else. I'm just trying to take in the big picture here, like these guys. Fatty acid still low, but now that we're generating oil, I can crack the oil, and that should make more fatty acid. You're full on methane. Over here I cook methane, and I produce hydrogen. Hydrogen is full, because we aren't using any of the iron boxes. Or we aren't processing iron oxide box. But that in turn is because we aren't making very many biters, because we don't have enough fish. What a vicious cycle. At any rate, speaking of fish, let's go ahead and get the fish drones figured out. So let's grab a large assembler. They're all large assemblers for one reason or another. I know they're going to need fish progenitors, which I can get out from somewhere in here, probably. Not easily. I might have to get it out from in here. Which means I might be putting these, like, somewhere over here this way. Just trying to leave a little room over this way, so I'm not super crowded. But anyway, there's fish. Algae, worms, progenitor, fish eggs. Interesting. Okay, well I have fish eggs literally right here. The only problem is they're going up here first. Which is producing effluent, which I do need. I can't deny that. But I guess I will bypass them first. The drones are more important. Maybe I'll just do a regular split. It doesn't have to be a priority split. Yeah, I mean, that's the best I got, really. So, in you go. After that is algae and worms. And the fish progenitor. Don't forget about the fish progenitor. Don't think there's any reason to keep the fish progenitor in a chest. So let's do this. Okay, you gotta come way further this way. Oh yeah, you're gonna be unhappy. So let's just cut the nonsense. Go ahead and say you're gonna be a green, and even then, you are a perfect fit. You'll love to see it, but man, it sure is close. Okay, so there's fish progenitor. Go ahead and make these the butalls. Algae and worms, all that's left. I think worms might have died, which would be an issue. No, okay, they're being produced, they're just not very fast. Oh, you are full. Oh, no. What? Okay, carbon dioxide is full. Pretty sure I do something with that somewhere down here. Also, you're set to top up. Interesting. So you are overflowing upwards. It's just that upwards is also full on carbon dioxide. No, it's not. Oh wait, where was fish then? Because fish is right around in here. Or was it worms? It was worms that was full, wasn't it? Aha! I knew there had to be a break somewhere. I just kept looking and I'm like, well, I don't see one. There we go. Also, pretty confident at some point in there I accidentally checked oxygen, thinking it was carbon dioxide, which only further exacerbated the problem. Okay, as soon as that gets placed in, then at least a couple on the end here will begin running again. You are just straight up missing an inserter. How are some of you just broken? Okay, you have no input. That is fine. I mean, it's not fine, but it's, you know, at least you're not broken. Okay, you're still outputting onto a red belt. That is clearly not enough for you. Okay, so that's blue already. Make sure you're blue. All of this gets to be blue. Blue. You just go ahead and be green. It just makes it easier. I don't have to deal with you later. Honestly, kind of same there. Be at least blue through this area. Oh, and this is where you end. Okay. There we go. And I do notice the coal. Let's go ahead and fire off the coal. Kaboometh. Missing purple inserters. Purple inserters. Missing purple inserters. Well, that's one I haven't heard in a long time, but it does bring back some memories. And it does... It's one of those memories that makes you kind of laugh and kind of makes your eye twitch. Aluminum rods. Why are there no aluminum rods? What do you mean there's just none? Okay, we're having problems with caustic solution. That's because all the sodium hydroxide's being taken away somewhere. We are supposed to be prioritizing you, I think. Maybe I should circuit connect you. Maybe that's not an awful idea. Okay, so right now you're right priority. So set output side. Where's just caustic? Not the recipe, the liquid. So if caustic is less than 15k or something, then we want to prioritize output to the right. Let me just exit map view real quick. Totally intentional. So 15k is half a tank. Maybe that's even a little aggressive. Maybe I'll reduce that to 10k. 10k is still a pretty respectable buffer. Okay, it looks like that's just not enough caustic solution, maybe? Like, let me go back up to aluminum. Let me go back to aluminum and see if it is still struggling. Okay, I think... Yeah, you are still struggling. Okay, so even with priority input of all of the sodium hydroxide, that is not enough. We are not producing enough caustic. The electrolyzers are running full uptime. How much water do you take? 78 apiece. There's 4, well, let's say 8 of you. That's roughly 640. You're producing only 600. Oh, not even that. I was looking at your input. Oh, well, there's a lot more of you on this side. Never mind. Where's your input come from? Oh, seawater intakes are right here. Okay. Interestingly, I just noticed, since this has been grassed, I actually cannot pick it up because it doesn't know its landfill anymore. That's actually very funny. Ooh, required donut. Very nice. Now I just want donuts. I have a feeling I'm not going to be getting any. Okay. These are tier 2s. If I need more input, I'm a little bit screwed, I think. It would be quite difficult, if nothing else. It would have to come from up here somewhere. Let's see, 500 apiece, that's 2,000. So that would be enough for 10 of these. I have 9. Okay, what I'm trying to think about, I want to upgrade the electrolyzers, which means I probably want to upgrade these belts and the inserters. I don't know if that's strictly necessary, but might as well just upgrade in kind. We'll see if that does anything. Time for water anywhere type mod, fix that grass can't be picked up issue. I mean, it is kind of funny because all it does, I guess the way that the shells work is they just turn whatever terrain into regular grass. And of course, you can't typically deconstruct grass, so I just find that a fun little quirk of the way that it works. Like, you can see the extent of the shell here. It was bringing grass this way and then kind of fades back into the landfill. And I can still... excuse you. I can still pick up the landfill, just not the grass. Anyway, let's get more coal going. Where is it? There we are. More coal for the coal patch. Okay, caustic is kind of a big deal though. That's where my aluminum comes from, and if I don't have enough caustic, I'm gonna be in trouble. Let's see. Yeah, still not quite. Not quite filling up the pipes. Yeah, we are now running out of saline. I could, in theory, connect into this area over here. It has quite a bit of saline. I just don't bring the pipe anywhere near over there, which is a little annoying, and I also make saline over here because I need saline over here. So this pipe right here, this is my input. Let me just see what I could do. Okay. That's not gonna work because I can't get pipe into you. But I could do one there. So let's connect those together. Actually, I can pull that back. Maybe I can put you here? Actually, that does just work. Never mind. Okay. I was wrong. You do need power. So let's do something like that. And then connect you in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's gonna more than double the seawater input. And the reason I want to do that is so that I can upgrade all these to tier 3 so that I can properly supply the saline water to all of these guys. So does this end up saving a map you could then play normally at the end? All machines from this playthrough gone, etc. Like, how do I put it? Plot-wise, that is the idea, if that makes any sense. Like Nullius, the whole idea is that by the end, you should have constructed Novice. Like that is your goal, is you landed on a barren rock, and by the end, you've created the planet that you land on in vanilla Factorio. So in theory, if you completely wiped it, like, that is what you should wind up with. At the same time, in order to pass my checkpoint goals, like my coal's over 25%, my petroleum's over a third now, here's all the petroleum I've ever placed. Here's Oil Island. Here's all the uranium that exists on the planet. And here's all of the coal. So I'll let you be the judge of that part. Okay, we have now hit the extent as to which I can fill you with sodium hydroxide. Are you making enough caustic now? I suspect probably not. Okay, caustic is filling up actually. That's wonderful to hear, because if you weren't making enough caustic, I would have to upgrade all of these machines as well. And that would mean adding more wells, and that just seemed inconvenient. Go ahead and upgrade all of that in there, because it looks like we are output limited now, if anything. Let's add another couple of chimney 2s, just to be safe. Don't want to wind up accidentally filling up on oxygen. I wonder if they could find a way to punish you for concentrating it like that. Well, I thought it was actually much funnier than it actually was, because when I started what I was doing, you'll notice there's a coal loading station here. You can put miners on this. And so I put my coal here, put miners on it, was mining it into a train, shipping it back, and making more drones out of the coal that I placed. And I thought for a while that was giving me progress, but I think it just doesn't check very often to refresh your progress, or like maybe there's only conditions where it knocks your progress back or something, but it was knocking my progress back from mining the coal. Which is a problem because it takes more coal to make a drone than one drone produces when you place it. So I was losing progress there for a while. Unfortunate, but it is the consequence of knowledge. It's what had to be done. Speaking of, I should be placing trees. Let's just dot these all over the place. I doubt I have this many trees in range, but you know, I'm gonna try. See how it goes. Okay, apparently I had plenty. Never mind. Dot a few up this way as well. Maybe a few up in this area, if it'll let me. I love when the game pauses every now and then. It just has to hitch and figure out where it can place all the trees. It's the stutter of progress. And there we go. Okay. So probably the last like 12 of those that I placed aren't going to go anywhere, but it's actually kind of beautiful zooming out and just watching them all. That's kind of awesome. Yeah, no loops, unfortunately. But the artillery target is awesome. Like, legitimately, that's one of the coolest parts of... Like, coolest is maybe not the right word, but, like, innovative. Most, interesting from a technical standpoint. I really like that they repurposed the artillery cannons this way. I think that's a very fun design decision. I don't know what the inspiration for that was, but I like the way they were thinking. That one's a lot of fun. Once these last couple are down, I'll probably be very near 50%. Oh, that did hardly anything. Never mind. I don't know why that one was so terrible, but I guess don't put trees up there. Oh yeah, all of this up here, for whatever reason, didn't do hardly anything. I don't know why, but it sure didn't. Duly noted, I guess. Wonder if I have any more. No, I am spent for now. Okay. Oh yeah, they are tree artillery. Wherever you hit, like over here, for example. I think this might be an impact crater, or maybe I'm just making stuff up. I don't know. But you can see they just spread out from wherever you target. That's how everything's spread so far. Like, here's a worm impact crater. Which does, in fact, grow to worms eventually. You can see on the map. If I have any in radar range. Oh yeah, there we go. There's one of the little guys chilling out. I had to seed algae at some point. Oh, here's a little bit of that. Grass. I had to seed grass everywhere. So you can see I didn't bother seeding grass here, but I did seed grass through these areas. That's actually one of the targets up here. Oh, more worms up this way, you can see. It took quite a few worms to get the worm goal accomplished, so I was getting a little desperate. Getting tier 4 logistics in not too long. Exciting, but also, like, it is still 45 minutes away. And that one, I don't think there's all that much hope of me speeding up. I think that's just what it's gonna be. I do wonder, though, if there's anything more I can do for the biology area to help it run a little better. Also, for some reason, I'm out of astronomy research. Oh no, I'm just backed up on the belt. Okay, I mean, that's fair. Fish, are you running? Yes, you are. Okay, Also, I did fix the caustic area. Let me make sure I'm properly exporting sodium hydroxide. Yes, I am. These guys could use an upgrade. Oh yeah, caustic's full. If you kill the worms, does it ungoal? I tested that very lightly, and my initial conclusion was that no, it did not. But at some point, after having already completed the worm goal, I looked up and saw that I was at like 98% worm goal. So, something I did caused me to revert somehow. I couldn't tell you exactly what, though. I can only assume it was shortly after a time I was messing with, the excavation drones, which just blow a hole in the land. I accidentally blew up my nickel pickup train station down here. You can see the blast radius of it. So I can only assume that managed to kill a worm or two, and the game definitely noticed that one. Still no trees, okay. Tree seed, okay. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't prioritize you. That's a problem. Definitely should have done that. Okay. Well, there's tree seeds in here. I just have to get rid of some of you. You know what? There you go. Just let it flow. Oh yeah, that's a healthy backlog of a whole bunch of different junk. But at least it is eventually getting clear. All I need are the tree seeds to restart the trees. As long as they're running, I'm fine. I just forgot to prioritize the seeds going into the tree growers, which is probably not a good idea. Oh yeah, and they're already backed up again. On sugar. Figures. Yeah, I'm already doing, I think, both of these recipes to get rid of sugar boxes, and just not helping all that much. So I'm mostly using this one recipe up here. Hey, as an added little bonus, it gives a little bit of effluent, I guess. Since, for whatever reason, I'm always short on that. I guess that's a good thing. Man, that vents a lot of oxygen pretty constantly. Hard to believe I might need more than that. You're small pump 1. Let's go ahead and upgrade you to small pump 2, I suppose. And there you go. Venting oxygen is good, by the way, and venting carbon dioxide is apparently bad. But notice we do have an oxygen goal up here. Seeding plants around the world also contributes to the oxygen goal, but I believe it's... hold on. Venting hydrogen, methane, or other reducing agents will counteract oxygen. So, venting those is bad, venting oxygen good. Can't quite figure out why this isn't running. I guess I am still just... Yeah, I am still consuming the wood chips that I'm creating. It's just... I feel like I should be creating more than I'm consuming, and that's confusing to me, but I guess I won't complain about a good thing. Not having to deal with a byproduct is probably beneficial. Well, at least trees seem to be running. Some are still missing seeds. Seeds are making their way down, so just refilling buffers, getting everything jump-started again. But since this is prioritized, which it should be, that is a good thing, it does mean I have to wait for trees to completely come back and to back up before we will get any more tree drones, which is probably gonna be a minute. Check on science. Astronomy science looking a little low. That's the lowest I've seen it in a while. Green wire is running. Just not very fast. Red wire is actually backed up, funny enough. Maybe I'll steal the same module layout as up above and get them working just a little faster. Okay, apparently I have two satellites ready to go. It's just the silos. And it's not like I'm missing materials, they're just slow. Oh, you are missing rocket fuel. Okay. None of the others are, it doesn't look like. Yeah, they're running. I guess I can go look at rocket fuel, though. Missing aluminum powder. Well, these guys on the end are running, but I can understand. Yeah, we're just missing aluminum wire, but I believe we're missing aluminum because for the longest time we were missing caustic. And again, whenever you have a problem like that where all the buffers run dry, it takes so long for everything to refill and come back to normal. Does look like I'm doing alright though. Like, we've got a decent amount of aluminum. I can't say that today, apparently. Aluminum. We have a decent amount of aluminum coming in. Like, it's not even reaching the end of the belt, though. Okay, it does kind of look like maybe I could help out here a little bit. Like, what if I do that? And then left and left, and right and right. Okay, let's look at some ideas. I gotta be able to do something about this. Okay. So 4 to 3, 7 to 6, but you produce sulfur dioxide and consume sulfuric acid. That's a scary one, because sulfuric acid has been an issue a time or two. And that would mean that if I lost sulfuric acid, I would just entirely lose aluminum, which is not really viable. Though it is 100% right now. And I could just throw a pump on here. I could just throw a pump on here and make sure that this is only overflow. Like, that's not absurd. I do still use it up here to avoid this stuff. That's fine. Okay. There's no way I'm going to be able to get another fluid in here, though. Let alone another fluid output as well. Yeah. Let me try this. Copy you entirely, but then just change your recipe. And in particular, I want this one. So I have to wait for you to get placed and for your modules to be placed in. Just so I can see how fast you are. Okay, so over here, you take 2.5 in and output 2.3. Over here, it would be equivalent 3.2 in and 3.25 out. So with your productivity, you actually create more output than you take as input. That is pretty remarkable, actually. It flips the ratio from being a decreasing slope to an increasing slope. Even if only very slightly increasing, it is still increasing. Interesting. So the problem is, of course, is that these are not outputting boxed ore. But I could easily be boxing the ore coming in. Right there. So I could create boxed right here. The problem is that then all of the byproducts will also be boxed. There's also all kinds of filters everywhere through here that would then have to change, and it would conflict with all the other setups, and that's no good. But what I could do instead, since throughput here isn't really an issue, crushers run pretty much however fast you want them to run without any problem, I could instead start boxing once they hit this blue belt. It's not that hard to box an entire blue belt. And I could just box here and here independently. And then that still allows this crushed stuff to come over and be exported here. And that just seems like the smart thing to do. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut input here and here, allow it to run through whatever it's got. Aluminum will temporarily be down, and that is a problem. But I think the benefits outweigh the however you would finish that phrase. Let's get that in there. Okay, and then 1, 2, 3, right and right, left and left, and then I'll even give you output on both sides of the belt. Maybe that's a little much. I'll do it if I need it. Okay, and then bring you over here, you out. You are, of course, 1 square outside of power. So let's just upgrade this guy. Okay. Change to this recipe. Oh, let's break your output belt, just in case I dump any weird stuff onto it. because I might accidentally dump crushed bauxite onto the belt instead of my usual output. Anyway, let's do that. And yeah, see, there's quite a bit flowing out. Would have been a little annoying if that had gone elsewhere. But now that it's dealt with, we can just pick it up, and it's fine. So naturally, I'm not going to be able to keep the current design here. And in that case, honestly, I think it's easiest to just rip the whole thing up. Problem is, caustic solution is going off that way, so I do have to be a little careful. And also, I believe sludge might continue up. Yes, it does. Which does just make everything that little bit more difficult. So let's do that. And this. Okay, and hopefully I didn't cut power to important things. Nope, all of you lost power. Okay. That is a power pole 1. If I just upgrade it, suddenly everything's connected. Everyone's all happy. Okay, anyway, copy you. These inserters, well, and the undergrounds can go. So at least that part can go. Okay, but now you have no power and you're probably important, whatever you are. So let's get you some temporary power. Okay. So starting from here, caustic in, vertical flip. Okay, let's figure out a tile for this. I might go ahead and slide you up 1 tile. Caustic runs like this. If I need to do something else with it, I can. Yeah, like I'm trying my best to figure out how I'm going to get the sulfuric acid out of here. Let's say for now you just connect in over here to the other set. In fact, let me just do this. Horizontal flip. Let's see if that works. And so you'll have inserters like here. Well, actually, these are the outputs. So let's say something like that. Naturally mirrored on this side. Yeah, because you'll also need caustic up this way. So let's see, so that's sulfuric. And then sulfur dioxide in the middle. And what can I do about this? Where's sulfur dioxide? So sulfur dioxide is this pipe right here. In theory, I can probably just run this right up into there without any real difficulty. And then the acid can't easily go anywhere because there's this beacon here. Now, of course, the beacon could just move, but it's kind of perfectly placed to hit all of these furnaces and a good chunk of these furnaces as well. And, of course, a good chunk of these flotations. What I could just bring sulfuric acid this way. You'd have to go one more so that I dodge this belt here. But if I keep sulfuric acid up this direction, I think that just works. Let's get you in here and in there. Okay. So I just copy that, move you right here, and paste you in. I mean, it does look good. It does look like it should work. Ooh, that's gonna be right on top of this beacon. Do I care? What do you hit? So you're hitting over here for some reason. Not real sure why. I can move you 2 squares up, and that does get you out of the way. Like, that is good enough for me. I guess that works. Okay. What sort of throughput am I looking for? That's probably an important one. So, you do 3.8. Okay. How many machines? 12 machines, each outputting 3.8. Let me verify that's true rather than assuming. It could be beacons or something. Yeah, okay, so 3.8 apiece. So that's just under 45 a second, so just under a blue belt. Of just the crushed bauxite. That's all I'm looking at. So crushed bauxite, just under a blue belt. So divide by 5 for the packager. And that's 9. So 9 items a second, package-wise. That's going to be roughly 10 of these because they're 8.8. How many do I have so far? 8. Well, 12 should be able to handle that then. So let's just get one more of these up here. So you connect in this way, that way, that way. Byproduct gas this way, that way, that way. Then you do still need the actual sulfuric acid connection. There we go. Let's not forget that up there. You do have inserters, you do have sludge output. Sludge line is uncompromised. Power, not so much, but we'll deal with that in a second. Okay, and of course this pipe that's supposed to be sulfuric acid doesn't actually go anywhere, but we'll also deal with that in a second. Yeah, we don't actually bring sulfuric acid down anywhere. Just never really had a reason to. Let's underground you and move this pump over this way. Good enough. Reason being, I'd love to move this over here and underground this way. Ooh. That's amazing that that works, honestly. I have no idea how that worked. Oop, nope, can't do that. Also, apparently I'm hitting pipe extents somehow. I must be encountering old pipe somewhere. Ah, right there. Yeah, all that's upgraded, all that's upgraded. So it should just be that part up top, and then this will stop being mad at me. So like right in here, it looks like. Right on top of the Roboport. Of course that's where it wants to be. Can I come down one more then? Yep, no trouble at all. Okay, all of this got upgraded. Why are you still upset? Oh, you're connected to a tank. I guess that'll do it. Okay, fair enough. So sulfuric acid comes down this way. So let's put you there. And if anything, I think this works out cleaner. Oh, no, because you still hit here, and never mind. I was gonna say we have like this little 2-tile bit, so that'll make that clean, but no, we can't really move you down 2 tiles. That's not gonna work very well. All the same, that gives us sulfuric acid down here, connect in. That should give all of these sulfuric acid. You want just normal aluminum hydroxide, unfortunately. So let's break you. Put a packager in there, and just feed you in. And then, of course, this recipe is going to need to change. I think it's okay to go ahead and change you right now. Oh, you can't handle boxed recipes. You would have to be large furnaces. Wow, that is a little annoying. I did kind of forget that part. And large furnaces, that is not just a naming scheme. They are larger. And, you know, that's not exactly gonna fly down here. You know, let's see exactly what I would need to do to get the same throughput down here, because maybe it's still possible. Maybe it's not completely unreasonable. Don't know why you got unset. Oh, for some reason you also take water and generate wastewater. Fascinating. Why would you be different that way? Who can say? No. Just leave it. That's fine. Okay, anyway, you take in... Hold on, okay. Equivalent. You would handle 16.5 items input and output just a little bit more than that. Yeah, what? That's kind of crazy. So that's like 2.5. And then 2.5. So 1, 2, 3. So I would technically need 4 furnaces to get the same throughput as down here. So let's move you back a smidge. Yeah, you might not be able to stay. But it might not matter either. Like for now, let's just move you up that way. Yeah, I only need to move you 1. Because the furnaces are only 1 larger. But I do need to do it in both directions. Okay. Let's clear these power poles here. That is gonna rip power off of you. Just temporarily go up there. And yeah, just get rid of all of that. Technically, I don't need to get rid of the center belt here. So 1, 2, and that's already equivalent. So this is bonus. So about 50% bonus. I can add a little more over here, as you can see also. I don't know about 50%, but we'll see what we can do. Okay, anyway. Could I potentially underground here? Kind of. I kind of can. And that is important because you do still take 1.5 items per second at your maximum. So I do want like a good solid inserter connection to you. That does seem important. Yeah, then opposite corner for the output, because you just have to be that way. Large furnaces can't be mirrored, can't be flipped or anything. They just have to be all special and such. Okay, I do have wastewater and water literally right here. In a fascinating turn of events. Like, it is interesting. Just right there. And right there. And then wastewater does exactly the same. And connects in right there. Yeah, didn't think you were needed at all. Okay, well, that gives me all of my unexpected fluid connections. Inserter should be cool. 1.5 shouldn't be too bad. And then, is there any difference on the aluminum? Let's just bring you over here. So, aluminum, there are different aluminum recipes. Yeah, I didn't think I wanted to do the boxed aluminum ingot recipe anyway. So this is a good point to start unboxing things. Perhaps right there. Unfortunately, there's this splitter right here. You know what? I can put a belt right there. So pick up left, make sure you output to the right. And then pick up from above, make sure you output to the inside. Okay, that doesn't seem too bad. So that's all powered. Let's see. You need to be moved here, I guess. That can go there to power this beacon. Not that it's really doing that much up there, but I can't really bring it any closer because of this one down here. I did kind of miss that pump there. Oh well, you go there and just upgrade, I guess. That'll catch the pump. Let's upgrade you to get power to both sides of the machine. And I guess that can go away. And you can go over here. Which means this can probably go away. And there we go. Okay. Alright, moment of truth. Let's see what happens. Also, that doesn't need to continue up. Let's connect that. And I guess also upgrade you to get robot connection down here. As well upgrade you. Oh yeah, they are not keeping up. Let's see if this helps. Okay. No sulfuric acid. Why not? Ah. I guess that'll do it. Fair enough. I've done that so many times in this playthrough. It's been a while. I haven't done that in a good long time, mostly because I haven't had to be placing pumps everywhere for quite a while. But I feel like every time I was running a pipe and had to just randomly throw a pump somewhere, I would never remember to give it power. Okay, so now that these have... well, these specifically have turned back on, now we've got a stream of income coming back in. Go ahead and just make that green. Not that it needs to be, I just noticed this part was blue and this part was green, and that seemed a little silly. So what I was trying to see is whether or not these are actually able to output full-time or not. So you'll notice we're able to input just fine, but the output is maybe going to fill up. But maybe not. It actually kind of looks like we're holding pretty steady. Okay, not too bad at all. We now have Tier 4 logistics bots also. So, I'm hoping... yeah, I'm hoping that has increased the amount of aluminum that we're able to get from the same amount of space, but I'm skeptical. I'm not entirely sure. Well, at least these are running. It doesn't look like these guys are staying running full-time. Granted, they do have more speed beacons and stuff than these guys over here, so maybe it would be somewhat prudent to just add another stamp on top. Guess I should go out to where the inserters are. What are you? Sulfuric acid. So let's copy from the sulfuric acid to sulfuric acid. Yeah, that does cause problems, unfortunately. I can't really do that. I can get a half tile in, I guess. Like if I just take this part, I can get just that in. There we are. There we are. This is still connected. I just have to get this part connected in. And there we go. Okay. Oh cool, you should have power. Yes you do. You're connected to the sludge. Yes you are. Yep, everything looks good. And I mean, another 2 machines is still another 1.3 output per second, so not nothing. I mean, that's nearly half of one of these furnaces, so, you know, it's something. Best I can say. You don't output because you can't. My bad. Also looks like you might need a little help with being able to pick up all the alumina. Hmm. Why is it picking up so weird? I'm not sure why it's not just picking up. That's very odd behavior. Whatever, it seems to be keeping aluminum flowing. It's keeping aluminum in the bottom furnaces. I don't really care beyond that point. Like, these guys, they're not slacking. Why are you stuttering? What if I did something like this? So, knights move up, then output to the left, and then pick up from diagonal up and output to the right. One more to the right. And then upgrade those. We're pretty close to the main base, so that shouldn't be a difficult upgrade. There we go. I mean, yeah, as long as we can keep the furnaces full, any capacity beyond that doesn't really matter. And if we are keeping the furnaces full, that's definitely more capacity than we used to have, so seems like a win-win to me. Yeah, it looks like you might even be having trouble outputting fully. Yeah, it does look like you're having trouble inputting. So I will go ahead and upgrade all of those, and I might as well upgrade these guys. Actually, that's silly. You just come up here and go into a supply depot, so the tier of the belt there doesn't matter at all. It does look like perhaps the tier of the belt might matter down here, as well as the tier of the inserter, because you're not going fast enough. There we go. Get all of that upgraded. Yeah, 2.6 items a second. I don't know if a purple is able to keep up with that. It does seem like it is. It does seem like it. 2 items a second though. A yellow is not keeping up with that. Oh yeah, that is much better aluminum production. Even just that single upgrade up here has improved things pretty substantially. I honestly, I have to tell you, I don't remember why I was working on aluminum. It was so long ago at this point, I don't even remember. I mean, I'm happy that it's better. Aluminum has been a pretty consistent problem. Actually have another one ready to go. Look at that. Kaboom. Yeah, hard to believe petroleum's pulling that far ahead of coal. Let's see. Back this far, graphite is an issue. We do have trucks of graphite coming in. Just doesn't seem like it's quite enough. Also, how many machines I got? 53 at about the same 0.54-ish input. That means I need just over 27 items of input per second. I don't know if those three are capable of that, though it does definitely seem that the problem is input supplied, not speed of inserters or anything. So maybe what I should do is try and figure out a way to get a little more boxed graphite. Though, I wonder how is titanium doing with its graphite? Yeah, you also seem to need graphite, interestingly enough. Or at least, your belt's full, but the requesters were completely empty. Looks like turning oil into fatty acids is helping petroleum quite a bit, actually. Where's that one area that was turning methane? Is it you? Nope, that is oil cracking. Where's the one area that was turning methane into stuff I wanted? Also, fish was never finished. I got distracted and just left. Story of my life. Fish eggs. Fish progenitor. I need worm and algae. Oh yeah, that was the problem. One, if not both of those, was pretty much dead. And then I went off to fix it and just forgot to come back. Okay, let's bring you up to, like, here. Lit here. You can continue down. But you come this way and come down over here. This way, and then right here, it looks like. One more. Even a green has trouble reaching that far. Okay. In you go. And in you go. That gives me worms. Now I just need algae. And I do actually need more algae than I do worms. So perhaps I'll even move you down one more. And then try and get algae in here somehow. Well, there is algae right there. What do you know? Let's just upgrade you. Get you out of the way. And of course, I have to actually delete you in order to see proper guidelines. And there you go. So now the algae comes down. And algae wants to go that way. And I guess you might as well be green. Everything around you is green. Oh yeah, you actually do want to be here, though, in order to make it far enough. Might as well do the same here. So you get to be the long boy. Long boy. Okay. Now we have algae, worms, fish eggs. All we need are scout drones and construction bot 2s. Awesome. You don't take barrels. Funny enough, I just realized almost everyone else takes barrels. I'm not sad to see that you do not take barrels. I am just surprised. You know what? I'm gonna be... I can't output these into the same chest, it looks like. You know what? I can. I'll just do it up here. Let's see. You go there, you go there. Yes. Okay. I just realized the trees. Wherever I do trees, I did not limit you. Fortunately, you just aren't capable of producing. But let's make sure I don't keep more than like 10 of you. And then same over here. I guess you're not in logistics. Weird. Okay. I also need power over there, so that seems like a problem that will likely solve itself. There we are. Anyway. Blue chest, blue chest. And let's keep, like, 10 of you. And... oh, won't let me do that one. Okay. Let's do 20 instead. Well, I only keep 10 of these guys, so... seems a little silly. There we are. And that should be everything. Okay. We're ready to rumble. We just need the 2 requested drone stuff. And that'll be that. We do have a coal. Let's go ahead and get the coal deployed. Also, why weren't trees running again? Tree seeds. Shortage of tree seeds. Why would I be running a deficit of tree seeds? Like, I'm gonna watch real careful. So tree seeds come up. You do have priority output, so you do all flow up this way. You also have priority input. You should all come into here. So what's the deal? Why don't I have so many more tree seeds? Baffling. 15 becomes 35. So it would take 3 recipes of you to make that. That would be 24 seeds, but you make 35 seeds. That's a profit of 11 seeds. Like, that is more than a full recipe. You should definitely be chugging along much faster than this by now. How can you be tree seeds? I mean, these guys do offer a more favorable tree seed trade. Can I really not do anything with this sugar? Sugar, saline, bacteria makes glycerol, methane, and wastewater. Or over here, sugar, freshwater bacteria makes methanol and carbon dioxide. Fermentation. Let me see if I have fermentation. I do. Let's see. Methanol is backed up. So what can I do with methanol? You make the methanol canisters. I can turn you into diesel. Yeah, not really anything, unfortunately. Where's my diesel recipe? Oh, aquaculture drone. Let's go. Fatty acids and methanol. Okay, so that is what I'm doing. Okay. I thought that was something else, but no, it's just the truck supplies. So let's see, fish. Release fish near algae using drones prefers over 60% oxygen. That seems pretty easy to me. I still don't have any, never mind. I guess they are en route. Nope, I just never made any, never mind. So, gimme fishy. Also, I have another little group up here somewhere. Not exactly what I was looking for. You're the coal one. I don't know. Okay. Good enough, I guess. They don't need to be together for any particular reason. I was just gonna put it with the others. And if I'm gonna go through the effort of doing that, I might as well set up another one for algae, just in case I do need to spread more algae around. If I'm gonna do it up there, I might as well do it down here. Let's see. Okay. Well, there's -4 in the logistics system right now, so it might be a second before we get the fish. I'm sure it's going somewhere. It's probably going into Blue Spidertron. No, okay, so you're still cool. Yeah, no fish, no algae, please. What are you? Okay, so you're cool. I have one more Spidertron somewhere. Legitimately no idea where it could be, though. Okay, there you are. And yeah, get rid of those. And we have another oil ready to fire. And then red. Red's up this way. Red should already be clean. You do keep terraforming in you. I'm not super opposed to that, honestly. Oh, you're gonna need power, I guess. Okay, Tier 3 it is. Only need 4 more copper drones to clear out the copper goal. Coal is making some progress. We're nearly a third of the way done. Petroleum's nearly half. and just about ready to start making progress on fish. I also just researched tier 4 bots, I believe. I don't have construction bots, but I do have tier 4 logistics bots. Let's go. I do need to make large cargo pods. Let's make large cargo pods then. So, let's see. Large cargo pod. No idea if I make small cargo pods anywhere. Are you used in anything? This doesn't help me in the slightest. Are you used in anything? No, but you will be. Okay, let me see if I make small cargo pods before I commit to anything. Yes, okay, yes I do. I'm gonna keep 25. Let's increase that to at least 50. Okay, so large cargo pod. Which does need this other large cargo pod. This one I'm pretty sure I do make. Yes. So that should be fine. No idea if I make the trash compactor. Just kind of looking around for anything else. Not really seeing anything, so 1, 2, and 3. And make sure to update their modules. Levitation field and night vision. So you must be made in a nanofab, and you must be made in a medium. But you take a fluid. Okay, let's work on the other thing first. So, levitation. I should make all of this. Copper sheets I'll need to request into the main factory. I don't think I request... Oh no, here's copper. Okay. Okay. So nanofab then. Yeah, you can just go there. Levitation field 2. That is the one. So blue chest, red chest, in and out. Oh, those were both blue chests. Maybe let's not do that. $50's a lot. What do you use then? Robot frames. Okay, I can keep 50. I guess that works. Blue circuits. Levitation field 1s. I should definitely have those. Blue circuits I do request, but they should be boxed blue circuits. And then I'll have to unbox them. Let's come up here. Processors. Do I have blue processors in here already? Don't see any. So let's add them. The box ones. There we go. And then unboxed blue circuits. Seems fine. Okay, so I did get a levitation field. You guys are made in regular assemblers, okay? Also need copper sheets. So, let's see. Let's look for, not copper, copper sheets. And copper, copper, copper sheet. Okay. Probably do want to make another levitation field. So let's come up this way. And let's make you a levitation field. Okay, we do have all the parts on the way. Except for capacitors, apparently. No, capacitors should be on the way. See, I do request capacitors in here. We are just empty. Good to know. Did I change recipes to like boxed capacitors? Nope. Nope, just not making enough. Okay. So, 1, 2, 1, 3, 2. 1, 3, 1, 2, 2. Okay, hold on, wait, what? One alumina, 2 aluminum sheet, 1 graphite. So 1 alumina, 2 aluminum sheet. It's listed in different order, but it does look the same. So 1 alumina, 2 aluminum sheets, 1 graphite, and 3 plastic. Okay, so that is the same, and then that produces 2 capacitors. You produce 2 capacitors, yes. So it is exactly the same whether you box it or not. Ah, I see the problem. Yeah, this line of capacitors right here only ever sends its product down for memory circuits, and even then, these get priority over these. I think the easiest way to solve that is to just move this over here. Then blue inserter, blue inserter. So, maybe not a bad idea. Let's logistics control you so that, well, maybe not logistics. Let me think about that. Let me circuit control you. Read, hold, read, hold. So there's like 90 something capacitors on here. Okay, let's follow the power lines up this way, then into you, and then into these guys. So, capacitors. If capacitors are less than, like, well, greater than. There we go. That way, I shouldn't completely starve these guys down here. It says 70. Yeah, maybe like 60 or something should be the threshold. That looks to be about right. Yeah, they go pretty quick. So as soon as that starts to fill up again, these guys should turn back on. Okay. I kind of expected it to turn on a little quicker. Not gonna lie. Oh, there they go. Okay, so this is backing up. That's fine. So they should be free to take however many capacitors they want. But then as soon as this dips below 60, then they should turn off. And maybe to help with lag time, we'll go ahead and increase these belts. Not that they really need it, it just helps, once they do turn off, it helps the capacitors get down here a little quicker. It reduces the lag of signal time. And I was gonna just get rid of this one, but honestly, I think it can just stay. It's not like it's hurting anything, and it gives a little extra capacity. We just siphon off of these guys. That way, even when these are off, we're still loading a little bit of capacitors into here. Doesn't seem like a terrible idea. I do think, however, that it might not be an awful idea to get a beacon in here somewhere. Though we do have a beacon right there, unfortunately. Okay, so the highest I can go is here, which means I would need to put the beacon down in this area somewhere. That is a little too low. Yeah, I do not have the ability to put this anywhere down there. Could I bring you down this way instead? That does not strike me as a grid substation. I think it can move. So let's do that. Move the substation like 1 square over. You can go here. I'm not doing too bad. Oh, you don't say. I thought that one was an original. But I'm not doing too bad. We do have a good bit of progress on the board today. Petroleum's nearly half done, coal's nearly a third. I do have the fish drones, I haven't fired any yet. Trees, around 40%. And I've spent a good chunk of the stream increasing throughput on some of the more critical products. Like, I've worked on aluminum for 3 or 4 different occurrences for different reasons. And each time it does get a little better. Okay, it looks like, speaking of which, a yellow is not going to be able to keep up with you. Let's get these upgraded. And honestly, I don't know if that single purple can handle almost 4 items a second. So let's get it upgraded as well. Let's go ahead and do this. This helps with the unloading speed of the blue inserters. Just make it red. Oh, today for sure, yeah. We'll get clean through all the probes and everything. Coal has stopped going down. That is true. I did have to stop mining coal because unfortunately I think the game did not like that I was mining the coal I was placing down, so now the giant coal blob just grows unopposed. Let's see if I can get the first of the fish down anywhere. Oh yeah, I've got several fish ready. So fish claim they want to be near algae. So let's just pop a couple this way. Over here. Over here. Over here. Just dot them all around. I have no idea how far apart any of these really should be, or if there's anything they shouldn't be near. Let's just see what this does. Like, I don't know if they shouldn't be too close to land, or if they should be close to land. Okay, well there's quite a few fish going out. Oh yeah, already over 10%, and hardly any of them have landed. Let's see, can I see fish? Oh yeah, there's some fish. Look at them go. I say as they absolutely do not move at all, but you know what? They exist. Wait, what? I already finished fish? Oh no, 30%. Okay, never mind. I was like, wait, what? That didn't make any sense. But hey, I mean, that was 30% in one volley, so not too bad. Speaking of which, I do have trees to do as well. Trees have been a little slower coming in for whatever reason. Trees do like being near worms, so let me actually dot a couple worm patches around, and then chase it with trees. There they are. I'm curious to see if I have more tree shells or not, but nothing wants to fire. There it goes. Okay. So I should at least be able to get those two off. Being able to mine coal, but having a total net decrease doesn't make much sense. Well, I mean, it's just coal ore. It's not like a special coal or anything. Oh, trees don't like being near volcanic vents. That was probably mostly a waste. Yeah, I don't think that placed literally any trees, actually. You know what? I am nuking this. Be gone. And then I'll just re-terraform you. Gotta make sure the shell actually makes it up here. The shells are kind of slow. I would hate to terraform and then nuke. That would be kind of a waste. I guess while I'm waiting, I will also... Well, I might want some of these fumaroles. Like, I might keep this one, since it is right next to the tracks, and I might keep this one too. But like, this down here, I can get rid of. Game mechanics wise, like, why allow it? It's strictly bad. Well, I think it's just because they didn't want to make a, like, custom unmineable coal. I think that just feels weird, and it's more fun. Like, technically you can mine the silly coal. I don't have too much trouble with it. Oh yeah, let's go ahead and get ground terraforming fired out this way too. And then I'll have to place grass on this once it finally arrives, wherever it's coming in from. There you are. I think I can go ahead and fire that now. And the same down here. And then I guess after grass, it only makes sense I'll fire worms. That's a much closer race than I intended it to be. Let's do that. And then warm it up. And then we'll fire some trees afterwards. We got grass. Worms are on their way. Oh, we're out of trees anyway. I guess I'll wait until the worm lands and see if that happens to change, but I wouldn't hold my breath. Yeah, okay. Anyway, we've got trees. And we've got superconductors, apparently. What can I do? So let me check on the drones making the coal and petroleum. I haven't looked at them in a while, and sometimes they need me to babysit them. Waiting on coal. Waiting on petroleum. Okay. Fair enough. Yeah, lack of fatty acid. That's all that's holding the petroleum back. And then I believe it's just graphite. For coal. No, actually, at the moment it's carbon monoxide and graphite. Hold on. Didn't I do something with carbon monoxide? Not like I've only been shipping it out, right? Maybe not? Okay, I could have sworn I was doing something with carbon monoxide. I electrolyze it and stuff somewhere around in here. Yeah, so how do you work? You take carbon dioxide and make monoxide. And then monoxide combines with water to make dioxide and hydrogen. Okay, that's not super helpful. So I guess if you're filling up, I gotta find something to do with you. Well, I can combine you with hydrogen to make graphite. If I compress you, I can combine you with hydrogen to make a bunch of gases I don't want. Or a bunch of other gases I want even less. I can run you through an air compressor to make graphite boxes and compressed carbon dioxide, and once I have compressed carbon dioxide, that I can electrolyze, I think. Okay. Let's see. If I just pop you there, and then another one there. So first I must compress carbon monoxide, and then if I compress compressed carbon monoxide, then I make graphite, and it spits out compressed carbon dioxide. I think I said a die when I meant them on. Oh well. 960, 320. But how much do you take in? 3.8 thousand. You guys output like 8. Yeah. I think we're cool. So you can just get electrolyzed. Yep. Let's grab one of you. Also, is it better to use tier... I guess it's better to use tier 3s. I think they're technically more efficient. Though, they also have a higher idle cost. So, maybe it is in my best interest to downgrade you. Let's see. Electrolyzer. Where's your input? There's your input. I forgot to say please, my bad. Break you into more compressed carbon monoxide. Let's 1, 2, 3 this way. That way I can fit a pump, I guess. Make sure you're top up only. You just go in a chimney, and then you loop back around. There we go. Paint in the area, make it a little nicer. Everyone's happy. What are you? Carbon dioxide? Yeah, carbon dioxide's doing fine, I guess. Okay. And where are the boxes? Boxes are over here. So what if I had a little feed belt right there? Make sure you are input priority. And just brought you down this way. Trying to figure out where this way even is. Okay. Up here. This way. And in you go. Might as well have them on both sides of the belt. And hey, who knows, maybe that'll help me lose some of my dependency on imported graphite. Maybe I can just recycle it. And it'll help with the oxygen goal. In fairness, you do seem to be running pretty constantly. Well, you produce 240, you only take 80. Okay. Maybe I was a little overconfident before. Let's upgrade you. Like, I certainly don't need the capacity on this one. This one does 960. Each of these machines does about 8. And even though there's about 50 machines, that's still only about 400. But that's only enough to run you around half time. That's still 120. So, okay, now you can do 320. That's a pretty big upgrade. Oh, and importantly, we're not just handling your output, we're also handling your output. You do 120 when you run. So that's 360 if you were both running full time, which you can't handle even still. And now these guys can be blue. Let's see, 160, you do 150, so Actually, if you're going to be running full-time, you might also need a slight upgrade. I think you're probably close enough that it's fine though, and if I did upgrade you, that would just pump more output into here. So maybe this is kind of a best of both worlds scenario. You can only output into him anyway, so I don't think it really matters. Oh yeah, we are making a good dent in this carbon monoxide backlog now. And that is a decent amount, even though we are burning through a backlog, so it won't stay this much. That is a decent amount of extra graphite. Certainly not mad about that. I do definitely need more though. I do have a full pipe of methane here, and I know methane can be compressed and turned into graphite. Yep, just takes a furnace. You also output hydrogen. Not sure I want you to output hydrogen, because I don't really need hydrogen over here. So maybe the methane to graphite pipeline is not the way to go. On the other hand, I could just combine you with some of this oxygen that I'm venting, make you into water, and just dump you. It's not good to dump the hydrogen itself, because that is bad for the oxygen goal. Just kind of getting a feel for my options here. What if I just look at graphite? Graphite boxes specifically. Yeah, none of these are really doing it here. Wood chips would be cool, but I need wood chips for biters, so I can't really dip into them easily. Cellulose and oxygen in a combustion chamber. I have no idea if I have extra cellulose. I think cellulose actually has been a problem at different points. And I can just burn plastic. I guess if you have a huge abundance of plastic from biters, that's something you could do. How are biters doing? Not that I'm necessarily contemplating that. I just wanted to come see. Okay, fish are officially running again, no pun intended. Trees need tree seeds. All the tree seeds are still being made into trees somehow. I don't really understand how, after this long, we don't have enough tree seeds. Like, that just isn't making sense to me. Yeah, like, what if I did the same thing I did a little while ago and just had the bots take some of the sugar away? Allow this to flow for just a little bit, because you do have better returns on your tree seeds. Yeah, this is already full again. There. Just let it flow for a little while. I really don't know why I'm not getting better returns on my tree seeds. Like, I don't know where they're all going. Like, I can tell they're not coming up through here and in here because this is priority, and even just watching the belt, I can see them go up here. I can tell they're not going that way. I can see them coming in. How strange. Oh, now some went that way. You know, you are a blue belt. What is this? What is this down here? This is green. It probably doesn't need to be green. But all the same, everything else on this line is green. So let's go ahead and make you green as well. Not that that's going to make literally any difference. I just happened to notice you were blue and everything else was green. And that was kind of weird. Anyway, the tree drones are being made, at least. Poor bot got stuck. He was just looping endlessly. Well, we're back to relying on this one now because sugar is stuck again. If only I could make graphite out of sugar somehow. I guess I can make carbon dioxide out of sugar. It also makes methanol. Can I do anything with methanol? Like, directly useful. Not really. Best I can see is I can make a bunch of carbon dioxide out of you out of various processes and then throw that into the compressor and make graphite that way. But that doesn't seem like the best use of my time. Like, if we're already making stuff and that produces carbon monoxide or dioxide as a byproduct, then yeah, we should go ahead and make use of it. But I'm not going to go out of my way to make it on purpose. I wonder if the main base, or what used to be, like, literally almost 3 months ago was the main base. I wonder if I'm still venting carbon dioxide. I don't even know where that area is anymore. Oh, yeah, we are. Okay, are there roads around here? There's a road over here. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. So, new pump up this way. Throw you up here. You up here. And then this is going to be taken over here somewhere, and I'm gonna make graphite out of it. Just because I can. It's already there, it's free, it's being shipped up here from varying parts of the base. I might as well make use out of it. Let's make sure this line is free. Ooh, okay. It kind of is. So close yet so far. The next best I could do is up here. But that doesn't work for many reasons. So I guess you're going here and then up to here. Oh, this is wonderful. I love this. this. Yay. I love all this horrible piping. Okay, here you go. So this is carbon dioxide. So let's find a compressor. Connect you in. And that makes compressed carbon dioxide. And then we electrolyze that. Let's get you, like, over this way, I suppose. Oh yeah, I gotta pick your recipe. There you go. And then that's gonna give me oxygen and monoxide. I think I might actually want the oxygen down here. Just potentially. You are compressed oxygen though, and that's kind of a pain. I think I'm just gonna vent you. Anyway, then we have the monoxide, which is actually what we want. And just have another compressor over this way. Make the graphite. Connect you up. You know what? Get rid of that. Break you. Let's, like, upgrade that a couple times, and then move you down here. Much better. Okay. So, you make dioxide again. Once again, this really should be a pump over here. So I guess I'll do it over here so that it has power. Now you can be top up. This power pole still has to move. And there we go. That should be cool. You have water for some reason. Yep, that's an underground right there. Didn't even notice. Okay, well, let's break all this. Bring you this way, then. Can you come in here, maybe? You know what? Sure. I guess. I guess that works. So that'll bring me carbon dioxide in. I can press it. So on, so on. And that's gonna start making graphite boxes, okay. Just straight into here. Sure, you have power here, why not? I'm gonna wait, make sure this all works. Should be relatively quick. Yes, okay, so you can empty fast enough, that's what I was worried about. And let's greatly lower your priority. There we go, that's another source of graphite. Speaking of another source, we have another source of petroleum ready to go. Let's pop you over there. And let's see if we have more fish. We do. Let's just start dotting them around. Gonna assume not to put fish near other fish. That's probably not a good idea. I don't know how near to other fish counts as near to other fish. So they're just kind of getting strewn about. Kind of surprised it's allowed me to fire this many. Oh, yep, there we go. Now we're out. Oh, that is quite a lot, though. That is so many. Okay, we finally have another copper. It's been so long. Get in there. Fish already over 50%. No idea where this one's headed. Oh, a couple more this way. So they haven't all landed yet, but already over 50. Okay, the last three did hardly anything. It seems to move in weird jumps, I feel like. Trees. Let's get some trees in. Any other good tree spots? Maybe a little bit up here. Probably don't have any more trees than that, so I'm gonna wait for all those to fire. And yeah, that was all. Am I good or what? Yeah, that did hardly anything. I think some of those did like 0.1%. I think some of those did nothing. Okay, you have fumaroles next to you, so you may literally have done nothing. Yeah, that was not the bump I was hoping for on trees, but oh well. Let's see, what am I even researching? We've got a new recipe for grass, and a new one for grass progenitors. After that, some insane recipe that makes no sense. Nucleotides and bacteria make amino acids. I could have sworn I already had this recipe, but okay. Sugar, saline, bacteria make glycerol and methane. Do I not also already have this recipe? Sure. I could have sworn I did, but okay. Okay, and we're nearly at the biter drones. We can nearly start making those. Just trying to see if there is anything else in here. Might be interesting. Really have no idea what this is for. And this one is a little frightening. Consume one probe. Reactor, antimatter, nanofab, satellite, asteroid miner, android 2, copper sheet. So expensive. Okay, you do give a lot of science, though. Bizarrely. I wasn't expecting to get anything from watching you, honestly. So, I mean, I guess I'll take something, sure. That actually seems like a very fair trade. I'm quite happy with that, actually. Antimatter, an extremely dense... Okay, so I do need to make antimatter. I'm glad I clocked that. Used in a reactor to collect antimatter fuel. Okay, so I just have to throw you in a regular old reactor. You're made of breeder cells, fission cells, batteries, superconducting tape. Okay, but how do I make you? There we go. You're made, presumably in a nanofab. Seems like it. Barium, rare earth, which comes from this recipe that I just unlocked recently. A flotation that takes yellow cake, nitric acid, phosphate ester, makes all this stuff. Okay, let me go compare that to my current uranium area. Because I do make this down here. The recipe seems quite similar. You can void the barium nitrate, of course. Okay, so you seem exactly the same, except you also provide rare earth nitrate. Like, the quantities are likely different, but who cares? Like, I can literally just replace your recipe as long as I filter the output. So, rare goes up. Take it away. And then just start swapping out the recipes. There we go. Just making sure none of these did anything weird somehow, but they should be fine. And if they're not, maybe it should be this stuff that's filtered and you go the other way. Okay, now what do I do with you? You are used in turrets, solar panels. Okay, so you're literally just an ingredient. And a very specific one. Used in Asteroid Miner 2. Interesting. Okay, so I only need one of these per 5 superconductive tape boxes. And that's 1-to-1, the boxes are, with productivity module 3s. The antimatter traps only take 3 of the tape themselves, so that's less than 1 box. Okay, so each time I make one of these, that's roughly 7-ish antimatter containment things. Granted, this area is not exactly bustling. Yeah, how could I encourage this to begin again? Have some coal ready for me. let me do this. Bring it up, bring it over, provide, and in. I assume most of the crafting is going to be done near the bot base, so I want to at least be able to request it and buffer it near there so the bots don't have to fly all the way. So that was rare. There we go. Oh yeah, coal time. So let's see. Coal. And kaboom. How is this area doing? So, still missing fish. I do have some algae. Near worms and away from fumaroles. Okay. I mean... Hmm. Let me go ahead and make myself a little isolated area, since I do have stuff in here. Namely the turrets, but I do have this calcite mine. Do I have any other sources of calcite? Well, okay, I have the drones, never mind. Well, assuming the drones don't bring in like 10,000 or something. I mean, I'm sure I'm fine. Yeah, there's 10 million calcite up there. I think I'm cool. Let's just blow a hole through the land here. There it comes. And you know what? Let me make a little fishy sanctuary. I have these shallow water things. I don't even know what they do, honestly. Let me fire a few off into the middle in here. And boom. Oh, that was real close. I thought I gave myself plenty of room. That was real close. Well, I mean, the biters won't be making the journey, I guess. Okay, let's see what this does. Okay, so it is just making somewhat shallow water. So I'm gonna fire some algae into here, and then I'm gonna fire just a bunch of fish into the middle as well. And by a bunch, I mean maybe 3. Because I think that's probably all I've got, but we're gonna find out. Wait, why did algae go down? Why did algae go down? Excuse me? Well, I guess I'll fire more algae out here. I mean, I need like 1%, so I don't really care, but like, what? Okay, I'm waiting for these to show up. Let's give them a little bit of a head start, and then I am going to start bringing some fish in. Come on, guys, give me this 0.5%. There's like 5 shells in the air. I think you can do it. And there we go. Hey, I completed algae again. Yay! Fish is up to about 60%, it looks like. Oh, we have a few more coming in, actually. I assume those are fish and not just remaining algae. Not really any good way to tell, but they were fired last, so I'm assuming. And yeah, that looked like fish. And 64%. Not mind-blowing, but hey, we're getting somewhere, I guess. Let's go ahead and dot this area with worms so that I can get more tree growing going on. I might also go ahead and just start terraforming large swaths of this area. And then regrass it. And then worm it up. And why stop there? Let's come over this way as well. I guess there is a land path this way. So let's cut it off about there. Also, that's dangerously close. What if I did a shallow here to shake things up? And then, of course, for each patch of dirt, a patch of dirt would not be complete without a patch of grass to grow on top of it. So just a little grass shot right in the middle for all of them. Make sure I didn't blow you up. I don't know what you're doing out there, but I think you can go. You have scout drone. You know what? Fine, you can stay. I think if you had been deep water, you would have died. Okay, so there's a good bit of new grass. Let's get some worms dotted around. Any field of grass needs worms, right? So let's get a few. And then any new trees? Not at all, okay. Well, there will be someday. I guess I can go look for them. How are trees? Trees, just missing tree seeds. Still don't understand. Maybe I do just need a second one? Like, could I fit a second one? I don't think so, because you have a fluid output. And it would be in the way of the inserter, and I'm already using 2 green inserters to take out of this guy. So what if I put you, like, over here, and then you take from 2 away, 1 up? So 2 away, 1 up. I guess 1 further back. Yeah, there we go. Okay. And you output onto the near side, or your near side of the belt, because you are far side. Okay, and then just go ahead and put the belts in. Okay, so you pick up diagonal up, nope, knight's move, and then drop 3 away? 3 away, yes, okay. And then green output, pick up from up there, you pick up from knight's move, and just off that. That should be it. Now there's the second one. Maybe that'll help somehow. I can only hope. Let's see, so once you finish, does this have any real noticeable impact? Let's see, let's wait for your second operation to finish. This one is also running, so you are both running. No. Now we're missing trees. This one does get first pick of the trees. Now they're running, okay. How long does your recipe take? A long time. Yeah, you take like 2 minutes, so with your slowdown, that's like 3.5 minutes, probably? Well, no, you're a little less than 2 minutes, so that'll probably get you to like 2:45. But still, that's quite a wait. It matters because, of course, I have to wait for at least 1 full recipe cycle before any changes I make have any obvious effect. I do feel like already, though, that more of the tree machines are running, like, further along. So maybe I've just not had enough crushing power to keep them running. But that's the only thing I can imagine. And then with more of these able to run, I can output more trees. More trees means more tree crushing, and so on. I mean, you should only be 0.16 trees per second. Or, tree seeds. Yeah, I really don't know. Even with 50 of you, that's still only about 7.5 a second? Which admittedly is actually even more than both of these are currently outputting. So, fair enough. I thought we were producing, like, an incredible amount. But I guess I underestimated just how many hydro plants making trees that I had. Okay, new grass recipe. I do remember looking at that. I guess I can go detour off the grass somewhere. But what is the actual benefit? Okay, so it's another one of those where the actual recipe stays exactly the same. It's just a better ratio, so you basically get a little more for free. I'll certainly take it. Seems fine to me. Okay, back to trees. So, trees. Now that you had a little more time to run, and I've swapped the modules out here, you have more trees running. Oh, you definitely do. We're almost to the back now. Yeah, okay, so that's definitely helping. And then hopefully, once we are backed up, then we can start making tree drones again. Now each one of you makes 4 1/3, so yeah, we are definitely making a surplus, assuming these are both running. And there really shouldn't be a reason for you to both be running. You take so long, and there's such ample opportunity to pick up trees. You are blue belt through this region. Just making sure. I'm watching the tree seeds travel and trying to see how far they get. If they can get to the end, wonderful sign. Okay, they're not quite gonna make it to the end, but man, they sure did get close. Give it another 5 minutes, they'll be here. That's no problem at all. Okay, that should be trees solved, I guess. I guess when I built this, I was assuming that the distillery recipe would be the primary one, primary recipe to run. I did not expect it to always be perma-backlogged on sugar. Interesting. We're venting quite a lot of oxygen right here. So much we're barely able to keep up with it, actually. Might go ahead and... What is your capacity? 6,000? Yeah, you're like 4,800. Let's go ahead and swap you out. And then that gives me exactly 3 of these chimney 3s. Oh, we do have some wood chips finally coming into this area. I say finally because it's been here for so long and has been doing absolutely nothing. That's going to give us some extra graphite boxes too, which is helpful to coal. Yeah, all 20 trucks are out getting graphite right now. I mean, okay. Have more trucks. I am not opposed. I might actually. There's a little buffering area around here somewhere. And since we do have some areas that are pretty distant. There we go. Let me go ahead and mark this on the map as well. Since we do have some areas that are pretty distant, I might go ahead and put a buffer here for boxed graphite. Let's say item buffer. Let's make you very slightly lower priority, maybe? We'll keep you at exactly 50. If I keep you at exactly 50, I think they just prefer whichever one is closer. Also, it looks like you need more trucks, so let's go ahead and bump you up. Oh yeah, you are completely empty of barrels, so maybe actually need a couple more. I'm assuming I have a fuel depot nearby, and it shouldn't take too long to get this fueled up. Not that I'm gonna sit there and stare at it. I mean, I know it will fill up, so that should be all that I need. Fuel area, how's it going? So I am completely full on fission cells. Breeder cells are missing lithium. Little strange. I definitely should have lithium. I have boxed lithium. Maybe it's just unhappy with that. I also don't ship lithium in, funny enough. I've just been letting the bots struggle with it. So what if I... No, I need to request lithium and then run it into an unboxer. That's what I need to do. So, boxed lithium. And all cool. Out you go. And out you go. Should make things considerably easier for the bots. And by considerably easier, I may even just mean possible, because it looks like they aren't making any of this, because it looks like they don't have any lithium. I think it's time for a sip of water. Okay, let's see. So they still have not brought trucks down this way for whatever reason, but I once again trust that they will. There we go. So they'll get power down here. They just gotta bring lithium in. Once the box lithium comes in, they unload it. It goes in here. Everything should be cool. We'll have more breeder cells. This is running now, so hopefully that's drawn some of this enriched uranium out. Because we are trying to get these machines to run. That is quite a lot from the spent fuel cells coming back in. And I'm trying to think of exactly how I want to handle that. Okay, I think what I might do, just to temporarily promote the idea of bringing in some of the new yellow cake, processing it using the new recipe. I think I'm just gonna grab a really big chest and put you there. Let's just see how that does. Also, did I ever craft any of the tier 4 bots or not? I don't think I can. I think I'm still missing an ingredient. I just don't remember what the ingredient was. And I wanted to come check. Oh yeah, night vision. I guess it's time. I should probably start looking at you. I don't think I make night vision 2 either. That one's probably easier. Never mind, I've got night vision 2. Okay. So, night vision 3. You take a liquid, you take the other two, you take battery 2s, which is not very cool, and you take yield modules, which is not very cool. You're made from amino acids. Now I remember looking at you. That's why I wasn't super happy about moving forward with you already. Alright, let me see if there's anything I can do about amino acid. Just anything at all. I never even set up this recipe. I might as well set it up. Okay, so your arthropods, your arthropod eggs. I already have eggs set up, so I want to do this one. You take saline water just like you do. Let's just bring the saline water down. There we go. Your outputs are largely the same. Yeah, let's go ahead and copy some of this. So then heavy water we can just bring over here and connect straight in. Same with the amino acids, which want to line up with the heavy water. Okay, hear me out. Heavy water just moves one square in. There you go, and then amino acids, and continue down this way. Oil. Oil. Okay, let's get oil down here. I was about to try and bring all of these down, and then I was like, well, what's the point of that? This is literally the end of the line here. Take you in. That should be everyone. Now we just need the items. So of course you need biters in, but then 1, 2, 3 items out. Both the plastic and the cellulose. I went to box. But how do I make my graphene usually? Okay, it's just chilling out up here. That's fine. Okay, so plastic, cellulose, graphene. How many inserters can I reasonably get out of you? I'd say that many. So drop 3 away. You pick up 3 away. You pick up 2 away, and drop 2 away. Actually, that's terrible. You drop 1 away. And you drop 2 away. That way, you are all on an individual line. There we go. Belts must be flipped, but everything else should just work. You become an underground. Oh, and all of you, of course, offset, offset, and offset. Wonderful, okay. Let's get 3 supply depots. 1, 2, 3. And let's make sure to filter these. So you are graphene. And graphene. That's the first belt. The second belt, that's you. You're going to be filtered to cellulose. And then what was the third thing? Plastic. And you're just filtered to double plastic. Okay. So you come down this way. You come down this way. You come in and go in. The reason those are purples is because they're going to be boxed. So I wanted to leave room for input to the boxer. And you might as well be logistics connected. Why not, I guess? Just gives me a more accurate count of how many items I have in the logistics system. Go ahead and reduce the importance of these by just very slightly. And set the channel to 2 on all of them in case it matters. I don't think it does, but now it's been done. We also now have a little more oil to fire off. So let's get some oil on there. And now let's get lighters in here. So fire drop and fire drop. So you go that way. Priority output that way. Okay, so this is all plastic. So I can output the there. Just to help ease what's going on, I have plastic coming out this way as well. Should I also just send that up? Yes, I should. Okay. So plastic is this very furthest belt. So let's just go ahead and rip that up. Just trying to figure out how exactly I want to do that. Okay, so you come in this way. This is biters. Let's just go ahead and get your input in somehow. If I run you this way, you are right in the way. But if I bring you this way, can't. I could bring you in over here. Perfect, okay. And just in there. Sure, good. Worst place you could possibly be, actually. Literally couldn't be worse. Yep, okay, you just go, like, over here. That's fine. Whatever. I don't care. And there you go. Okay, the point being, now I can get this plastic in. And in you go. That way they can each feed their plastic up, get it boxed, send it up to here if it needs it, and if it doesn't, it can get loaded into this depot. That way I don't need my own depot down here, and it can be useful up here without having to be trucked around. Cellulose, however, that's just going in here. Along with the graphene as well. See. I do have almost 1,000 zoology research. That is a good bit. So, let me see. If I come in here and go zoology, let me limit you to like 1.2k. So you'll continue filling up for a while, but you will eventually hit a cap. When you do hit your cap, then the biters will continue down this way. Let's not put plastic on this belt. There we go. You'll continue down this way, come into here, and you'll get processed in this building. 0.24 at a time, both buildings considered. Which is a single building making biters. Kind of curious now, what if I just don't prioritize you? Just gotta wait for the last little bit of belt to get made. And then they should find their way down here eventually. There they go. And that should have been a little burst of amino acid. Who can say though? Any other way to make amino acids that's somewhat useful? Just worms, really? It looks like surplus worms make amino acids. Worms and the arthropods, of course. Okay, so you're just the boxed recipe. Probably would have been nicer if I had just done that one. Well, I guess I still have to feed into you, so maybe not. Maybe this did work out better. Yeah, I mean, that's fine, I guess. We're literally backing up on this belt. And we're about to back up all the way to science. And then it'll just send all of them into science anyway, just like it was doing before. Even now, I don't feel like it's particularly hurting. There's like one machine on the very end that's not running. I did want to look at worms, see if I can get a little more worm production, and as such a little more amino acid production. No grass. Okay, all the grass machines are running. You know what? You actually only have 1 dot productivity modules in you. I can speed you up and give you more productivity at the same time. Flip and get you in there. There we go. And then let's carefully copy you down a couple at a time. I purposely grabbed some pipes and stuff so that I could ensure they were all lining up before I just mindlessly clicked. And it does look like that all worked out relatively painlessly. Looks like the first of the new modules is appearing. Let me compare 1.6, 1.3. So, you know, that's a decent enough amount. You are blue belt through here. It does look like you're kind of jamming up, so what if I did go ahead and just upgrade you? Couple spaces back that way. There we go, just might as well go ahead and upgrade things if you have the ability to. It can't make them worse. So where were worms? Worms are here. Okay, so you should hopefully see more grass coming in. You do need sand also. But it does look like you have enough sand. I might give you a second inserter though, just because. Okay, you guys definitely are having trouble outputting, but I think that's just because you're actually backed up. Yeah, part of that looks to be due to mineral dust here. Let's go down and down, up and up. We'll see if that doesn't help things out. Let's see, where was the build-up started? It definitely looks like it's helping. Yeah, I think I will go ahead and just upgrade all the inserters though. Yeah, it's about 3 items per second across the different items, so that is a fair amount of output for purple. Go ahead and upgrade you as well. Just because I might as well. Might as well upgrade you to the split since it's right there. And then you just need grass. Always more something. Okay, grass is backing up on oxygen now. Let's see, so that's 8,000. These have the capacity for 12,000. So let's just add another 2 and see if that does it. Also need to make sure powered. Yes, you are. I guess I have drones that I can fly around, so let's see what kind of havoc I can cause out here. Get some algae spread around, and then fire a fish into here. Doesn't look like there's much algae over this way, so let me go ahead and dot a little bit. Then we just have to wait for the algae to actually show up. Doesn't look like that shell did... Oh, that was a fish. Okay, it added like 1 fish. I don't know why. Like, I don't know if there's some RNG component here, or if I'm doing something wrong. But sometimes it does a whole lot, and sometimes it does a whole lot of nothing. Like, I'm happy to just fire some fish off into the abyss here. I just wish I knew if they would actually do anything or not. Oh, literally just fired more fish on top of the fish I just put there, but oh well. I forgot I already fired there. It does, on occasion, take a little while for fish and the other, like, shell-based things to arrive. Oh, and I'm out of fish anyway. Let's see about trees. Got a couple trees. Get them scattered around. Oh, already out. I do have coal, however, so let's go ahead and get that coal fired off. Hopefully, with all these trees on the way, that will get me over the 50% line for trees. Oh, and I have a copper. It's been so long. I do kind of just want to watch the tree shells hit. Yeah, like a lot of these aren't even doing a full percent. I mean, I guess that's fine. I can just make a bunch. Copper, 90%. So I only need 2 more. Biochem has about 10 minutes left. And amino acids. I feel like I've checked you 30 times because I really need to make this photosynthesizer. But I really don't want to do this one that creates more sugar. That's just not good. Just can't deal with that one. Maybe this one down here, or this one down here, is finally the one that will give me a solid supply of amino acids. It does both of these buildings together does supply 12 per second. Yeah, even though you take amino acids, each building only takes 0.08 per second. So, you know, that production isn't nothing. Yeah, you're 0.14, so, you know, producing, what did I say, 12 or something? That's enough for 100 of these machines. Of course, that's assuming they run full time. And now we're backed up on oil. You do produce combined total nearly 8 oil per second. So what if I come back up to oil? You're full on glycerol. What can I do with glycerol? Make you into amino acids with ammonia and oxygen. Wow, that's it, huh? That's it. Trying to weigh my options here, because none of these are really any good. Like, maybe at this rate, I just need to swap out some of the productivity for speed on these nanofabs making amino acids. Since I'm literally backed up on glycerol, which used to be the very expensive component of it. Your glycerol and this glycerol don't seem to be connected, though, which is a little weird. Hold on, where is the oil area? There we go. So, glycerol. Yeah, you are backed up because you only get made into oil over here. That is the only thing that you do. So maybe that's not the only thing that I want you to do over here. Bring that this way. Oh, you need to be a fluid depot, actually. Okay, this exists mostly to cut off pipe network stuff. So, like, could just move you forward until you're in front of this. But then I still can't underground up and down, so I guess I would just do that. But then with your own pump up here, that is overflow. So I do force feed the pipe to the right. And then when I cannot feed it anymore, then I start trying to provide it up here. It would be cool if I could get the pumps in, though. That would be pretty nice. There's one. And there's the second one on the way. And boom. Okay. So yeah, you filled up pretty much instantly. Hopefully, things will come and take from you. I set your priority highest I could. Let me see if I can find any of the other glycerol areas. Okay, so you provide glycerol. Let's bring you down to like 40. Okay, so you're the one I just made. And then you're the machines making glycerol up here to be provided from down here. Then fill glycerol barrel, fill glycerol barrel. Really? Ah, I do have 2 green sciences, so that does make sense. Let's see. You are running, both of you. I mean, your belt is backed up. Even if I doubled you, that would go up to like 24 amino acids per second. That's not nothing. Like, that's pretty good. Let's see. It would take 150 of these machines to match that. That's kind of bonkers. Granted, I do have more than 150. I have 220 up here. But even still, like, that's crazy. Okay. Maybe I will just come down here and give one more tile of this a try. Connect the belt. You underground here. You don't need underground. You can just come over. You can just come over. Everything else I think just works. I don't think I need anything else. Of course, we are so far from the base, it takes everything so long to actually get built down here. We are now also over 80% of the oxygen objective, which is nice to see. Slow but steady. Come on, guys, you got this. There we go. Okay. I mean, I can't put it off forever. I have something making amino acids now. I guess I will make the photosensitive liquid, or whatever it's called. That has to be made in a nanofab. So that gets to be the very last thing made down here. Grass progenitor 2. Paired to 1. You just take grass seeds and grass. And you get 1 free. I mean, that's pretty good. Can't deny that. Produce 1,000 logistic spot 4s. See, now that is the very first one of the, like, bot-related checkpoints where I'm like, ah, okay. I see why it wants me to do that. All the other ones have been just absurd. It'll be like, I'll have like 1,000 robots and it'll have a checkpoint to produce 50 or something. Well, let's just keep it going, I guess. Well, okay, I do need antimatter containment. That is something I need to start stocking up on, so I will move that to the front. Then we can do the next bio research. Then what do you like behind? Oh, a whole bunch of stuff. Which is currently locked behind Processor 3 challenge. Okay. I guess I'll also go focus on that once I'm done here. Actually, that is the one that I want. I'm just getting rid of recipes. There we go. So, what all do you need? 2 items and amino acids. Okay. In you go. And let's get this tiling. So you have no item out, just item ends. For tiling reasons, I will add undergrounds here and there, even though they aren't really needed. And it's basically no input, like it takes absolutely no items to make this run. So I'll just run it this way. You do produce 0.24, and that's before modules. That is pretty slow. How much do I need for anything? 2 for you. 8 for solar panel 3. Solar panel 3s in turn are used in Android 2, which are used in the probe, I'm pretty sure. Yes, yes you are. That is gonna make you considerably expensive. Solar panel 4s. Fortunately, do not need them. Don't need them at all. Okay. But the solar panel 3s, I need 3 of them per Android 2. Let's see. I need 1 of you per probe, but I only need like 10 probes or something. Isn't that right? Yes. So that's only 30. I only need to make 30 of them. That's not a big deal. 30 of the solar panels. That's not a big deal at all. Okay, so graphene and phosphorus. Well, I've got graphene literally right here, I guess. We'll go ahead and request it. Along with whatever the other item was. But I will also just put here. And priority output, even. Okay, so this one is the phosphorus. And then you are the graphene. Move you up there. You up there. And then output. And input priority from this side. And let's just do both sides of the belt. This seems nicer. Well, actually, it makes no difference because you get half belted anyway. It makes literally no difference. Connect it up, and now I need amino acids. Let's just go ahead and move that out of the way. You still connect, you're still good. Amino acids. come down. But I do want to do something in particular here, which is pump and overflow. I don't want to do overflow at 80, that seems a bit extreme, but I do want to make sure that this isn't capable of just sucking away all of the amino acids, because I do need those. Oh, and then... So, photovoltaic fluid is only used for night vision and solar panel 3s, but I will make those at the main base, I think. Yeah, especially you because you produce chlorine. And then you just because you take a bunch of weird products. I don't want to have to produce you here. That does mean, once again, that I will need a fluid depot, though. Wonderful. Okay. Amino acids are empty, though. That is kind of the thing. And I don't really know what I can do about it. I could just add more of these, potentially, but I've already doubled the setup from what it was before. I mean, I guess I can just do it again. Not exactly a huge bother. There we go. It does look like you might be having a hard time keeping up with this plastic, so I'm gonna upgrade you to greens. Doesn't hurt anything, just a little bit of insurance. Yeah, it's only like 5 plastic, though once these come on, that's gonna be 7.5 plastic. I mean, that's a decent amount. Okay, and this does seem to be getting used. It's not building up. That's something I was worried about. Graphene, however, is building up. What do I use graphene in? Not a whole lot. You are used in arthropod generators, or regenerators. And photosensitizer, of course. Also, type 4. Kinda can't believe that all the amino acid is still getting sucked away somewhere. Maybe overflow is not the correct call. Well, actually, pipeline extents 672 out of 672. I'd say that's just about as perfect as could possibly be. It's like it was planned. It certainly wasn't, but it is like it. Haven't had to break that one out in a while, but I feel like I've done that 3 times today. That's a pretty crazy one. Perfect pipe length. Wow, okay. I guess I won't be moving it. You know, I am assuming the biters are profitable this way. Like, 1 arthropod becomes 40 amino acid. 8 fish. 8 fish becomes 6 arthropod. Okay, so it's a 4-to-3 ratio. Okay. Do I ever use amino acids down this chain? Where are trees? No amino acids. Bacteria. No. Okay, so nothing down this chain uses amino acids, so it should be just pure profit. And like, a lot of it? The fact we aren't just immediately filling everything with amino acids is pretty surprising to me, honestly. I guess that's just a testament to just how light we were. So since you are separated by a pump, it is pumping this pipe full. And it is getting full. Okay, so you're full. You're full. Full. And full. Okay. Running also, but full. Okay, let's check for drones. Like, for example, we already have a petroleum drone. Let's get you fired off this way. Boom. Wonderful. A little more petroleum joins the pile. Okay, so let's see if I can't get a little more fish done. Over there, and there. In these kind of shallows along the coast, and little islandy bits. Don't see any in here. But what if I grab some algae and just fire a bit into these areas? And then as a nice little fishy chaser, fired a little bit of fish down in here. Nope, out of fish. Don't matter. How about trees? I've got trees. Let's start firing trees in here. I doubt I have this many trees, but, you know, let's be optimistic. We'll see what happens. Yep, okay, so out of trees. We'll see how that does, though. That is quite a lot of shells. Sometimes you forget as you're just clicking along, but, you know, it's a lot. So I'm just watching the numbers over on the side, seeing how they climb. Yeah, it's like not even 1% per. It's pretty painful. And one more. And boom. Okay. I mean, that's getting to be a decent amount of tree coverage. Oh, we had one more up here. Okay, trees are up to 61, almost 62. Fish up to 86, not bad. We're definitely getting there. let's see. This stuff is going to take that superconductive tape, so I probably want to go ahead and make that as well. Just keep that on the agenda. Yeah, I don't really know what to do about the fact that this is never going to work with an overflow on it. So what if I just change you back to a normal pump? Perhaps even more of a top-up and keep you no more than like 5% full. I don't want to buffer fluid in here when it could be so much more useful somewhere else. So at the same time, I do want to make sure you have enough to run, so I do want to buffer some. Alright, there we go. This recipe will produce 12, so that's 48 incoming. I guess I'll go set up the requests back at home. So let's see, I had a weird little fluid crafting area up here somewhere. Okay, it's kind of here, but it's also not the best. Let me leave a little bit of room and put you over here. So medium assemblers only, okay. There we go. So we need all of these things, which will just be brought in by bots. So, blue chest, red chest, input and output. And then you want to stop when I have like 3 stacks used, you stack the 10, let's say 50. 50 is usually a decent enough number, especially since you get used in bot. At least 20. Anything less than 20 really doesn't make sense. There we go. Let's find robot frame 4s. What did you need? Okay, just night vision 3, and then we will begin producing robot frame 4s. You also need trucks, and I need a full load of the photovoltaic material, whatever it is, photosensitizer. That is all that I need. Okay. Oh, it's so slow. Oh, that actually gets everything. Look at that. There you go. Can I upgrade you? Yes, I can. Then another speed module for you. Yeah, this rate it would take absolutely forever. There just ain't no way. How's the research? An hour and a half. Ooh boy. That's a tough one. I will at least watch it finish. There we go. Okay, so there's our first recipe, and we've got our first of the photosynthesizer ready and waiting. Once the photosynthesizer arrives at the main base, it will be used to make the night vision 3. And once that's done, we will have Tier 4 robot. So that is pretty exciting. I would quite like to have Tier 4 robots, believe it or not. No rocket fuel for satellites, that's not great. Hydrochloric acid is what's holding it back. Okay. Probably because we're now force voiding all of the mineral dust with hydrochloric acid. So what if I came down here, where I force bypass sulfuric acid, and instead of just generically setting you, what if I connect you to the tank? If sulfuric acid is low, then I want to prioritize left. So if you're under like 10k, then prioritize the left. And if you're over, let's say 25k, then prioritize the right. That way, if I have an abundance of sulfuric acid, then I'll use that first. That way I can save up some of my hydrochloric. But if I'm running low on sulfuric, then it will automatically bypass the sulfuric. I'd say that works pretty well. Should have done that a long time ago, honestly. Do I have fish? I do have fish. Let's go ahead and get algae planted in some of this little middling water area in here. And then I will dot some fish through it as well. I could have sworn I fired more algae than that, but I don't know where. Honestly, didn't think it was gonna matter because I didn't think I was gonna have more fish anyway, but as it turns out, I do. Just waiting for the algae that I ordered to come on in. It's probably these back three right here. So, fire one that way. One right there. And one up there. And I'm eager to see how far that goes, because I'm already at 88.75. Might as well throw one up that way as well. So from 88.75, it didn't move. It didn't move at all. Okay, 90. Ooh, that was like 3 shells. I think 2 of them, maybe even 3, and then a 4th one was involved somewhere. Just did not move it at all. Which I'm, you know, not super happy about. So you do have your trucks in. You're just waiting on the photosensitizer to show up, which is probably going to be a minute because you produce in such small quantities. I mean, we're up to, well, we're more than a quarter of the way there. Or not even quite a quarter of the way there, actually. So, yeah, that's going to be a minute. I might go ahead and just expand you out a smidge. There we go. And there we go. And then do the same up here. Beautiful. Get rid of that. Nope. You come this way. Okay. Why do you look weird? Okay, that's just graphene. It's just because you're a ghost, you look a little strange. And then this one, when you zoom out at a certain level, it kind of just looks like a black void. And I was like, well, what is that? But it is just the cellulose. Also, at this point, there's going to be 12 buildings. Each one doing 4 plastic, so that's more than a blue belt. Funny enough. Also, by far the product with the most throughput. The cellulose should be fine. The graphene should be fine. But the plastic's gonna be a little rough. There we go. Okay, you didn't quite get a chance to output either. So, yeah, what if I just grab all of you and upgrade you to greens? Just cause, why not? And you get to be blue, cause why not? Photovoltaic, how you doing? Okay, getting up there, nearly to 500. So it shouldn't be too terribly long before the first delivery is made, and once a delivery is made, it should last for a good long time. I mean, we use like 3 at a time. Even if there are a lot of bots to replace, I don't think it's that bad. Speaking of which, I do have this troublesome checkpoint to get past. So far I've been making haste modules and robot frames. Let me make sure I am actually making haste modules. You need speed 3, which needs haste 3. Haste 2, which is producing. Okay. I've only produced 50 of you. But then you've been used in something? Yeah, okay, you've been used in speed 4. And there you are. Okay. This is the blue chest. Never mind. Okay, you can't possibly be used in anything. You are. You're used in tier 4 bots even. Wow, okay. Big stretch. The sleep deprivation's getting to me a little earlier than usual tonight, and I am doubting this is going to be one of my, like, 11-12 hour streams. I'm thinking I might give it another 15 to 20 minutes and start calling it a night. I would love to get another one of these terraforming goals checked off, though. It'd also be quite nice to get the first of the tier 4 bots underway. Also, why don't I even have the construction bot unlocked? I guess I can start making their multi-tool too. Get those buffered up. And it is just a regular multi-tool. Okay. That's kind of what I was worried about. I think it might have to be made in a mini assembler. So let's go find a mini section. And let's get to it. So, multi-tool 2, yes. And you do take quite a few other things. Let's go ahead and do mining tool 2, multi-tool 2. And in that case, I might as well do another multi-tool. And a fabricator 2, just because why not? Copper wire, night vision 3. Okay, so it's actually much more efficient to make robot frames using the boxed recipe, because this is actually quite expensive. In fact, I think I'm going to just unset you. Is it any different for robot frame 3s? I really wish I could tell. Okay. 5 carbon, 3 inserters. It's just straight up not going to give me the recipe. Okay. 5 carbon, 3 inserters. 2 batteries, turbine relay, robot frame 2. It feels the same. I'm pretty sure it's the same. But yeah, the robot frame 4 is actually pretty significantly cheaper if you make it as a box. I wonder if anything else needs robot frame 4 or if it's just robot. Leg augment 4, which is used in chassis 6, and quadruped 4, which is used in you, and you are used in nothing. So I don't need this. Jetpack is not used in anything, so no. I do not even need to make the unboxed robot frame. In which case, I don't know if I have them anywhere, but I don't need to be making standalone tier 4 robots either. Like if I just zoom out and go logistics. So I've got the boxed one, and those are the unboxed ones, okay? Yeah, okay. It's like I'm good. I don't even attempt to make the non-boxed recipes for the tier 4 bots. Nor should I. I will go ahead and unbox them though. So let's make this one the construction bot first. And then next to it, we can do the boxed Logistics. There you are. And we'll keep like 20 in here. And then we'll keep about 100 in stock. Seems like a decent enough buffer to me. And of course, we have coal ready to go. So let's go pop some coal onto the coal pile. Petroleum hasn't popped up in a while. Wonder if there's anything wrong with it. Nope, just waiting on oil. I mean, it's a decent amount of the way there. Just waiting on oil. And we do have oil coming in. Just a matter of actually getting it here. Okay, let's try some of the other things. Do I have fish again? No, no fish. Do I have trees? I do have trees. So let's start firing off a few more trees around the place. Yes, some of these already have some tree coverage, but I'm assuming it's just light tree coverage here, and I can make it denser. And that isn't a strictly stupid idea. Oh, lots of clear land up this way, actually. And we're out. Okay. I mean, in fairness, that's quite a few shells flying through the air. Not too shabby. I'm watching those numbers on the side, and they're just not making me happy. I think we just went up by like 0.3 once. One last little cluster over on the side, and let's see how it does. I mean, okay, we're basically to 75% completion, which is not horrible. Like, we're getting there. Considering that we started from 0 today, I'd say 75% is pretty respectable. Okay, so over in this area, somewhere in here, there we go. So I bring photosensitizer in, we do have a shipment on the way, and that's going to make night vision 3. I do, of course, also need to make the solar panels, which might need to be made in a nanopad. We'll find out. Yes they do. I don't care that this is slow. We'll slow it down as much as we need to. Though we do need to be able to get the fluids out. So let's actually bring you... It's actually... yeah, this is rough. Okay, let's do something like that. We're gonna need to get oxygen and the titanium fluid up in here. Okay, let's flip you around. This is gonna be titanium. In you go. Chlorine comes out somewhere, and then oxygen is literally just laying around. So that shouldn't be too difficult. literally just connect you in. Overflow, please. That way I can get some oxygen for myself. Hold on, you are a single direction pump, aren't you? 88, 82, 20. Yeah, you should probably just not be here. And then lower this overflow to like 40 or something. That way, I have plenty of oxygen up here. Much better. All these can just be brought in by bot. Titanium tetrachloride is the one exception. That's why we have a requester for it. The chlorine, though. What am I gonna do with the chlorine? Let's see. Over here somewhere I have chlorine. Yeah, there's chlorine right there. I only have to take you through the entire base. No biggie. Yeah, absolutely not happening. So, what if instead I just put you in a fluid depot, maybe even two? There you go, there you go. Priority like 90, channel 2. Priority 90, and I won't even mess with the channel. If something wants chlorine, I can come get it. Does mean, over in this area though, well, let me check my like primary chlorine area before I do anything too brash. So chlorine is mostly full. I do request chlorine though. So any chlorine that winds up in there should be brought over to that chlorine area. Just automatically. Which is not too bad, that's kind of cool. Okay, we do have the first of the Night Vision 3 on the way. I do want to speed these guys up just a smidge. Oh, you're actually in the way of someone over there. Okay, so you're already sped up. This guy over here is not, though. I will go ahead and give you a little speed over here. There we go. Nope, nope, nope. You stay. Okay, so all you want is a blue chest. And a red chest. So, output and input. There we go. Again, anything less than 20, just kind of silly. I don't think I want to request one of something. Just seems a little odd. Just lithium left. I don't think I actually bring lithium up to the main base. Funny enough. So let's grab a buffer. And, might just shove you right here, I guess. Why not? You're gonna bring lithium in. There we go. And then in the unboxing area, wherever it happens to be, let me see if I already have lithium. I shouldn't. I do not. So the last slot here goes to lithium unboxing. Hooray! And there we go. Okay, we've already made the first one. That's pretty impressive. Yeah, I mean, they are being produced, and I'm going to cap these at, I think I said 30 is all I needed. Let's see, it's 3 per one of you. And yeah, it's 1 per probe, and I only need 10 probes. So I will go ahead and limit you to 30. Yeah, you stack to 100, so it would take quite a few to fill his chest. Okay, with that done though, that should have given me robot frame 4. Why not? Ah, I suppose not. What if I lower you to 10? Okay, stack to 10, so that would be 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, still not enough. But maybe now it'll work with just a larger request chest. Now you should have enough room for all of your requesting needs. And so once this is done, you're going to just gamble and go into either the construction or the logistics bot. If you do go into logistics bot, then that's going to give me my first tier 4 logistics bots. If you decide to go in construction, it's going to give me nothing because I don't have the research yet. And that wouldn't be super cool. I do need this superconductive tape stuff for some materials coming up. So let me look at that recipe again. You need to be made in a nanofab. You need copper, heat pipe 3, rare earth, and barium nitrate, which I also don't make. You can only be made in a medium furnace. I assume I can make you in a large furnace, I just have to do a box recipe. No, it looks like that is the only way to make you. Okay. So medium furnace only, graphite, barite, nitric acid makes barium nitrate, which is then only used in superconductive tape. Good to know. I guess I'll throw it somewhere down around the copper area, because that's also around the uranium area, which is where I have the rare earth stuff accumulating. Maybe even just like right here. So it was medium furnaces. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And leave a little room on top as well. And let's see how many of these I might need. Guess I should just preemptively get a beacon. Not like I'm going to not want a beacon. And I guess while I'm waiting for the modules to arrive, I can go ahead and start clearing up some of this swampy mess. Like I'm painting. But everything I paint is a swamp. Or at least, it was a swamp, and I'm painting it into something else. Okay, I was gonna just stop there, but honestly, I'm so close to just being done, I'll just finish it in. There we go. Okay, the beacon doesn't have power, so nothing gets its bonus. So I do have to place some substations in first. Might as well go ahead and get these in too. And I think while I wait for that to come in, I will take a drink of water. Okay, how did I miss just a tiny little bit right there? Alright, anyone coming in to build this? No? Okay, well, I'll be back then. Let's see if I have anything else. Trees. I do have some trees. I can pop a few more trees down. This area doesn't have too many trees. How about over here? Doesn't look very tree friendly. Though I could probably get some trees over there. Looks like I've got oil waiting for me. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Not that it matters too terribly much. I just would rather it not blink at me forever. And how about fish? I do have fish. Okay. Let's continue dotting some fish around. A little more fish over here. Oh, yes, we're empty. How about trees? I do still have more trees. I might even just fire a little more worm in this direction. And then shoot a bunch of trees in here. let's see, trees, 76%. Oh, I am out. Okay. So, as those come in, oh, fish, 95%. Finish, we'll definitely finish fish tonight. How am I possibly out of substations? How does that even make sense? I have no batteries? That's not cool. I've been here before, and that's usually a painful one. No sodium. Okay, that is a new one. That is different. Okay, sodium. You're already electrolyzer 3s. Anything else I could do? Oh, sodium hydroxide. But that's oxygen water, but that is sodium hydroxide. Yeah, I thought I found a recipe that made sodium that didn't give me chlorine to worry about, but then I only get that recipe because I already produced the chlorine, so not exactly a better trade-off there. But I can produce boxed salt, which I think is what I'm going to do. Actually, it looks like sodium production's falling behind because I just don't have enough salt. Yeah, I don't have any brine. .165 is the min temperature. That is your temperature. But you're not running, okay? Okay, these are all hydroplant 2s, seawater intake 2s. Let me do this. Let's see how much more seawater I can manage to get in here. There we go. That's only going to give me another 1,000. Let's see what it does though. I guess I should look all together. So all together there's 6, so that's going to be 3,000. Okay, so each one of you is 400 now. With 18 total, let's say 20 total. So if there were 20 total, then that would be 8,000. I have 6,000. So I do need another 4. That's a little challenging. Okay, so there's another 3. Oh, and then I can just start doing them over here. If anything, I think that should be enough. Just waiting on pipes and one more pump, really. Okay, so you are in. Doesn't look like it's quite enough though. See what I was saying about, probably not going to be one of my 12-hour stream nights. I think my brain is a little cooked. Anyway, though, that's going to give me plenty more saline water. Also going to give me plenty more wastewater, though. Does look like that's more than these outfalls can handle. But fortunately, I can just make more. Yep. So let's wait for them to build all that stuff. There we go. So you should be voiding. Yes, you are. Okay. I mean, you look to be running continuously. You are very, very slowly losing wastewater. What if I add another one down here? Okay, let's just assume that's enough. It did look like you were still choking on input though, so let me just give you another couple inputs. Nope, now you are choked on saline water, which is what I wanted to see. That sounded so violent spoken out loud. I just meant, of the three products, your input, your wastewater output, and your saline water output, the saline water is what we want, and if something's going to be backed up, that's the one I want to see backed up. Okay, we do have saline water coming out now. I do think I want to upgrade most of this. Like, if I just do this over the whole stretch, how bad? It's pretty bad. Okay. So what if I do it over just the front? There's a random pump somewhere that gets upgraded. Can't say that I care. And then let's just upgrade the solar panels. That's trying to upgrade the tier 3. Let's make sure it's just tier 2. There we go. Okay. I do have a little bit of oil now, so let's go get the oil fired off. Pop it like right there. And let's see, I do have more copper. So let's pop copper on top of copper. So I only need one more copper after this lands. And let's see if I can finish up fish. Okay, already up. That looks so much like a cat. Ear, like little whiskers, kind of a nose. You got the eyes. Just immediately see a cat. Okay, is copper going to go away, or do I actually have another copper? No, I do actually have another copper, okay. That's gonna finish up the copper then. Let's get it going. So then I can come down this way and get rid of the alarm. Okay, fish is at basically 97. Can I get any trees? I can't get a few trees. Copper ore complete. That's all the trees I've got for now. Oh yeah, did I ever make the tier 4 bots? Did those get finished? Let's see. Products finished 0. No robot frames. Well, robot frames are on the way. Well, all of them are going into construction bots. Yep, just all of them. Without fail. Oh, okay. I was trying to upgrade this area over here. Get a little more salt. Because sodium was backing up. Oh. Don't really want you to be a different tier. There you go. You're also tier 3 heat pipe through here, which I don't really want. Not that it's a problem, I just prefer you not. Also, why is the heat pipe broken in that one spot right there? Again, not that it's really a problem, it's just kind of weird. And I can't imagine why it'd be missing heat exchangers or heat pipe. That's also very strange. Well, okay, not much heat pipe. It got crafted pretty quick at least. I'm just missing like 10 heat exchangers. Trying to remember where I was working just now. I was working on something. Wasn't I setting up like right here? Yes, I was. Just in case I get distracted again, because I am still working on sodium. I do want to go ahead and get this place down. Like I noticed rocket fuel over there is low, and I would love to go work on that for a second. But I do want to mark that this is a, an assembly in progress, so I don't go and remake this somewhere else again. There you are, my hero. Ta-da! What are you called? Barium nitrate. Okay, Uncle, let's go look at rocket fuel. Okay, looks like you're running. Doesn't even look like you're running particularly strained or anything. Yeah, everything's here. You should be good. I think that just means you're slow. I have a demand for rocket fuel that exceeds my ability to produce. But oh well. I'm sure it'll get us through. Graphite, barium, nitric acid. Let's go ahead and get the build finalized, and then I'll start worrying about importing stuff. Probably want to bring that down by 1 tile. Just makes getting all the pipes and such in much easier. Go ahead and run a pipe this way. And then connect, 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 and connect. Oh yeah, I remember why I originally left. I wanted to see how much of this stuff I was likely to need. So you're only used in superconductive tape. It's 1 to 5 boxes. That's pretty generous. Yeah, I don't think I need even this much. I think, like, a single pair over here is probably fine. And then super conductive, whatever you are, is done in a nanofab. Let's bring this down. So, one for pipe, one for inserter, one for belt, and then one for your inserter, one for your belt, one for your pipe, just in case, and one for comfort. And then you're right in the middle of the road port and the substation. Let's just bring you down here. Alright, let's move it one further down. Oh yeah, I'm definitely hitting my limit here. I'm running on fumes. Let's go ahead and throw in the recipes that I wanted to do, and I think I'll go ahead and wrap up. So, let's see. I'm gonna copy that down this direction. You just take oxygen, it looks like. I don't think I actually have oxygen down here. This might be the first time I need oxygen and don't have it. You do need the barium nitrate and the rare earth. You need copper and you need heat pipe 3. Make sure to give you modules. So the barium nitrate is this stuff right up here. I'll give a little bit of wiggle room and then bring it down and in like so. Flip you vertically and place you there, and then you're going to be... Nope, see, that's already a silly mistake. I need to split you, have you become an input here. And so, you know what that means. I think I will just go ahead and call it a night here. This is superconductive tape. Go ahead and capitalize the T. Well, they didn't even capitalize the T, but you know what? I will. But before we go, what I do want to do is fire off every fish capsule that I have and see if I can't just push that over the 100% mark. Yeah, thanks for stopping by, man. I'll be back on Wednesday. So let's see if I can't just push this over. Oh. Well, it's all or nothing. Let's see what they do. Fish time! It's at 99%, come on. And there we go, fish complete. Okay, clap, 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 yay! Alright, as always, thanks everyone for stopping by. Tips and tricks are always welcome. And if you forget to save, you will be sad, so always remember to save. I even keep a backup save, just in case. And I'll see you next time. Later, guys.